In Duanling Tian's opinion, it was more worth it to save the celestial talisman to escape from those from the Tidal Temple. If the Tidal Temple sent 8 star gods of war after him, he would kill them all to avenge his master. If they sent a 9-star god of war, he could easily escape with the celestial talisman from the 5 divine elements. Since Duanling Tian did not want to use the celestial talisman on Ji Ying, he decided to use a pseudonym instead. Then he disguised himself by changing into a long black robe and wearing a hat to hide his appearance. There are 3 strong alliances in the second northern region. The nearest one to me is the North Profound Alliance. After leaving the east region of the 9 Serenities battlefield, Duanling Tian traveled north to the second northern region. Unlike the Heavenly Dao Alliance base, the North Profound Alliance base was located in a hidden ice cave. It was said that luminous pearls were suspended in the air to illuminate the cave. At this time, Duanling Tian had arrived at the entrance of the Northern Profound Alliance. The width and height of the entrance measured more than 100 meters, and it was guarded by more than 11 members. Among the 11 guards, 10 of them constantly surveyed their surroundings while one of them hovered in the air cross-legged with his eyes closed. Swoosh! Duanling Tian teleported in front of the 11 people without any hesitation. The 10 guards were startled by Duanling Tian's sudden appearance. Finally, one of them said, "State your purpose." The sudden appearance of a mysterious person dressed in a long black robe and a hat that covered his face made the guards wary. Moreover, there was a threatening air around that person. "I just joined the 9 Serenities battlefield not too long ago and I'm looking for a place to settle down. I want to join the North Profound Alliance," Duanling Tian said. He lowered his head slightly to hide his face. "You'll have to wait for another half a year before you can join the alliance," one of the guards said. "Is there a way for me to join the alliance now?" Duanling Tian asked. "Only 7-star gods of war or those who are stronger are exempted from the recruitment test," one of the guards said before asking, "Are you a 7-star god of war?" "No, I'm not." Duanling Tian shook his head. "Then, you'll have to wait half a year to take the recruitment test," the guard said. At this time, another guard interjected, "This is the main entrance of the North Profound Alliance. If you have no other business here, I'll have to ask you to leave." "I said I'm not a 7-star god of war, but I didn't say I'm weaker than a 7-star god of war," Duanling Tian said. The guards narrowed their eyes upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. Did that mean the person in front of them was an 8-star god of war? They looked at him skeptically, unsure of what to believe. At this time, the person who was hovering cross-legged in the air, a skinny middle-aged man, finally opened his eyes. His eyes were shining as he asked, "You're an 8-star god of war?" "Bring me to your leader," Duanling Tian said. Some of the guards inhaled sharply. Based on Duanling Tian's tone and attitude, it seemed like he was really an 8-star god of war. If he was not an 8-star god of war, then he likely had a death wish. The skinny middle-aged man raised an eyebrow and said, "I'm Qi Jin, an elder of the North Profound Alliance. Are you sure you want to meet our leader? I should warn you that if you're not an 8-star god of war, you'll bear the charges of deceiving the North Profound Alliance. The punishment for that is death. Please lead the way," Duanling Tian said indifferently. "Please wait for a moment. I've sent a message to Vice Leader Luofeng," Qi Jin said. His tone was much more polite now. In his opinion, Duanling Tian was likely an 8-star god of war, and once Duanling Tian joined the alliance, Duanling Tian's position would definitely be higher than his. In the North Profound Alliance, the positions in descending order were the leader, the vice leader, the guardians, and the elders. There were only 2 8-star gods of war in the North Profound Alliance, which were their leader and vice leader. The guardians were all 7-star gods of war, and the elders were 6-star gods of war. Qi Jin, an elder of the North Profound Alliance, was a top 6-star god of war and was in charge of the guards at the entrance of the alliance base. Vice leader, Duanling Tian cocked an eyebrow. "Does your vice leader have the authority to let me join the alliance?" "Of course," Qi Jin said with a hint of reverence. "Apart from our leader, our vice leader, Lord Luofeng, is also an 8-star god of war." At this moment, a figure appeared as a gust of wind blew past the entrance of the North Profound Alliance base. A young man dressed in grayish-white long robes appeared in front of everyone's eyes. He was tall and good-looking, and he carried a noble air about him. Qi Jin and the other guards bowed and greeted the young man immediately. "Greetings, Lord Luofeng." Luofeng nodded slightly before he looked at the black-clad Duanling Tian, who wore a hat to conceal his face. "Elder Qi Jin said you're an 8-star god of war who wishes to join our North Profound Alliance?" Duanling Tian nodded before he said, "Please make your move." Qi Jin and the other guards narrowed their eyes upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. However, before Luofeng responded, Duanling Tian made a move. Luofeng's expression turned grim immediately. In just a blink of an eye, the black cloak Duanling Tian had draped across his body seemed to have come to life as it shot toward Luofeng at lightning speed. It looked like a streak of black light as it flew forward, leaving ripples in its wake. Qin Jin and the others were shocked when they saw the terrifying technique from the law of space. "Retreat!" Qi Jin ordered the guards. Alas, the shockwave from the energy swept past a few of them who retreated too late. They were sent flying, spitting out blood. Boom! 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 Luofeng wasted no time in making his move as well. A mustard energy surged out and formed a wall in front of him. The wall shone with intricate patterns and inscriptions and looked indestructible. Clearly, he had comprehended the law of Earth. Lord Luofeng has put up his defenses. Since he comprehended the law of Earth, even our leader can't break through his defenses in a short time. Qi Jin and the other guards watched the battle in front of them intently, afraid of missing even the slightest detail. Boom! When the black cloak collided with Luofeng's energy wall, the wall began to tremble. Swoosh! Qi Jin and the others from the North Profound Alliance were shocked as they watched the black energy destroy the inscriptions on the wall that their vice leader, Luofeng, had erected after casting the law of Earth's defense profundity. Following that, the terrifying black energy proceeded to attack the wall, causing cracks to appear on the wall. It did not take long before it broke. Just like that, the second layer of Luofeng's defense was destroyed. Boom! 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 Soon after, the sounds of explosions rang in the air as Duanling Tian destroyed Luofeng's final layer of defense. Is that a divine artifact? Luofeng was certain the black cloak was a divine artifact. Otherwise, his defenses would not have been so easily destroyed. Bell! With just a thought, a small bell appeared in Luofeng's hand. After he tossed it into the air, it began to swiftly grow in size and blocked the black cloak that was shooting toward him. That's Lord Luofeng's Emperor-grade celestial weapon. Although Qi Jin had witnessed many of Luofeng's battles, this was his first time seeing Luofeng using his Emperor-grade celestial weapon. I've long heard that Lord Luofeng has a powerful Emperor-grade celestial weapon that possesses a weapon spirit. It's said that it's comparable to a divine artifact, Qi Jin thought to himself. However, this black-clad man is really strong. There's no doubt he's an 8-star god of war. However, he shouldn't be a match for Lord Luofeng now that Lord Luofeng has brought his celestial weapon out. Boom! At this moment, a loud explosion rang in the air as the black cloak crashed against the bell. When the black cloak suddenly vanished, Luofeng's voice rang in the air. "Thank you for showing mercy." Then, the gigantic bell shrank to its original size before Luofeng put it away. Qi Jin and the others were shocked when they saw Luofeng's unkempt appearance. His robe was shredded as though it had been slashed by tens of thousands of blades. Contrary to the state of his robe, he was unharmed. Based on this, one could tell his opponent had a terrifying and precise control over his celestial weapon. When they recovered from the shock, they looked at the black-clad man in front of them fearfully. After seeing the outcome of the battle, how could they be unable to tell that the black-clad man was stronger than their vice leader? "So can I join the North Profound Alliance?" Duanling Tian asked with a hint of impatience. Luofeng's defenses were so powerful that it was rare for those weaker than 9-star gods of war to be able to breach them. However, Duanling Tian was not an ordinary 8-star god of war. Not only did he comprehend the law of space, which was one of the 4 supreme laws, but he was also in possession of the black that was a divine artifact. He had obtained many divine artifacts while in the remnant of a realm of gods, and the black cloak was one of them. Even with an artifact soul, it was still much more powerful than celestial weapons. Of course, Luofeng replied. Although he found it strange that such a powerhouse would suddenly request to join the North Profound Alliance, he did refuse Duan Ling Tian after witnessing Duan Ling Tian's strength. It was to the Alliance's benefit to have more powerhouses in their ranks. After all, although the North Profound region was powerful, it was only the case in the second northern region. Let alone a 9-star god of war, if they were attacked by top 8-star gods of war, it was likely that everyone in the alliance, apart from their leader and vice-leader, would die. At this time, Qi Jin and the others watched with admiration shining in their eyes as Luo Feng led Duan Ling Tian into the base. "I didn't expect him to be so strong," one of the guards muttered. "To think that I considered making a move when he first arrived. Thank goodness I didn't. Otherwise, I would have died." He destroyed Vice Leader Luo Feng's defenses so easily, so his strength can't be inferior to our leader. With such a person joining our ranks, the North Profound Alliance will grow in power. Perhaps, our alliance will surpass the other 2 strongest alliances in the second northern region. Perhaps? With him, I think there's no doubt our alliance is now the strongest in the second northern region. The North Profound Alliance was one of the 3 strongest alliances in the second northern region. In the past, the overall strength of the 3 alliances had always been about the same. However, now that such an extraordinary powerhouse had joined the North Profound Alliance, the 2 other alliances would have to join forces just to be a match for them. There was no doubt the North Profound Alliance would be the strongest alliance in the second northern region with the addition of Duan Ling Tian. At this time, the guards were very excited about the North Profound Alliance's bright future. Duan Ling Tian walked into the North Profound Alliance base that was located in an ice cave. The cave seemed to have been carved out of an indescribably huge block of ice. With a formation supporting the base, the cave was very sturdy and held no risk of collapsing. The formation was so powerful that it powered the floating island in the vast ice cave. At this time, Luo Feng could not help but ask, "How should I address you?" "Li Feng," Duan Ling Tian replied. He had combined his mother's surname with his father's name. In fact, he had used the name Li Feng before when he was in the mundane realm. Luo Feng smiled. "Brother Li Feng, may I ask where you came from? I've never heard of your name in the western region." Earlier, Duan Ling Tian had said he had come from the western region. However, Luo Feng had never heard of anyone with the name Li Feng from the western region. It was impossible for such an extraordinary person to be unknown if he was from the western region. Perhaps only in the central region of the 9 Serenities battlefield that 8-star gods of war were treated like common folks. Like I said earlier, I've just entered the 9 Serenities not too long ago. Moreover, it's my first time entering the 9 Serenities battlefield. It's not surprising that you've never heard of me, Duan Ling Tian replied indifferently. Realization dawned on Luo Feng. Did you join our alliance because you want to find a place to cultivate without being disturbed? Is there another reason for me to join the North Profound Alliance? Duan Ling Tian bluntly asked, not denying Luo Feng's words. Luo Feng sighed in relief upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's reply. It was advantageous to the North Profound Alliance to have Duan Ling Tian in their ranks, after all. He did not waste time and sent a message to the leader of the North Profound Alliance and told him about Duan Ling Tian. The leader of the North Profound Alliance was a middle-aged man who wore a white robe with golden trimmings. He wore a dignified smile on his face when he appeared to receive Duan Ling Tian. Greeting, I'm Luo Yiming, the leader of the North Profound Alliance. I represent our members to welcome you to our alliance. Luo Feng was Luo Yiming's younger cousin, so he did not doubt Luo Feng's words. After he heard about what happened, similar to Luo Feng, he also felt that the alliance had struck gold. He felt the chances of the North Profound Alliance surpassing the 2 other strongest alliances in the second northern region were very high now. Luo Feng explained, Brother Li Feng, this is the leader of the alliance. He's also my older cousin. However, not many people know about this. Needless to say, the guards you met earlier are unaware of this matter as well. Duan Ling Tian nodded. 2 8-star gods of war from the same family? Quite remarkable. We're nothing compared to you, Luo Feng said with a wry smile. Fear still lingered in his heart when he recalled how powerful Duan Ling Tian was. If Duan Ling Tian did not show mercy, he would have died earlier. Although people who shared the surname were common, The odds of two people holding high positions in a force in the Nine Serenities battlefield with the same name being unrelated were low. Hence, Duanling Tian was almost certain Luo Yiming was related to Luo Feng when Luo Yiming introduced himself. After hearing about Duanling Tian's strength from Luo Feng, Luo Yiming did not dare to be negligent. He personally led Duanling Tian to the cultivation ground that he had arranged for Duanling Tian. Brother Li Feng, from today onward, you're the supreme guardian of the North Profound Alliance. Our alliance has never had a supreme guardian before, Luo Yiming said to Duanling Tian before he left. Duanling Tian only nodded in response. He did not care about titles or positions. Moreover, when he was in the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Shangguan Yunfeng, the leader, had even offered the position of alliance leader to Duanling Tian. Leader Luo, since the North Profound Alliance is providing me with a cultivation ground, please let me know if you need my help. As long as it doesn't conflict with my principles, I'll definitely help you, Duanling Tian said. Then, he exchanged soul pearls with Luo Yiming. Luo Yiming was in a good mood after hearing Duanling Tian's words. Since he had heard Luo Feng's report, he knew Duanling Tian was stronger than him. He had thought if people came to look for trouble with the alliance, Duanling Tian definitely would not stay idle if he was around. He was even more reassured now that he had obtained Duanling Tian's promise. Unless it's absolutely necessary, the alliance won't bother you, Supreme Guardianly. Please be rest assured and cultivate with peace of mind, Luo Yiming said. Although he was delighted Duanling Tian had offered to help, he was not one to take advantage of another's kindness. All right. Duanling Tian nodded before flying into the courtyard that Luo Yiming had arranged for him. The cultivation ground was located in a remote corner of the North Profound Alliance base where people hardly passed by. Hence, it was the perfect place for Duanling Tian to cultivate. After Duanling Tian left, Luo Yiming sent a message to his cousin, Luo Feng. From today onward, Li Feng is our supreme guardian. Warn those who witnessed your battle today to keep their mouths shut, and make sure no one else finds out that our supreme guardian possesses a divine artifact. Luo Feng went to work immediately after receiving the orders from Luo Yiming. Hence, it did not take long for a commotion to break out in the North Profound Alliance when they found out they had gained a supreme elder. After all, there were quite a few guardians in the North Profound Alliance, but none of them were given the title of Supreme Guardian. Moreover, the position of a guardian was below the leader and the vice-leader. How could they not be shocked that they had suddenly gained a Supreme Guardian whose position in the Alliance was not lower than that of the leader? What kind of person is our Supreme Guardian? His position is even higher than that of our vice-leader. Our vice-leader is an 8-star god of war, after all. Does he even qualify to become our Supreme Guardian? Is he worthy to be treated the same as our leader? The members of the North Profound Alliance were skeptical when they heard about their new Supreme Guardian. However, they were shocked when they heard about their Supreme Guardian from those who stood guard at the entrance earlier, and they wondered why such a powerhouse would join the North Profound Alliance. He broke through Lord Luo Feng's defenses with just a strike? I can't believe he defeated Lord Luo Feng in just a few breaths. Even our leader might not be capable of such a feat, right? Who's he? I heard he's really mysterious. He's dressed in a black robe and black cloak and wears a hat that hides his face. To be able to defeat Lord Luo Feng so quickly, he must be stronger than our leader. Many of them wondered. The members of the North Profound Alliance who doubted the capabilities of their newly assigned Supreme Guardian stopped being suspicious. They were shocked and in disbelief that such a person would join the North Profound Alliance. To be able to defeat Lord Luo Feng within such a short amount of time, he must be stronger than our leader. The members of the North Profound Alliance could not stop discussing Duanling Tian for a long time. It was as though they would never get bored of talking about him. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was naturally unaware of the commotion he had caused in the North Profound Alliance. He was fully immersed in his cultivation to attain godhood as fast as he could. He wanted to quickly reach the point of transition from a celestial to a god so he could wander the 9 Serenities battlefield fearlessly without the need to disguise himself. Duanling Tian? The vice-leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance in the 9 Eastern region. Mi Xian, the former clan leader of the Phantom Clan, had possessed Tang Sanpao and entered the Nine Serenities battlefield before Duanling Tian had even joined the Heavenly Tao Alliance. He had joined an alliance as soon as he entered the Nine Serenities battlefield. Unlike Duanling Tian, Mi Xian had a deeper understanding of the Nine Serenities battlefield. He had joined the Liberal Heaven Alliance in the 5th Western region as soon as he entered the Nine Serenities battlefield. In order to enter the Nine Serenities battlefield, Mi Xian had sealed part of his soul to maintain the cultivation base of a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. Moreover, since his soul had yet to fully integrate with the body he possessed, he still did not have full mastery over the laws that he had previously comprehended. Today was the first time Mi Xian emerged from his closed-door cultivation since he came to the Nine Serenities battlefield and joined the Liberal Heaven Alliance. This was the reason he had just found out about the incident with the Heavenly Tao Alliance. Duanling Tian's in the Nine Serenities battlefield as well? Mi Xian's eyes glinted coldly when he thought about the person who killed his younger brother, Mayan. I wonder if Wu Hongqing sent someone to report to me. Mi Xian was certain Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Tidal Temple, must have already discovered that Duanling Tian had entered the Nine Serenities battlefield as well. After all, with Wu Hongqing's vast intelligence network, there was no way he had not heard about Duanling Tian after Duanling Tian became famous in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Perhaps I should leave the Nine Serenities battlefield temporarily to see what Wu Hongqing plans to do. There's no news of Duanling Tian ever since he killed the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven, so he must have gone into hiding. It won't be easy for Wu Hongqing to find him. In the end, Mi Xian decided to leave the Nine Serenities battlefield to find out what was going on. What took you so long? Wu Hongqing asked as soon as he saw Mi Xian. He had sent men to inform Mi Xian to meet him. Before entering the Nine Serenities battlefield, Mi Xian had left his soul pearl with him. Hence, he gave his subordinate Mi Xian's soul pearl so his subordinate could contact Mi Xian in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Wu Hongqing was not sure if Mi Xian received the message. As days passed, there was no reply from Mi Xian. Finally, he concluded that Mi Xian must not have received the message. Now that Mi Xian suddenly appeared, he knew Mi Xian must have heard about Duanling Tian's deeds in the Nine Serenities battlefield. I blocked out everything that might affect my cultivation before I entered closed-door cultivation, Mi Xian said indifferently. You sent someone to inform me about Duanling Tian? Wu Hongqing nodded. Mi Xian glanced at Wu Hongqing and said, now that Duanling Tian killed the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven, the Heavenly Emperor won't let him go, right? You must be reluctant to see Duanling Tian being killed by him. Wu Hongqing scoffed. What? Are you not reluctant as well? I'm not the only one after the 5 divine elements in his body, after all. Fine. Mi Xian waved his hand. Let's get straight to the point. What are your plans? After that incident, Duanling Tian has clearly gone into hiding. He might have even left the Nine Serenities battlefield. Wu Hongqing's eyes glinted as he said, on the contrary, I don't think he's left the Nine Serenities battlefield. Someone like him who achieved so much at such a young age won't be complacent. He's unwilling to hide in one of the mundane realms and went to the Nine Serenities battlefield. This only shows that he wants to cultivate and gain experience so he can attain godhood as soon as possible. Hence, I'm certain he won't leave the Nine Serenities battlefield over that incident. Even Heavenly Emperor Ji agrees with me. Mi Xian cocked an eyebrow upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words. You've contacted the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven? Mi Xian seldom visited the Devata realms when he was the clan leader of the Phantom Clan. However, he was still aware of the Devata realm's Heavenly Emperor ranking. Hence, he knew Ji was ranked first among the Heavenly Emperors. Even if he was previously unaware of it, he would have gained this information from Tang Sanpao's memories after he possessed Tang Sanpao. Wu Hongqing nodded. That's right. I reached out to him first. Mi Xian furrowed his brows. You reached out to him first? You didn't tell him about the 5 divine elements, did you? Of course not. Wu Qing shook his head. I told him the Tidal Temple will help him look for Duanling Tian. However, I told him that Duanling Tian has to be captured alive and he'll be held in the Tidal Temple so we can learn more about the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Heavenly Emperor Ji knows about the Title Temple's interest in the four Daos of heaven and earth. He has expressed interest as well, so I promise to share what we learn from Duanling Tian with him. Apart from that, he wants Duanling Tian's divine artifact. Mi Xian said, since he wants Duanling Tian's divine artifact, it only shows that Duanling Tian's divine artifact isn't ordinary. What do you think? I agree, Wu Hongqing nodded and said, Jiyu isn't stupid. For him to show interest in Duanling Tian's divine artifact definitely means the divine artifact is special. However, is a divine artifact extraordinary and ordinary comparable to the 5 divine elements? Don't forget the 5 divine elements in Duanling Tian's body have all evolved into their higher forms. Even if we only possess one divine element, we'll become emperors of gods or supreme gods even if we can't become supreme powerhouses. Based on these words, it was clear Wu Hongqing was willing to give up an extraordinary divine artifact in exchange for the 5 divine elements. You're right. Mi Xian nodded. How strong are you now? Wu Hongqing asked as he looked at Mi Xian with an anticipatory gaze. Mi Xian replied indifferently, although it's not perfect, my celestial origin energy now has traces of the divine energy. I haven't regained mastery of the laws I comprehended, but it's not a problem for me to kill ordinary 9-star gods of war. Wu Hongqing's eyes lit up when Mi Xian said he was capable of killing 9-star gods of war. Mi Xian, the Title Temple will do all it can to help you capture Duanling Tian alive. If you can capture him alive, steal the 5 divine elements and kill him. If Jiyu is unaware of it, then claim the divine artifact as well. You can keep it. The Title Temple will send a group of 8-star gods of war to assist you. I'm also in the midst of gathering a group of 9-star gods of war. For now, a branch temple master who's a 9-star god of war will join you soon. Clearly, Wu Hongqing had not been slacking off while Mi Xian was away. Should I go to the Given Alliance when I return to the 9 Serenities battlefield? Mi Xian asked. Yes. Wu Hongqing nodded. I made a deal with Jiyu. I'll send a 9-star god of war to assist his first disciple, Ji Ying, to capture Duanling Tian. Initially, I planned to send a branch temple master there. However, since you're now a 9-star god of war, you should go to the Given Alliance instead. There were a few 9-star gods of war in the Title Temple who were branch temple masters. However, most of them were busy dealing with the Title Temple branch's affairs and could not freely leave. They would not be able to leave and enter the 9 Serenities battlefield even if Wu Hongqing wanted to send them there. In fact, Duanling Tian had considered this as well. Hence, he was rather bold and certain the Title Temple would not send 9-star gods of war after him. At most, they would send a group of 8-star gods of war after him. You should assist Ji Yu's disciple Ji Ying. I'll send another 9-star god of war to assist you. Ji Yu will be sending a 9-star god of war as well. A group of 4 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield is practically invincible. It won't be difficult for us to find Duanling Tian, Wu Hongqing said as his eyes burned with greed. Duanling Tian was unaware that Wu Hongqing was now working together with Mi Xian and Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Given Heaven. He had no idea that 4 9-star gods of war were now on a mission to hunt him down. Currently, Duanling Tian had disguised himself and used the pseudonym Li Feng to join the North Profound Alliance. The North Profound used to be one of the 3 strongest alliances in the Second Northern region. However, with the addition of Duanling Tian, the North Profound Alliance was now the strongest alliance in the Second Northern region, surpassing the other 2 alliances. I think the North Profound Alliance is strong enough to defeat the other 2 alliances now. Of course, we have 3 8-star gods of war in our alliance now. Moreover, our Supreme Guardian is stronger than our Vice Leader and possibly our leader. I wonder if our leader and Supreme Guardian will do anything to the other 2 alliances. The alliances in the 9 Serenities battlefield not only provided one with shelter, but they also provided one with support. After all, it was difficult to survive alone and without help in the 9 Serenities battlefield. If they worked together, they would be able to obtain more treasures and resources even if they had to share among themselves. For example, a group of ordinary 6-star gods of war could easily kill a top 6-star god of war if they worked together. Naturally, stronger alliances would attract more people, and as a result, they would grow bigger as well. The three alliances in the second northern region had been locked in a stalemate for a while now. Their strength was equal, and it was difficult for them to take the other out unless they joined forces. However, that would defeat the purpose of dominating the entire second northern region. However, when Duanling Tian joined the North Profound Alliance as Li Feng, he broke the balance between the three alliances. With his presence, the Northern Profound Alliance had grown significantly stronger and was capable of taking down the other two alliances. Hence, many members of the North Profound Alliance eagerly anticipated the day their leader and Supreme Guardian would wipe out the other two alliances and dominate the second northern region. However, it did not take long for them to realize that their Supreme Guardian seemed to have vanished into thin air after joining the North Profound Alliance. For this reason, a few of the Guardian looked for Luo Feng to inquire about the matter. Lord Luo Feng, now that we have a Supreme Guardian, aren't we going to attack the other two alliances? That's up to the leader or the Supreme Guardian, Luo Feng replied. This was the response he gave to everyone who asked him this question. In the end, there was nothing the members of the North Profound Alliance could do but wait. They did not dare to approach their leader after all, and it was difficult to even catch a glimpse of their Supreme Guardian, let alone ask him questions. When Luo Feng met Luo Yiming, he asked, "Brother, don't you think you should say something? The members are waiting for an answer. Are we going to attack the two alliances now that we have the Supreme Guardian on our side?" Luo Yiming shook his head. "I'll make an announcement when the time is right. Now's not the right time. The Supreme Guardian just joined us not too long ago. What if we raise this matter to him and cause him to feel displeased? It'd be disadvantageous to us if he leaves. We should wait for the Supreme Guardian to develop a better relationship with us before we involve him in this matter. Moreover, you know he's not someone we can afford to offend." Luo Feng nodded. Then he asked worriedly, "However, the other two alliances must have found out by now that we have another 8-star gods of war in our ranks. Will they join forces and launch a preemptive strike?" "Join forces? Preemptive strike?" Luo Yiming smiled. "I really wish they'd do that." "Why? Wouldn't that be a disaster for us?" Luo Feng asked, shocked and confused. "A disaster?" Luo Yiming smiled faintly upon hearing Luo Feng's words. "That might not necessarily be the case." "Brother, what do you mean? Stop beating around the bush and tell me what's on your mind," Luo Feng said impatiently. Luo Yiming laughed before he said, "Brother Feng, you'll know what I mean if the other two alliances work together and come for us." Luo Yiming was incredibly calm. It seemed as though he did not care at all even if two major alliances joined forces to deal with the North Profound Alliance. In fact, there was a reason for his confidence. A few days ago, he had sparred with Duanling Tian when Duanling Tian came to visit him regarding some matter. Similar to his cousin, he was quickly defeated by Duanling Tian. With this, he realized Duanling Tian was a top 8-star god of war at least. Luo Yiming and Luo Feng were only ordinary 8-star gods of war. Like the North Profound Alliance, the other two alliances only had ordinary 8-star gods of war as well. The three strongest alliances in the second northern region were the North Profound Alliance, the Autumn Cloud Alliance, and the Mount He Alliance. It did not take long for news about the North Profound Alliance's newly appointed Supreme Guardian being stronger than the Alliance leader and Vice-Alliance leader to spread to the Autumn Cloud Alliance and the Mount He Alliance. Needless to say, the two alliances began to act as soon as they received this news. After investigating the matter, the 8-star gods of war from the Alliance finally convened to discuss the matter at the Mount He Alliance base. 2 rows of seats could be in the main hall of the Mount He Alliance base. 2 groups of people sat facing each other at this time. At this time, a tall and burly middle-aged man who was dressed in a long gray robe called out, "Leader Yuan, I think it's time for us to temporarily set our differences aside and work together. Otherwise, it'll be too late for regrets when the North Profound Alliance comes for us." The dignified gray-clad tall and burly middle-aged man had large eyes and a pair of bushy brows that framed them. He was none other than Tai Ming, the vice leader of the Autumn Cloud Alliance. He was an 8-star god of war whose strength was on par with Luo Feng, the vice leader of the North Profound Alliance. The vice leaders of the alliances had a duel a few years ago and were equally matched. Tai Ming's words were directed at a dignified old man dressed in a dark green long robe. The old man's hair and sword-shaped brows were white as snow. He looked energetic and youthful for his age. He was Yuan Fu, the leader of the Mount He Alliance. Since the leader of the Autumn Cloud was present, he forego the main seat reserved for the leaders in the hall and sat with the others. Vice Leader Tai, how sure are you that the North Profound Alliance will attack us? An ordinary-looking young man with a medium build who was sitting next to Yuan Fu shook his head as he spoke. He was the vice leader of the Mount He Alliance, Qi Kuan. Vice Leader Qi, Tai Ming said as his eyes flashed. Is the Mount He Alliance willing to risk it? If that's the case, my leader and I will leave Mount He Alliance immediately. We only came to Mount He Alliance to seek cooperation. I'm sure it must have crossed your mind to work together to take down the North Profound Alliance as well. We decided to personally come here as a show of our sincerity. However, if the Mount He Alliance is unwilling to cooperate, then we won't insist on it as well. Tai Ming smacked his hand against the table and rose to his feet as soon as he finished speaking. Vice Leader Tai, please calm down, Qi Kuan said as he rose to his feet as well. In fact, the Mount He Alliance was keen to cooperate with the Autumn Cloud Alliance as well. However, due to past conflicts with the Autumn Cloud Alliance, the Mount He Alliance did not want to seem too eager. However, now that Tai Ming had said such words, it was only natural that the Mount He Alliance would soften their attitude. Leader Yuan, what do you say? It's a waste of our time to argue at such a time, don't you think? The harmless-looking middle-aged man, who looked like a scholar sitting next to Tai Ming, finally opened his eyes to look at Yuan Fu. He was Shimin Jiangcheng, the leader of the Autumn Cloud Alliance. Leader Shimin, the expressionless leader of the Mount He Alliance, Yuan Fu, forced a smile on his face as he said, "The Mount He Alliance is willing to cooperate with the Autumn Cloud Alliance regarding this matter." Then you should have said so earlier, Tai Ming said before he returned to his seat. Yuan Fu asked Shimin Jiangcheng, Leader Shimin, since you personally came to seek cooperation with us, I'm sure you already have a plan in mind. Do you mind telling me what you plan to do next? Shimin Jiangcheng shone coldly as he said both alliances will join forces to attack the North Profound Alliance as soon as possible. In the given alliance base in the central region of the Nine Serenities battlefield, a young man leading a dozen men appeared at the entrance of the given alliance base. He said indifferently to the guards at the entrance of the base, I came to look for Ji Ying. Ji Ying. The members of the given alliance guarding the base entrance were briefly confused until one of them said, Ji Ying seems to be the name of our leader. My lord, may I ask for your name? Another guard asked carefully. Mi Xian, the young man replied curtly. This young man was none other than Mi Xian, who had possessed Tang Sanpao. So your lord Mi Xian, our leader has ordered us to bring you to him as soon as you arrive. The eyes of the guards of the given alliance lit up as they bowed respectfully. Before Mi Xian returned to the Nine Serenities battlefield, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main title temple, had contacted Ji Yu, the heavenly emperor of the given heaven, to notify Ji Yu that he would be sending someone to the given alliance to help search for Duanling Tian. The members of the given alliance were confused. Shortly afterward, one of them reacted. Ji Ying seems to be the name of our leader. My lord, may I know who you are? One of the members of the given alliance asked tentatively. Mi Xian, the young man replied indifferently. He was none other than Mi Xian, who had possessed Tang Sanpao's body. So, your lord Mi Xian. The eyes of the members of the given alliance lit up as they bowed respectfully at Mi Xian. Our leader has commanded us to bring you to meet him immediately. Before Mi Xian had entered the Nine Serenities battlefield, the title temple master Wu Hongqing had contacted the heavenly emperor of the given heaven, Ji Yu, to inform his disciple, Ji Ying, that the title temple would send someone over to the given alliance to help search for Duanling Tian. After Ji Yu had informed his first true disciple, Ji Ying, about this matter, Ji Ying had notified his men to expect a respected guest by the name of Mi Xian. One of the guards led Mi Xian and the dozen men following him into the base. Half of the dozen men were 8-star gods of war from the main title temple, while the remaining were from various title temple branches. Wu Hongqing had told them to listen to Mi Xian's orders and to capture Duanling Tian alive. When they arrived at the entrance of a valley, Mi Xian's men were stopped at the entrance. "You're Mi Xian from the Title Temple? Our leader has been waiting for you. However, our leader wishes to meet with you privately." When Mi Xian entered the valley, he saw Ji Ying, who looked formidable, hovering in the air. He flew up and drew level with Ji Ying. "Mi Xian." Ji Ying raised an eyebrow. Mi Xian nodded lazily. Although Ji Ying was a 9-star god of war, Ji Ying was nothing in the eyes of Mi Xian, who used to be a king of gods before he sealed his soul. Even an ordinary god was nothing in Mi Xian's eyes, let alone a titled celestial emperor who had yet to attain godhood. "My master said you're a 9-star god of war?" Ji Ying bluntly asked. "I guess." Mi Xian shrugged. "This is not a matter to be taken lightly. If you're not a 9-star god of war, then you're not worthy of cooperating with me. Since when did the Title Temple become so unreliable and untrustworthy?" Ji Ying asked, annoyed. "Unworthy of cooperating with you?" Mi Xian scoffed. "Brat, you better watch your mouth. Otherwise, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." Mi Xian, who treated Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Title Temple, as someone inferior to him, did not even care about Ji Yu, the heavenly emperor of the given heaven. How could he care about Ji Yu's disciple? Ji Ying was stunned by Mi Xian's words. When he regained his senses, he said disdainfully, "If you want to teach me a lesson, you'll have to have the ability to do so." With this, the atmosphere grew heavy and tense immediately. It looked as though a fight was about to break out as the duo glared at each other. Mi Xian narrowed his eyes and barked, "Presumptuous!" A gray energy surged out from Mi Xian's body as he continued to say, "You asked for this, Ji Ying. You have to suffer the consequences of your actions." "It's too early to tell who would suffer the consequences," Ji Ying said indifferently. As the first true disciple of Ji Yu, the heavenly emperor of the given heaven, he was naturally not easily intimidated. Even if his opponent was truly a 9-star god of war, he remained confident. Moreover, based on his opponent's reaction earlier, it was likely that his opponent was not even a 9-star god of war. Hence, he thought it was likely that his opponent was only a top of 8-star god of war or had only just recently become a 9-star god of war. Moreover, the strongest powerhouse in the 9 Serenities battlefield were 9-star gods of war like him. Gods were prohibited from entering. For all these reasons, he was unafraid of his opponent. Mi Xian scoffed as his eyes shone with killing intent. At this moment, a figure that resembled him, or rather Tang Sanpao, appeared. The clone had red eyes unlike Mi Xian. Based on the pair of red eyes, it was obvious the clone was the undead doppelganger from the Law of Death. Swoosh! Ji Ying made a move as well. In just an instant, he shone with a green light. Like a gust of wind, he easily dodged Mi Xian's clone. Swoosh! 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 As Ji Ying dodged Mi Xian's preemptive attack, he attacked at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, countless wind sabers appeared and swept toward Mi Xian like a tsunami. At the same time, the high-ranking members of the given alliance looked at the men from the Title Temple. Then one of them explained, "Gentlemen, don't worry. Our leader won't hurt Lord Mi Xian. He's only testing Lord Mi Xian's strength." In fact, the explanation was unnecessary. Even when the wind sabers swept toward Mi Xian, their faces remained expressionless. It was obvious they were not worried at all. These men were not familiar with Mi Xian at all. They had only followed him here because of Wu Hongqing's orders. As 8-star gods of war, they naturally would not easily acknowledge someone whom they were familiar with. Hence, they were secretly thrilled by this chance to observe Mi Xian's strength. One of the 8-star gods of war from the Title Temple said with a sigh, "I've long heard the first true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the given heaven is a 9-star god of war. It's not a waste of my time coming here since I'm able to witness his strength." Another one of the 8-star gods of war nodded. "You're right." The group of 8-star gods of war discussed in low voices as they watched the fight before them. None of them was worried about Mi Xian's safety at all. Since none of them was present during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, they did not recognize him at all. On the other hand, the members of the given alliance were shocked by the group of 8-star gods of war's lackadaisical attitudes. Back in the sky above the valley in the given alliance base, Mi Xian easily deflected the wind sabers before he vanished into thin air. When he reappeared again, it was clear he was not injured by the wind sabers at all. Then he said indifferently, "Is this the extent of your strength?" Ji Ying's expression changed slightly. Although he did not attack with his full might, he did not hold back much of his strength as well. With this, he finally realized Mi Xian was indeed a 9-star god of war. He cursed inwardly at Mi Xian for being so misleading with his words earlier. Ji Ying attacked once again. This time, he did not hold back and attacked with all his strength. He was determined to end the fight in a draw at least. Otherwise, it would be too embarrassing if he was defeated. After all, he was the one who had challenged Mi Xian first. "I'm going to defeat you with just a strike," Mi Xian said indifferently. Ji Ying and the other high-ranking members of the Given Heaven were shocked by Mi Xian's bold claim. After all, even if Mi Xian was a 9-star god of war, it would be difficult for him to defeat Ji Ying, who was also a 9-star god of war. "Presumptuous!" Ji Ying roared. Green energy surged, stirring up a gust of violent wind. At this moment, he looked like the god of wind who could destroy heaven and earth with just a wave of his hand. "You'll see soon enough if I'm being presumptuous or not," Mi Xian said indifferently. As soon as Mi Xian's voice fell, a streak of light shot out from his glabella. It looked like a meteor as it flew across the sky. In just a blink of an eye, it was only a few inches away from Ji Ying. Ji Ying's celestial origin energy that had been imbued with the law of wind was helpless against Mi Xian's attack. "A soul attack?" The spectator gasped in shock. After all, even among their peers, there were not many who mastered soul attacks since it was difficult to master. Hence, they were shocked when they saw Mi Xian casting a soul attack. Nevertheless, it still won't be easy for him to defeat a 9-star god of war with soul attacks alone, right? Although soul attacks were powerful, it was impossible for them to defeat someone who had the same cultivation base as the caster unless one used a soul-type divine artifact as well. A soul attack? Ji Ying scoffed. In fact, Mi Xian was highly skilled in soul attacks. Moreover, he also possessed a soul-type divine artifact. On the other hand, although Ji Ying was slightly skilled in soul attacks, he only used them to launch sneak attacks. He preferred to attack with his celestial origin energy and the law he had comprehended. At this moment, Ji Ying's mocking smile suddenly froze on his face. When Mi Xian's soul attack was only a hair's breadth away, he tried to dodge. He discovered that his attacks only managed to reduce half the force of Mi Xian's attack. Mi Xian's attack landed on him just as he was about to make his move. Following that, he felt as though his brain was growing heavier and heavier. He also found it hard to focus. Boom! A loud commotion rang in the air, causing the group of spectators to look in the direction of the commotion. They were shocked when they saw Mi Xian's clone sending Ji Ying flying with just a punch. After being hit, the green energy that shrouded Ji Ying vanished immediately. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he tried to stabilize his footing. Traces of fear could be seen on his pale face when he looked at Mi Xian again. "Who are you exactly?" Ji Ying did not think anyone could be so highly skilled in soul attacks without using soul-type divine artifacts. Naturally, Ji Ying was unaware that his opponent was a member of the Phantom clan from the land of the dead. Most importantly, he was unaware that his opponent was a king of gods who had sealed his sue. At the same time, the spectators looked at Mi Xian in shock. None of them had expected this outcome. The 8-star gods of war from the Tidal Temple sighed in relief inwardly. Fortunately, none of them tried to challenge Mi Xian when they still doubted his strength. Otherwise, they would have suffered terribly. After all, even Ji Ying, the first true disciple of Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the Given Heaven, was easily defeated despite being a 9-star god of war. Most of them could also tell that Mi Xian had been holding back earlier. If he did not hold back, just a punch from his clone could have killed Ji Ying. Ji Ying, who looked miserable at this moment, asked grimly, "Who are you?" Ji Ying did not expect the Tidal Temple would send such a formidable 9-star god of war. His opponent's soul attack was so powerful that it seemed impossible coming from someone who had yet to attain godhood. Hence, it was impossible for a 9-star god of war to deflect such an attack with a soul defense divine artifact. Mixed feelings rose in his heart at this moment. It was a good thing that the Tidal Temple sent someone so strong to assist his search for Duan Ling Tian. But he felt uneasy with the strength and dominance Mi Xian had displayed. It seemed like he had forgotten that he had challenged Mi Xian first at this moment. I'm someone you can't afford to offend, Mi Xian replied brusquely. Although Jiying was infuriated with Mi Xian's reply, there was nothing he could say to refute those words. He truly could not afford to offend someone who could easily kill him. Moreover, Mi Xian, who was from the Tidal Temple, was unlike those people who feared him since he was the first true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the given heaven. Meanwhile, fear could be seen in the eyes of the high-ranking members of the given alliance and the 8-star gods of war from the Tidal Temple when they looked at Mi Xian. In this world where the strong were revered, they were instantly convinced by Mi Xian's strength and no longer had any reluctance about obeying Mi Xian's orders. Mi Xian glanced at Jiying and asked, "Is there any news about Duanling Tian?" After Jiying regained his senses, he shook his head. "After Duanling Tian killed my junior brother, the Heavenly Tao Alliance disbanded immediately. Ever since then, there has been no news of Duanling Tian. We managed to capture a few former members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance, but none of them revealed anything about Duanling Tian's whereabouts even though we tortured them to death." Jiying clenched his hands tightly and his body trembled slightly when he mentioned his junior brother whom he treated like his biological brother. "Were there any high-ranking members from the Heavenly Tao Alliance among those you captured?" Mi Xian asked. No, Jiying shook his head. "We only managed to capture those few people because they were openly bragging about witnessing the battle between Duanling Tian and my brother. All of them were only ordinary members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance." After the Heavenly Tao Alliance disbanded, all the members had gone their separate ways. Those who were smart naturally did not dare to disclose the fact that they were formerly members of the Heavenly Tao Alliance. It was unfortunate that there were fools who thought they would get away with bragging about this matter. Mi Xian said in a low voice, "Although I loathe to admit it, Duanling Tian's innate talent and comprehension skills are truly remarkable. He achieved so much before even reaching 700 years old. If he becomes a 9-star god of war, I'm afraid you won't be a match for him at all." "He won't be a match for me if he only recently became a 9-star god of war," Jiying said indignantly, feeling underestimated by Mi Xian. Mi Xian only glanced at Jiying and did not respond to those words. Instead, he changed the topic and said, "Arrange for a quiet and remote place for me to stay in." Duanling Tian was still unaware that Mi Xian had possessed Tang San Pao, let alone the fact that Mi Xian had sealed his soul and entered the 9 Serenities battlefield. He was fully immersed in cultivating and comprehending the law of space and 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth in the North Profound Alliance base. Due to the heaven and earth spirit energy from the remnant of a realm of gods in his little world, his cultivation environment was the best. With that, he improved tremendously while he cultivated, uninterrupted, in the North Profound Alliance base. Time continued to pass. The members of the North Profound Alliance who had been hoping for Duanling Tian, their new Supreme Guardian, to help them to eliminate the other major alliances in the Second Northern region had also given up on the idea. It seemed to them that their Supreme Guardian was rather passive, so they did not hold much hope of him making a move. Alas, the peaceful days in the North Profound Alliance did not last long. The peace was first broken by a loud cry from the entrance of the base. Following that, many members began to rush into the base in a panic. "The members of the Mount He Alliance are here." Vice Leader Chi Kuan of the Mount He Alliance brought many of the Guardians here as well. An ominous feeling rose in the hearts of the members of the North Profound Alliance as chaos and panic ensued. In just a short moment, their alliance was faced with an unprecedented crisis. Leader Shimin Jiangcheng led his men to attack the eastern entrance. Leader Yuan Fu of the Mount He Alliance is at the southern entrance. Vice Leader Tai Ming of the Autumn Cloud Mountain and his men are at the northern entrance. Report after report came in, causing the members of the North Profound Alliance to panic. What to do? What to do? The Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance came to eliminate us. Why didn't our Supreme Guardian and leader eliminate them earlier? I shouldn't have returned to the base. I only returned to the base yesterday after being away for a few months. How unlucky. Do you think the Mount He Alliance or the Autumn Cloud Alliance will accept us if we jump ship? Do you think they'll accept traitors? The 9 Serenities battlefield is different. Everyone wants to join a strong alliance after all. It's normal to jump ship. The leaders and vice leaders from the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance led their men in and attacked the North Profound Alliance, leaving a river of blood in their wake. The members were brutally killed. They disregarded all pleas for mercy. At this moment Luo Yiming appeared. His expression was twisted by anger as he looked at the chaos in the alliance base. Similarly, Luo Feng, who was standing behind Luo Yiming, wore an unsightly expression on his face as well. Shimin Jiangchen, Yuan Fu, what do you think you're doing? As soon as Luo Yiming and Luo Feng appeared, the members of the North Profound Alliance rushed toward the duo's sides. Leader! Vice leader! Swoosh! 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 Soon after, the 11 guardians of the North Profound Alliance, who were 7-star gods of war, appeared one after another as well. Leader, vice leader. The group of guardians stood in a row behind Luo Yiming and Luo Feng, glaring at their opponents fiercely. Despite their fierce expressions, a hint of fear could be seen in the depths of their eyes. Some of them even trembled slightly. This was not surprising considering the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance had joined forces. This was their worst nightmare. When their Supreme Guardian joined them, they were filled with anticipation. They could not wait for him to eliminate the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance. However, when it was clear their Supreme Guardian was not going to take action, they became restless before finally resigning to the fact that their Supreme Guardian was never going to make a move. At that time, they wondered if the other two alliances would be able to put their differences aside and join forces to get rid of the threat that was the North Profound Alliance. Today, they finally received the answer to their question. Luo Yiming, today is the end of the North Profound Alliance. Yuan Fu, the leader of the Mount He Alliance, said as he looked at Luo Yiming mockingly. Shimin Jiangcheng, is this your intention as well? Luo Yiming asked Shimin Jiangcheng, the leader of the Autumn Cloud Alliance. Shimin Jiangcheng remained silent. However, his expression was more than enough to convey his answer. Very well. Luo Yiming was so angry that he could not help but laugh. It seems like both of you are determined to eliminate the North Profound Alliance today. Yuan Fu said indifferently, Luo Yiming, you can only blame yourself for letting another 8-star god of war join your alliance. You should know that would tip the precarious balance between our three alliances. Upon hearing this, the expressions of many members of the North Profound Alliance turned unsightly. Many of them were filled with discontentment and dissatisfaction. It's the Supreme Guardian's fault. That's right. Not only did he not contribute to the alliance, but he even brought disaster to our alliance. Our Supreme Guardian is a waste of space. We shouldn't have let him join us. It was not just the ordinary members of the North Profound Alliance who thought this way, but even the guardians of the North Profound Alliance thought this way as well. Shut up, Luo Yiming roared. The members of the North Profound Alliance were shocked into silence. Luo Yiming looked at the members of the North Profound Alliance coldly as he said, whether the Supreme Guardian is useless or not, or if the Alliance should have accepted him or not, aren't something any of you have the right to comment on. You're free to leave the Alliance if you're unhappy. The Alliance doesn't need people like you. The members of the North Profound Alliance who were complaining earlier lowered their heads. Naturally, they wanted to leave the Alliance now if they were given the chance. However, it was clear that the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance would not let them go even if they left the North Profound Alliance. At this time, they knew their only hope of surviving was Luo Yiming. If he abandoned them, they would definitely die. How stubborn! Yuan Fu, the leader of the Mount He Alliance, scoffed. Then he said disdainfully, Luo Yiming, they're right. Your Supreme Guardian brought this disaster upon your alliance. Why do you still defend your Supreme Guardian at such a time? Where's your Supreme Guardian? Was he frightened into wetting his pants? The people from the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance burst into fits of laughter upon hearing Yuan Fu's words. My lord, you're right. I wonder what an 8-star god of war looks like when he wet his pants. In the end, he's no different from an ordinary person. He's even more pitiful than an ordinary person. The people from the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance looked delighted as they jeered loudly. Yuan Fu, are you that eager to meet our Supreme Guardian? Luo Yiming narrowed his eyes that glinted with a cold light as he looked at Yuan Fu. To be honest, I can't wait to meet him. Yuan Fu nodded. The North Profound Alliance, the Autumn Cloud Alliance, and the Mount He Alliance have been rivals for many years. I should at least meet the catalyst of the North Profound Alliance's downfall, right? What do you think, Leader Shimin? Yuan Fu looked at Shimin Jiangcheng with a smile on his face after he finished speaking. The corners of Shimin Jiangcheng's lips curled up into a derisive smile and his eyes shone with killing intent as he said, "I'd like to meet him as well." Shimin Xianxia was filled with hatred for the Supreme Guardian of the North Profound Alliance whom he had never met before. After all, due to the threat the other party posed, he was forced to lower himself to seek cooperation with the Mount He Alliance. The humiliation he felt made him direct his anger and hate at the Supreme Guardian of the North Profound Alliance. Yuan Fu smiled. "Leader Shimin, just as we agreed upon, he's all yours to deal with." At this time, Luo Feng, who was feeling anxious, sent a voice transmission to Luo Yiming. "Brother, what are you planning? What are you going to do about this?" Luo Feng remembered that Luo Yiming had previously said he wished the Autumn Cloud Alliance and the Mount He Alliance would join forces and attack them. However, Luo Yiming did not explain why. His curiosity had also faded away as time passed. Now that the alliance was faced with a disaster, he could not help but remember that matter again. Before Luo Yiming could respond to Luo Feng, a voice rang in the air. "Who wants to kill me?" Following that, a figure dressed in a long black robe and black cloak wearing a black hat appeared in front of Luo Yiming. Since his face was concealed by the hat, he looked rather mysterious. "Is that our Supreme Guardian?" The members of the North Profound Alliance had only heard descriptions of their Supreme Guardian and had never met him before. "Supreme Guardian." Luo Yiming bowed before he cupped his fists together and greeted Duanling Tian. "I apologize for disturbing your cultivation today." The members of the North Profound Alliance were taken aback by Luo Yiming's respectful attitude. Why is our leader so respectful to the Supreme Guardian? Luo Feng was perplexed by his cousin's behavior as well. He wondered if his cousin's confidence came from their Supreme Guardian alone. However, he thought it was absurd. Even if the Supreme Guardian was the strongest person here and joined forces with his cousin, it would still be difficult for him to defeat 4 8-star gods of war at the same time. After all, Luo Yiming and his strength were only on par with the strength of the leaders of the vice leaders of the two alliances respectively. They were outnumbered. Yuan Fu laughed. "Luo Yiming, do you think by acting this way, we'll be fooled into thinking your Supreme Guardian is stronger than us combined? Let me make this clear to you. The North Profound Alliance is doomed today unless he's a 9-star god of war or a top 8-star god of war like Wu Long, the former second leader of the given alliance, or Duanling Tian, the vice leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The people from the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance who felt slightly uneasy by Duanling Tian's appearance felt relieved upon hearing Yuan Fu's words. Humph. Trying to fool us? How stupid. Our Mount He Alliance's leader saw through your petty trick immediately. It seems like the North Profound Alliance is really afraid of us since they resorted to such petty tricks. The eyes of the people from the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance flashed with killing intent as though they could not wait to kill the people of the North Profound Alliance and wash the North Profound Alliance's base with blood. "You want to kill me?" Duanling Tian asked again as he looked at Shimin Jiangcheng. "Yes. What can you do about it?" Shimin Jiangcheng's eyes flashed coldly as killing intent surged from his body. "Today is the day a rat like you will die." "Is that so?" The black-clad Duanling Tian said indifferently. As soon as his voice fell, he vanished into thin air. "Be careful," Yuan Fu cried out. Shimin Jiangcheng smiled contemptuously when he saw Duanling Tian disappearing into thin air. "I knew you comprehended the law of space, and I expected you to cast the teleportation profundity. Take this." Energy surged out of Shimin Jiangcheng's body instantly. His energy was so powerful that it was like an unstoppable landslide. Even a top 8-star god of war would suffer heavy injuries faced with Shimin Jiangcheng's full-force attack. Alas, Duanling Tian was no ordinary 8-star god of war. He was almost comparable to a 9-star god of war. Moreover, he had also comprehended the Mastery Dao and the Sword Dao, 2 of the 4 Daos of heaven and earth. Mastery Dao. Duanling Tian cast the Space Mastery Dao, easily destroying Shimin Jiangcheng's attack. At the same time, his black cloak shot out like a sword and drew blood. "Leader Shimin." Tai Meng, the vice leader of the Autumn Cloud Alliance, cried out in horror. Xianxia, the leader of the Autumn Cloud Alliance, who was alive just a moment ago and was threatening Duanling Tian, was decapitated. Following that, his remains were crushed into blood mist by the space energy. Silence descended immediately. Swoosh! A gust of cool wind, carrying a blood mist, swept past the people from the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance. A biting chill seeped into their bodies immediately. Xianxia, the leader of the Autumn Cloud Alliance, who was almost as strong as a top 8-star god of war, had died so easily. They could even capture the moment he was killed. This, apart from Luo Yiming, the leader of the North Profound Alliance, who wore a faint smile on his face, the others from the North Profound Alliance, including Luo Feng, the Vice Alliance leader, were dumbfounded. They did not expect their alliance's Supreme Guardian to be so powerful. Those who had doubted the Supreme Guardian earlier felt as though they had been slapped. They felt embarrassed for being proven wrong. On the other hand, the people from the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance looked at each other in despair. Since the Supreme Guardian of the North Profound Alliance had easily killed the leader of the Autumn Cloud Alliance, it was clear the remaining 3 8-star gods of war on their side would not be a match for the Supreme Guardian of the North Profound Alliance. Similarly, Yuan Fu, the leader of the Mount He Alliance, Qi Kuan, the vice leader of the Mount He Alliance, and Tai Ming, the vice leader of the Autumn Cloud Alliance, were overwhelmed by despair. Although they could not see clearly when that black-clad mysterious figure killed Xianxia, the aura the figure emitted at that time was enough to send chills running up their spines. They were deeply aware that they were no match for that mysterious figure at all. "Leader, what should we do now?" Qi Kuan asked Yuan Fu through voice transmission. At this moment, he deeply regretted coming to the North Profound Alliance. He seemed to have forgotten that he had been strongly in favor of attacking the North Profound Alliance previously. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Yuan Fu, who had been domineering, offensive, and arrogant earlier, cupped his fists together at Duanling Tian before he said in a very respectful tone, Lord Li Feng, our target is the North Profound Alliance, not you. If you're willing to stand aside and not intervene after the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance destroy the North Profound Alliance, we'll give you all the treasures we find in the North Profound Alliance. You can consider it as our meeting gift to you. Not only did Yuan Fu humble himself, but he even tried to bribe Duanling Tian with the North Profound Alliance's treasures. Yuan Fu really regretted his decision. If he knew then what he knew now, he would never agree to join forces with the Autumn Cloud Alliance to attack the North Profound Alliance, even if the Autumn Cloud Alliance put a knife to his neck to force him to agree. The Supreme Guardian of the North Profound Alliance alone could eliminate both the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance alone with the help of the 2 8-star gods of war in the North Profound Alliance. Meanwhile, the expressions of the people from the North Profound Alliance changed immediately upon hearing Yuan Fu's words. They looked at Duanling Tian nervously, worried that he would be moved by Yuan Fu's proposition. Only Luo Yiming and Luo Feng, who had spent some time with Duanling Tian, knew that Duanling Tian would not be moved by Yuan Fu's words. Moreover, the duo knew there was nothing in their alliance that would catch the eye of someone like Duanling Tian. Nevertheless, Luo Yiming thought he should step forward and announce that the treasures from the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance would be given to Duanling Tian once the 2 alliances were eliminated. However, before he could speak, swoosh, the black cloak shot out again like the Grim Reaper's scythe, decapitating Yuan Fu before he could even react. Blood mist exploded in the air again as Yuan Fu followed in the footsteps of Xianxia. Leader. Qi Kuan's expression changed drastically as he plunged into despair. If this were in the past, he would have celebrated the death of the leader of the Mount He Alliance. After Yuan Fu's death would pave the way for him to become the new leader of the Mount He Alliance. However, currently, he felt that Yuan Fu's death was a precursor to his death. Run. The same thought appeared in Qi Kuan and Tai Ming's minds when they looked at each other. After exchanging a brief voice transmission, the duo fled in opposite directions. Vice Leader. The people from the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance were dumbfounded. They did not expect their vice leaders would abandon them without a second thought. Their expressions changed as they hurriedly mobilized their energy to flee as well. Vice Leader. However, before the people from the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance could flee, they heard 2 distinct muffled noises. Then they saw the two vice leaders falling from the sky, decapitated. Just like that, the 4 8-star gods of war from the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance perished in just a blink of an eye. Everyone from the North Profound Alliance looked at the hooded figure in awe. Even Luo Yiming, the leader of the North Profound Alliance, was no exception. After the Black Cloak flew back to Duan Ling Tian, he looked at Luo Yiming and asked tonelessly, "You should be able to handle the others on your own, right?" "Yes, Supreme Guardian." Luo Yi hurriedly nodded as he said, "Thank you for helping the North Profound Alliance overcome this disaster." "All right." Duan Ling Tian nodded before seemingly vanishing into thin air after casting the teleportation profundity. On the other hand, after witnessing Qi Kuan and Tai Ming's deaths, the people from the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance no longer dared to flee. However, now that the terrifying figure from the North Profound Alliance had left, they began to flee in all directions. Alas, they were running like a flock of headless chickens now that they had lost their leaders. The members of the North Profound Alliance who were led by their leaders were greatly invigorated. Moreover, their spirits were greatly boosted after witnessing their Supreme Guardian's strength. As such, the members of the other two alliances did not stand a chance at all. In the end, all of them perished. Now that the disaster had been averted, Luo Yiming hovered in the air as he said, "I'm planning to give everything we gained today to the Supreme Guardian. Any objections?" Although Luo Yiming knew that Duan Ling Tian would not be interested in the treasures from the other two alliances, he thought he still had to offer them to Duan Ling Tian. After all, it was very different to offer up the treasures and was refused by Duan Ling Tian in comparison to not offering the treasures to Duan Ling Tian. No, Luo Feng shook his head. He was the first to respond. Needless to say, the others from the North Profound Alliance did not have any objections as well. "No. Leader, we would have died if it were not for the Supreme Guardian. It's only right that the treasures are given to him." Everyone was in high spirits. The Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance had brought the bulk of their forces here. The remaining members back in their bases were no threat to the North Profound Alliance at all. Moreover, after learning about the events here, it was likely that they would disband on their own initiative. Just like that, the North Profound Alliance was now the strongest alliance in the Second Northern Region. The members of the North Profound Alliance could stop discussing the event that happened. "You think our Supreme Guardian is a top 8-star god of war? If you ask me, it'd take someone much stronger than a top 8-star god of war to turn the tides today. Don't forget that Shimin Jiangchun and Yuan Fu were already almost as strong as a top 8-star god of war. In any case, our Supreme Guardian is definitely one of the strongest 8-star gods of war. He's not inferior to Wu Long, the former second leader of the Alliance, and Duan Ling Tian, the vice leader of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, who mysteriously vanished." "I agree." Duan Ling Tian was unaware that the members of the North Profound Alliance were now filled with only admiration for him. He had been completely immersed in his cultivation earlier and was interrupted by Luo Yiming's message. He decided to make a move since he knew if he did not act, the North Profound Alliance would definitely be wiped out today. At that time, he would have to find another alliance to join again. Apart from this, he had also promised to help Luo Yiming. Duan Ling Tian did not waste time and returned to his cultivation as soon as he arrived at his cultivation ground. This was because his celestial origin energy was on the brink of developing traces of divine energy. At that time, he would become a 9-star god of war. With such strength, he would be able to roam the 9 Serenities battlefield fearlessly. Whether it was the given alliances Ji Ying or those from the Title Temple, there was no need for him to fear them at all so long as they were not gods. It seems like the heaven and earth spirit energy from the remnant of a realm of gods in my little world sped up the transformation of my celestial origin energy. What a pleasant surprise! Duan Ling Tian cultivated even harder than before now that his celestial origin energy was close to gaining attributes of the divine energy. This was an important milestone before attaining godhood. Once he had traces of divine energy in his celestial origin energy, he would be known as an imminent god. The Second Northern Region was not the strongest in the Northern Region of the 9 Serenities battlefield. After all, it was merely one of the many regions in the Northern Region. However, recently, the Second Northern Region had risen in fame due to the tripartite confrontation between its 3 strongest alliances. One of the alliances, the North Profound Alliance, had single-handedly eliminated the other two alliances, the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance. Following that, the North Profound Alliance became the strongest alliance in the Second Northern Region. Although there were many regions in the north of the Nine Serenities battlefield that were dominated by only one alliance, most of these alliances were stronger than their competitions when they were founded, giving them a head start. In regions where there were multiple alliances of the same strength, it was a rare occurrence for the balance to break and for one alliance to wipe out the other alliances that had joined forces. When news of what happened spread, many people were confused and skeptical. However, as details of what happened began spreading as well, they realized what seemed to be impossible was true. Similar to the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance, I thought the North Profound Alliance only has 2 8-star gods of war. If the two alliances joined forces, it meant that there were 4 8-star gods of war fighting 2 8-star gods of war from the North Profound Alliance. It should be easy for the two alliances to deal with the North Profound Alliance, right? How did the two alliances end up getting wiped out?
Didn't you hear? The reason the North Profound Alliance managed to destroy the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance is due to their new Supreme Guardian. The Supreme Guardian had just joined the North Profound Alliance not too long ago. It said that he killed the leaders and the vice leaders of the Autumn Cloud and the Mount He Alliance with a strike each. I heard the two vice leaders of the two alliances were trying to flee before they were killed. This news shocked the northern region of the Nine Serenities battlefield. What was more shocking to them was that the Supreme Guardian was just an 8-star god of war, not a 9-star god of war.
After all, the leaders of the Mount He Alliance and the Autumn Cloud Alliance were not unknown in the northern region. The duo was almost as strong as an 8-star god of war. How strong must one be to be able to kill the duo with just a strike each? Even a top 8-star god of war wouldn't be capable of such a feat, right?
Is it possible that the Supreme Guardian of the North Profound Alliance is a 9-star god of war?
Things would certainly make sense if he's a 9-star god of war. However, I heard that he's not a 9-star god of war. Moreover, why would a 9-star god of war stay in the north? They'd be able to hold their own in the central region, after all. The only 8-star gods of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield who might be capable of such a feat are the former and current strongest 8-star god of war, right? That's right.
The Supreme Guardian of the North Profound Alliance is comparable to the former second leader of the given alliance and the former vice leader of the now-defunct Heavenly Tao Alliance who had mysteriously vanished. Do you know the name of the Supreme Guardian of the North Profound Alliance?
I heard he's called Li Feng. It did not take long before the name Li Feng became famous in the north of the Nine Serenities battlefield. Those who were not in closed-door cultivation had all heard of this name. As time passed, the news spread to the other regions in the Nine Serenities battlefield.
After 6 months had passed, the news of Supreme Guardian Li Feng of the North Profound Alliance killing 4 8-star gods of war finally reached the given alliance.
Over the past 6 months, a cloud of gloom loomed over the given alliance base. The entire alliance was only focused on one thing: searching for the whereabouts of Duan Ling Tian, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Those who had any clues regarding his whereabouts would be handsomely rewarded. About 6 months ago, after the Tidal Temple sent a group of men to the given alliance, the Tidal Temple sent another 9-star god of war to the alliance as well.
The 9-star god of war was Yu Chao Kun, the temple master of the Tidal Temple branch in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. He was a middle-aged man with a medium build and a harmless and ordinary appearance. He was Wu Hongqing's junior brother. They had grown up together in the Tidal Temple. For this reason, the duo had a very good relationship. As time passed, Wu Hongqing surpassed him and became a king of gods while he was stuck being an imminent god, unable to break through and attain godhood. Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Tidal Temple, had sent Yu Chao Kun to assist Mi Xian since the duo had a close relationship. Moreover, Mi Xian, who had possessed Tang San Pao now, had a rather strange status in the Tidal Temple. After all, Mi Xian had possessed the young master of the Tidal Temple. Although Yu Chao Kun stayed near Mi Xian in the given alliance base, today was only his second time meeting Mi Xian. They had met for the first time when he had greeted Mi Xian after arriving at the given alliance base. He had heard from Wu Hongqing previously that Tang San Pao was no longer Tang San Pao despite his appearance. He found out that Tang Sanpao had been possessed by the former clan leader of the Phantom Clan in the land of the dead, who was a king of gods. For this reason, despite being a 9-star god of war, he was very humble and respectful to Mi Xian, who was a king of gods. Even if Mi Xian could not kill him in the 9 Serenities battlefield due to the restrictions on his strength, he knew Mi Xian could easily kill him outside of the 9 Serenities battlefield. Lord Mi Xian, Yu Chao-kun called out. What's the matter? Mi Xian glanced at Yu Chao-kun disinterestedly. He clearly thought Yu Chao-kun was beneath him. 9-star gods of war were just like ants in his eyes, after all. Yu Chao-kun did not waste time and began to say, Lord Mi Xian, we received news that the North Profound Alliance recently gained a supreme guardian called Li Feng. Although he's just an 8-star god of war, he managed to kill 4 8-star gods of war with just a strike each. So what? Get to the point, Mi Xian said impatiently. Even a 9-star god of war was not worthy of his time, let alone an 8-star god of war. Yu Chao-kun naturally did not take offense. He patiently explained, Lord Mi Xian, it's said that Li Feng wears a long black robe and a black cloak. He also wears a hat all the time. Based on all this, it seems like he's trying to hide his identity. Most importantly, it's said that he comprehends the law of space. Mi Xian finally reacted after listening to the latter parts of Yu Chao-kun's words. His eyes widened in surprise as he asked with a hint of excitement, You're saying Li Feng could be Duan Ling Tian? Mi Xian was not stupid. Otherwise, how could he have been elected as the clan leader of the Phantom Clan in the past? It was easy for him to figure the implications of Yu Chao-kun's words. That's right. Yao Chao-kun nodded. Mi Xian asked, Is Ji Ying aware of this? Yes. Yu Chao-kun nodded again. He was the one who asked me to convey this information to you. Ever since Mi Xian defeated Ji Ying did not look for Mi Xian at all. Whenever he obtained clues, he would not speak to Mi Xian. Instead, he would send someone to speak to Mi Xian. It was obvious that he was unwilling to see Mi Xian. Mi Xian sneered as his eyes flashed coldly. Who does he think he is? How dare he send someone to inform me about this matter instead of personally informing me? Following that, Mi Xian vanished in just a blink of an eye. Yu Chao-sun was surprised when he saw the direction Mi Xian was flying toward. He muttered to himself, confused, He's not going north. Instead of flying north, Mi Xian had flown southeast. After a brief moment, realization dawned on Yu Chao-sun. The direction where Mi Xian had flown was the cultivation ground of Ji Ying, the leader of the Given Alliance. Is Lord Mi Xian going to look for trouble with Ji Ying? Yu Chao-kun was taken aback. Then he hurriedly chased after Mi Xian. However, just when he arrived, he saw Mi Xian leaving again. This time, Mi Xian was heading north. At this time, Ji Ying stood rooted to the ground. He held his shoulder, which seemed to be dislocated. A trace of blood could be seen at the corner of his lips as well. Leader Ji Ying, Yu Chao-kun was stunned. Did Mi Xian injure Ji Ying just because Ji Ying did not speak to Mi Xian personally? Ji Ying sneered as he looked at Yu Chao-kun frostily. The people from the Title Temple are truly petty. Previously, when he hurt me, I let the matter go since I was the one who provoked him first. However, this time he injured me for no reason. I won't stand for this. I'll be asking my master to seek an explanation from the Title Temple. The more Ji Ying said, the angrier he became. He had assumed Yu Chao-kun would apologize on behalf of Mi Xian and ask him to make a big fuss out of this matter. Contrary to Ji Ying's expectations, Yu Chao-kun nodded and said perfunctorily, I agree with you, Leader Ji Ying. I've always lived by the saying, justice above relations. Despite his words, Yu Chao-kun snickered inwardly. What can the heavenly emperor of the Given Heaven do? When Yu Chao-sun recalled Wu Hongqing's words to him before he came to the 9 Serenities battlefield, he would remind himself to be cautious when dealing with Mi Xian. Mi Xian was originally a king of gods. His physical strength had been reduced to that of a 9-star god of war after he possessed Tang Sanpao, since Tang Sanpao's celestial origin energy had only begun to develop traces of the divine energy. Nevertheless, his soul attacks were still those of a king of gods. He might not be able to cast his soul attacks in the 9 Serenities battlefield to the restrictions, but after leaving the 9 Serenities battlefield, he would no longer be restricted. Moreover, his soul attacks were that of an intermediate king of gods, not an ordinary king of gods,
which meant ordinary kings of gods would not be able to withstand his soul attacks. Although Jiyu, the heavenly emperor of the given heaven, had already attained godhood, it was unlikely that he was a king of gods. Hence, Yu Chaokun felt like he had heard a joke when he heard Ji Ying's words. Would the heavenly emperor of the given heaven be a match for Mi Xian? Ji Ying could tell Yu Chaokun was mocking, caused him to grow even more furious. His face flushed with anger as he said, "I'll inform my master about this matter immediately." "Suit yourself." Yu Chaokun shrugged. He rolled his eyes at Ji Ying before he left. He thought Ji Ying was a fool and thought too highly of himself and his master. If only he knew his master would even have to bow to Mi Xian. "I hope Lord Mi Xian will find his target at the Second Northern Region's North Profound Alliance. If the North Profound Alliance's supreme guardian is Duanling Tian, I'll be able to leave this place soon." Although the Nine Serenities battlefield was a good place to train for 9-star gods of war and help them begin the process of attaining godhood, these only applied to ordinary 9-star gods of war. Yu Chaokun, who had long become a 9-star god of war, was definitely not one of them. Not only would he not benefit from staying here, but it also hindered his progress in attaining godhood. Moreover, he had spent a long time in the Nine Serenities battlefield in the past to train, and as a result had grown sick of the place. Hence, he just wanted to leave as soon as possible. If it were not for his old friend, Wu Hongqing, asking for help, he would not have stepped foot into the Nine Serenities battlefield ever again. After Yu Chaokun left, Ji Ying's mood worsened. He said indignantly to one of his men, "You, leave the Nine Serenities battlefield and inform my master of this matter. Tell him to head to the Title Temple to demand an apology." Initially, Ji Ying did not plan to inform his master about this matter. He only wanted to threaten Yu Chaokun. However, Yu Chaokun's reaction only further fueled his anger. Hence, he decided to make good on his threat. Since Ji Ying had exchanged soul pearls with his master, it was easy for them to contact each other. Ji Ying had given his man his soul pearl to contact his master after leaving the Nine Serenities battlefield, so it did not take long before Ji Yu, the heavenly emperor of the given heaven, learned about the matter. Mi Xian. Ji Yu frowned upon hearing his true disciple's message. Initially, he had thought that there was finally good news. Ji Yu was familiar with his first true disciple's attitude. Usually, his disciple would not share his burdens and would rather shoulder them alone. Since his disciple had reached out to him, the matter must be of great importance to his disciple. Inger is almost close to attaining godhood. It'll be bad if this matter causes a knot to form in his heart and impede his progress. With this thought in mind, Ji Yu wasted no time and left for the Title Temple branch in the given heaven immediately. As the heavenly emperor of the given heaven, it was naturally easy for him to travel to the main Title Temple through the transportation formation in the given heaven's Title Temple. As soon as Ji Yu saw Wu Hongqing, he could barely suppress his anger as he recounted what had happened to Wu Hongqing. After that, he asked, "Temple Master Wu, tell me how you're going to resolve this. Your Title Temple's Mi Xian has gone overboard. How could he injure my disciple for no reason at all? How dare he disrespect me like this?" Although Ji Yu was furious, he knew he had to restrain his temper. After all, Wu Hongqing was a rudimentary king of gods while he was just an ordinary god. He was no match for Wu Hongqing at all. As for Wu Hongqing, he was not willing to fight Ji Yu unless it was absolutely necessary. After all, Ji Yu had connections in one of the realms of gods as well. "Ji Yu, we can be considered old friends," Wu Hongqing said. "Why don't we do this? For the sake of our friendship, put this matter aside for now. After Mi Xian leaves the Nine Serenities battlefield, I'll send him to the heavenly palace of the given heaven. At that time, the Title Temple won't intervene no matter what you plan to do to him. What do you think?" Ji Yu was naturally unaware that Mi Xian was a member of the Phantom Clan and also a king of god. He only thought Mi Xian was a 9-star god of war from the Title Temple. During his journey here, he had thought it would be difficult to obtain an apology or an explanation from the Title Temple since the Title Temple likely valued a talent like Mi Xian a lot. Hence, he was rather surprised that not only did Wu Hongqing not shield Mi Xian, but Wu Hongqing even suggested sending Mi Xian to the heavenly palace of the given heaven to do with as he pleased. "Temple Master Wu, what are you up to?" Ji Yu frowned. No matter how hard he thought about it, he could not figure out why Wu Hongqing would do such a thing.
Nothing. Wu Hongqing shook his head. Didn't you want to teach me Xian a lesson?
I agreed to your request. Once he leaves the 9 Serenities battlefield, I'll send him to you. You can punish him as you see fit.
What? Don't tell me you need me to tell you what to do as well?
Jiyu scoffed. Temple Master Wu, although I can't figure out your intention, I can tell you that you're wrong if you think I don't dare to punish Mi Xian. If you send him to me, I'll definitely teach him a lesson. I hope you won't go back on your words at that time.
As soon as Jiyu finished speaking, he left in a huff.
Wu Hongqing smiled faintly. What he had done was retreat to advance. When he recalled Jiyu's parting words, he could not help but smile. Jiyu, you're gonna make a fool out of yourself. I don't even want to provoke Mi Xian unless it's absolutely unnecessary. To think that you, a mere advanced god, have the courage to punish Mi Xian.
When Jiyu returned to the heavenly palace of the given heaven, he sent the messenger back to the 9 Serenities battlefield to convey his message to his first true disciple.
Inger, I've spoken to the Title Temple as you requested. Temple Master Wu has promised to send Mi Xian to the heavenly palace of the given heaven after Mi Xian leaves the 9 Serenities battlefield. He has said that I can punish him as I see fit.
At that time, you should return to the heavenly palace as well and watch how I teach him a lesson.
Ji Ying's eyes lit up as soon as he heard his master's message. He was very satisfied with the outcome. Mi Xian, I'll leave this place so I can watch you suffer. Let's see if you're still so arrogant at that time.
Mi Xian was naturally unaware of what happened. Even if he was aware of it, he would not have cared at all. After all, he could easily deal with the heavenly emperor of the given heaven.
At this time, he finally arrived at the second profound region. Then, he grabbed a passerby and asked, "Where's the North Profound Alliance? If you don't know the answer, I'll kill you."
The person Mi Xian grabbed could sense Mi Xian's terrifying aura. Hence, when he heard Mi Xian's words, he hastily said, My lord, I know where it is. I'll lead you there."
Currently, the North Profound Alliance was the strongest alliance in the Second Northern Region. There was no one in the Second Northern Region who did not know about the alliance after it had grown famous. Accordingly, many people knew where its base was located as well.
"Move." Mi Xian released his grip on the person.
The random person Mi Xian grabbed hurriedly led him to a huge ice mountain before he said nervously, "My lord, the North Profound Alliance base is in there. They dug a huge hole in the mountain and made it their base. See, can I leave now? Get lost." Mi Xian waved his hand impatiently before he flashed toward the entrance of the North Profound Alliance base. Upon seeing this, the person sighed in relief before he fled without looking back. Needless to say, Mi Xian was stopped at the entrance of the North Profound Alliance. One of the guards said to Mi Xian, "State your name and your purpose."
As soon as the guard's voice fell, Mi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. Following that, 2 beams of light shot out of his eyes and swiftly entered through the guard's glabella.
The guard who had just been alive a moment ago fell to the snowy ground lifelessly. The other guard's expressions changed drastically upon seeing this.
The elder sitting at the side was horrified as well. The soul attack was so swift that he could not even react in time to save his subordinate. He quickly sent a message to one of the guardians of the North Profound Alliance. Then he stepped forward and asked, "Who are you?
Why did you kill a member of our alliance without any reason?" At this time, the elder also received a reply from the guardian he had spoken to. "I'm coming." The person who had received the elder's message was Qi Chongyu, the 6th guardian of the North Profound Alliance. He was a handsome young man dressed in a long green robe. When Qi Chongyu received the elder's message, he was in the midst of playing chess with a middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man saw the change in Qi Chongyu's expression, he asked, "What happened, 6th guardian? 4th guardian? Someone killed one of our members at the entrance of our base." Qi Chongyu vanished into thin air as soon as he finished speaking, leaving the shocked middle-aged man behind.
When the middle-aged man regained his senses, he rose to his feet immediately. "Who's so bold as to kill a member of our alliance?"
Following that, the middle-aged man flew toward the entrance of the base with a furious expression on his face. It did not take long for the 2 guardians to arrive at the entrance of the North Profound Alliance base.
6th guardian.
4th guardian. When the Elder and the members of the North Profound Alliance saw the two guardians, relief flooded their hearts immediately. They bowed respectfully to the duo. After all the guardians of the North Profound Alliance were 7-star gods of war. 4th guardian, 6th guardian. He killed our member, the Elder said grimly.
At this time, the two guardians looked at the corpse of the member of the North Profound Alliance. There was no wound on the corpse at all. However, they saw black streaks in the corpse's lifeless eyes. This was an indication that he had been killed by a soul attack. The duo turned to look at the young man standing nearby.
He's skilled in soul attacks?
Oh, look, another two have arrived. Xian grinned. Where's your supreme guardian?
Who the hell are you? Why did you kill our member? Xianxia asked with a dark expression on his face, ignoring Xian's question. Qiu Fu, the 4th guardian of the North Profound Alliance, glared at Xian with obvious killing intent as he said in a deep voice, I'll bury you here to accompany our member. Xian scoffed before he struck with his palm. Bang! A wave of raging energy swept out toward Qiu Fu and exploded. Just like that, he was blown to pieces, leaving only a bloody mist lingering in the air. Upon seeing this, Xianxia and the others felt chills running up their spines. They could feel their hearts pounding against their chest violently. The young man in front of them had killed a 7-star god of war with just a palm strike. The only ones in the North Profound Alliance capable of such a feat were their leader, vice leader, and elusive supreme guardian. Where's your supreme guardian? Xian asked again. His eyes shone with killing intent as he swept his gaze across the members of the North Profound Alliance. I'll lead you there, one of the members said in a trembling voice. He could not withstand the pressure and fear that threatened to crush him. Upon hearing these words, the expressions on the faces of the other members of the North Profound Alliance changed drastically. This was akin to betraying the Supreme Guardian and the North Profound Alliance. Very good. Xian nodded in satisfaction. Then he raised his head and waved his hand. Boom! 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 As the sound of explosions rang in the air, the blood mist grew heavier. Apart from the North Profound Alliance who said he would lead Xian to Duanling Tian, the others, including Xianxia, were killed. The surviving member of the North Profound Alliance was dumbstruck as he watched his comrades die. When he regained his senses, his legs gave way and he fell to the ground that was stained with blood. Xian looked at him in disgust before he said with a frown, Lead the way. Why yes, my lord. The North Profound Alliance member trembled as he struggled to his feet. He was so frightened that he did not even dare to breathe loudly, afraid of ending up like his comrades. Everyone knows our Supreme Guardian is powerful, but he dares to act in this manner. Is he a 9-star god of war? The member of the North Profound Alliance speculated inwardly as he led Xian to Duanling Tian's cultivation ground. This thought frightened him so much that he stumbled. After all, everyone in the North region and at least half of the 9 Serenities battlefield knew about their Supreme Guardian. For this man to challenge the Supreme Guardian, he had to be a fool or a 9-star god of war. In his opinion, the man did not look like a fool, so there was only one possibility left. He was a 9-star god of war. When the North Profound Alliance member led Xian through the base, they did not run into any trouble. During the journey, there were a few people who wanted to stop Xian but were deterred by his voice transmission. His messages to those who wanted to approach them were the same. The man behind me killed the 4th and 6th guardians with just a strike each. He's here to look for our Supreme Guardian. I suspect he's a 9-star god of war. This message was more than enough to stop the others from approaching. With that, some of the members reported the matter to the leader and the vice leader of the North Profound Alliance immediately. At this time Xian, who was trailing behind, said with a sneer, You're kind to warn them. Although the North Profound Alliance had sent voice transmission, Xian could see many of the members were about to approach them before they suddenly backed off. How could he not know the person in front of him had warned his comrades off? My lord, the North Profound Alliance member said with a bitter smile on his face. We're just ordinary members. There's no need to involve insignificant people in a fight between experts. After all, it hasn't been easy for us to cultivate to this stage. Don't worry. As long as they don't intervene, I won't act against them, Mi Xian said. If your supreme guardian isn't the one I'm looking for, I'll spare his life as well.
Thank you for showing mercy, Senior, the North Profound Alliance member thanked Mi Xian profusely.
Although no one went to Duanling Tian's cultivation ground, everyone knew where it was. They were naturally unaware that their supreme guardian, Li Feng, who was a top 8-star god of war, was Duanling Tian. At this moment, the North Profound Alliance member suddenly came to a halt. Then, he pointed up ahead and said, "My lord, the Supreme Guardian's cultivation ground is there." "Get lost then," Mi Xian said as he glanced at the North Profound Alliance member indifferently. As soon as Mi Xian's voice fell, the North Profound Alliance member hurriedly fled without looking back.
At the same time, Mi Xian extended his divine consciousness to shroud the entire place. To be safe, he even sent his divine consciousness underground. Since Mi Xian had attacked outside of the North Profound Alliance base, Duanling Tian was unaware of the commotion. He only realized something was amiss when he sensed the divine consciousness that shrouded his cultivation ground.
HM? Who is it? Duanling Tian thought the divine consciousness felt rather familiar, but he could not remember who it belonged to. At this moment, his eyes suddenly widened when he felt the divine consciousness shroud him. He felt exposed as though there was nowhere for him to hide. At the same time, a frosty voice rang in his ears. "Are you Li Feng or Duanling Tian?" Duanling Tian furrowed his brows. He found the voice familiar as well. After a moment, a figure appeared in his mind. Tang San Pao. Duanling Tian flew out of his cultivation ground and saw a familiar figure standing in the air.
It's really him, Duanling Tian thought to himself when he saw Tang San Pao, the young master of the Tidal Temple whom he had met during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses.
Although Tang San Pao might not have approached Duanling Tian with ulterior motives during the Devata Realms Battle of Geniuses, due to Tang San Pao's identity, it was destined that the duo would be like two parallel lines that would never intersect.
Moreover, once the Tidal Temple joined forces with the Phantom Clan to possess Duanling Tian, he knew the Tidal Temple could only be his enemy. As the young master of the Tidal Temple, Tang San Pao would only be his enemy as well. After the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses, Duanling Tian had never seen Tang San Pao again. He did expect that he would see Tang San Pao again in the Nine Serenities battlefield.
Swoosh! Duanling Tian did not bother disguising himself since he knew Tang San Pao's divine consciousness had already discovered his true identity. He could tell from the way Tang San Pao made his entrance that Tang San Pao did not come for a friendly chat. There was a possibility that his whereabouts had been exposed to the Tidal Temple now that Tang San Pao found him.
Tang San Pao, Duanling Tian looked at Tang San Pao calmly as he said, "Did you come alone?
Aren't you afraid I'd kill you? The Tidal Temple and I are enemies, after all." A hint of killing intent flashed in Duanling Tian's eyes after he finished speaking. Tang San Pao. Tang San Pao was momentarily confused by this form of address. Then, he shook his head and thought to himself, "Who knew you know the owner of this body? Duanling Tian."
Tang San Pao is long gone.
Duanling Tian's eyes widened upon hearing these words. He was slightly confused. If the person in front of him was not Tang San Pao, then why did the divine consciousness that probed him earlier feel so familiar? Then, realization dawned on him before he said, You're Mi Xian." Duanling Tian finally realized the divine consciousness had felt so familiar because it belonged to Mi Xian, the king of gods from the Phantom Clan. He did not make the connection immediately because the divine consciousness he had sensed earlier was not as strong as before. Now that he discovered Tang San Pao's body being possessed by Mi Xian, he naturally knew the reason why the divine consciousness seemed weaker. After all, they were in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Gods were prohibited from entering the Nine Serenities battlefield, so for Mi Xian to come here, he would have to restrain his strength. "I didn't expect Mi Xian to possess Tang San Pao."
"I have to admit you're quite smart," Mi Xian said tonelessly as he stared at Duanling Tian with his flashing with killing intent.
"I'm not surprised you're able to come to this place using Tang San Pao's body. Nevertheless, your soul should still be strong for you to come to this place, right?" Duanling Tian was slightly confused. He could sense through the divine consciousness earlier that Mi Xian's soul was only that of a 10 Directions celestial emperor. Although he had his own speculation, he wanted to verify it. Mi Xian scoffed. The Phantom Clan members are souls to begin with. Naturally, we have ways to suppress our strength. As expected, Mi Xian had used his clan's technique to suppress his soul to that of a 10 Directions celestial emperor so that he would be able to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. He would not have access to his true strength here since he would be killed by the restriction in the 9 Serenities battlefield if he displayed strength stronger than a 10 Directions celestial emperor. Needless to say, he was not the first nor was he the last to do such a thing to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. The 9 Serenities battlefield was formed from the collision of two realms of gods. The energy it contained was beyond most people's imaginations. Even gods were helpless against it, let alone celestials. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. The sound of wind whistling rang in the air as numerous figures arrived one after another near Duanling Tian and Mi Xian. They surrounded the duo from afar as they watched what was happening. Among these people were Luo Yiming and Luo Feng, the leader and the vice leader of the North Profound Alliance respectively. The people from the North Profound Alliance looked at Duanling Tian confusion now that he had removed his hat, revealing his face. Our Supreme Guardian is so young, Luo Feng said in surprise. Luo Yiming nodded. I didn't expect this as well. The others were also surprised when they saw the appearance of their Supreme Guardian. Is he the one who came looking for trouble with our Supreme Guardian and killed two of our guardians? When Luo Yiming and Luo Feng shifted their eyes from Duanling Tian to the person standing across from Duanling Tian, their eyes shone with fury and wariness. Despite their anger, they did not dare to act recklessly since they knew the other party was not simple. After all, would someone who confidently came to look for trouble with their Supreme Guardian be simple? Duanling Tian, your performance in the 9 Serenities battlefield has been astonishing. If I'm not mistaken, you're now the strongest 8-star god of war. You must feel really proud of yourself, Mi Xian said mockingly. He was not in a rush to make his move. After all, he was certain that Duanling Tian would not be able to escape from them today. Duanling Tian? Upon hearing Mi Xian's words, the members of the North Profound Alliance were shocked. After all, they had known Duanling Tian as Li Feng. Duanling Tian? He's the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven and the former vice leader of the disbanded Heavenly Dao Alliance, right? The one who killed Wu Long, the second leader of the Given Alliance. So our Supreme Guardian is Duanling Tian? Li Feng must be an alias. It makes sense. Duanling Tian comprehended the law of space, and our Supreme Guardian comprehended the law of space as well. It took the members of the North Profound Alliance a long time to recover from their shock after learning that their Supreme Guardian Li Feng was in fact Duanling Tian, who was famous in the 9 Serenities battlefield. No wonder he's so powerful. Previously, many people said he's comparable to the late Wulong and Duanling Tian. As it turns out, he's Duanling Tian. I really didn't expect our Supreme Guardian to be Duanling Tian. While the members of the North Profound Alliance, guardians, elders, and members alike, were fervently discussing this matter, Luo Yiming and Luo Feng were in a daze. At the same time, Duanling Tian remained unaffected by Mi Xian's provocations. He said, Mi Xian, you're not a king of gods now. Moreover, you're suppressing the strength of your soul. Aren't you afraid I'll kill you now that you've shown yourself? King of gods? Once again, the members of the North Profound Alliance were shocked. Needless to say, there were some who did not know what this meant. At this moment, Luo Yiming and Luo Feng's expressions had changed drastically. Their eyes were brimming with fear when they looked at Mi Xian again. He's a king of gods? Even rudimentary gods were considered extraordinary in the Devata realms, let alone kings of gods. The North Profound Alliance had a long history in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Hence, Luo Yiming and Luo Feng understood Duanling Tian's words when Duanling Tian said Mi Xian had to suppress his strength in order to come to the 9 Serenities battlefield. There were records in the Alliance that detailed those who suppressed their cultivation bases and souls to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. There were quite a few instances where these people were killed by the 9 Serenities battlefield when they forgot themselves and unleashed their true strength in the 9 Serenities battlefield. This served as a reminder to those gods who came to this place that they could only exert strength comparable to a 9-star god of war. Even if he's only as strong as a 9-star god of war now, our supreme guardian would still have a hard time dealing with him, right? Luo Feng, who was standing next to Luo Yiming, asked.
Perhaps. However, our supreme guardian doesn't seem afraid, Luo Yiming said after he carefully studied Duan Ling Tian's expression.
Meanwhile, Mi Xian sneered upon hearing Duan Ling Tian's words. He said disdainfully, Duan Ling Tian, I would have lived in vain if I needed my strength as a king of gods to kill an 8-star god of war. Do you think I'd come to face you if I didn't have the strength of a 9-star god of war? The words 9-star god of war struck the members of the North Profound Alliance like a lightning bolt. Although they had prepared themselves for this, their hearts could not help but sink upon hearing Mi Xian's confirmation. Although the members of the North Profound Alliance were shocked by their Supreme Guardian's identity, they were not averse to him. After all, he had protected them from the other alliances before. Without him, they would have died. Hence, they were grateful to him and did not want any harm to come to him. 9-star god of war? Duan Ling Tian narrowed his eyes as the corners of his lips curved into a smile. Perfect.
I haven't had a chance to fight since I became a 9-star god of war. You can be my punching bag today, Mi Xian. Mi Xian, remember not to lose your cool and unseal your soul. It'd be disappointing if the 9 Serenities battlefield kills you before I can.
Duan Ling Tian's words shocked the members of the North Profound Alliance. Luo Yiming, the leader of the North Profound Alliance, exclaimed in disbelief. Our Supreme Guardian is now a 9-star god of war? If Duan Ling Tian was truly a 9-star god of war before he was even 700 years old, the odds of him attaining godhood before the age of 1000 were incredibly high. Even in the realms of gods, only young geniuses with prominent backgrounds were capable of such a feat. However, he was just originally from the mundane realm before he ascended to the Devata realms. Luo Yiming had never heard of a person from the mundane realm being a 6-star of war before reaching 1000 years old, let alone one who would attain godhood before the age of 1000. A 9-star god of war? The eyes of the other members of the North Profound Alliance lit up when they looked at Duan Ling Tian. Before they could even recover from the shock of Duan Ling Tian's identity reveal, they were further shocked by the fact that he was now a 9-star god of war. Heavens! I knew it would not take long for our Supreme Guardian to become a 9-star god of war when he killed those 4 8-star gods of war in a matter of seconds, but I didn't think he would be so fast. It's a pity he'll have to leave our North Profound Alliance after this. That's right. It's impossible for him to continue staying in our alliance now that his identity has been exposed. In fact, I think we'll have to disband our alliance as well. Disband our alliance? That can't be true, right? Why not? Have you forgotten that the Heavenly Dao Alliance in the 9th Eastern region disbanded because he killed Wulong? The Heavenly Dao Alliance was implicated because Wulong died at their base. However, the given alliance can't blame us when we were unaware of the Supreme Guardian's identity. Right? Do you think the given alliance will care about a small detail like that?
The members of the North Profound Alliance discussed in hushed voices. They felt a sense of crisis when they thought about the impending disbandment of their alliance. You're now a 9-star god of war? Mi Xian's expression turned grim when he heard Duan Ling Tian's words. Mi Xian's change in expression did not escape Duan Ling Tian's notice. After Mi Xian composed himself, he scoffed and said disdainfully, Duan Ling Tian, even if you've become a 9-star god of war, you're naive if you think you can defeat me. Although I'm unable to exert the full strength of the law I comprehended, it'll still be easy for me to defeat you. As soon as Mi Xian finished speaking, he made a move. The void began to ripple before spatial tears appeared. Following that, 9 sword rays from the cross-dimensional profundity shot out toward Duan Ling Tian. Clearly, he had also comprehended the law of space, one of the 4 supreme laws, like Duan Ling Tian. Since Mi Xian was a demigod, a 9-star god of war, when he cast the profundity from the law of space, it carried traces of the divine energy. Hence, the void tore easily. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 9 sword rays shot out fiercely toward Duan Ling Tian. That 9-star god of war comprehended the law of space as well? The majority of the members of the North Profound Alliance were taken aback. They knew their Supreme Guardian had mastered the law of space and did not expect his opponent, a 9-star god of war, to have mastered the law of space as well. Run! A terrifying energy from Mi Xian's attack swept out. Some of the members who were too slow to react were injured by the backlash immediately. Panic descended as they fled for their lives. Only Luo Yiming and Luo Feng, the leader and vice leader of the North Profound Alliance respectively, remained unmoved. The law of space? Duanling Tian smiled. Great! I can use this chance to gauge how powerful my law of space has become now that my celestial origin energy carries traces of the divine energy. At this time, 9 spatial tiers appeared above Duanling Tian, as well before 9 sword rays shot out to meet Mi Xian's 9 sword rays. The duo did not cast any fused profundity and only cast the cross-dimensional / profundity. When the duo's attacks collided, they vanished quietly. Generally, when spatial energies of the same level collided, they would quietly disperse without any commotion. Tang Sanpao has also become a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. With his attack, Duanling Tian discovered that Mi Xian's physical body, which belonged to Tang Sanpao, was that of a 10 Directions Celestial Emperor. However, Mi Xian's celestial origin energy that carried traces of the divine energy clearly did not belong to Tang Sanpao. Duanling Tian, I'd like to see how much you've improved, Mi Xian said with a scoff. He vanished into thin air before he reappeared in front of Duanling Tian. Following that, he pushed his hand out. Boom! 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 The void rippled violently as the surroundings began to rage and surge. At the same time, Duanling Tian had also cast his teleportation profundity. He appeared high in the sky as tens of thousands of sword rays formed by the spatial energy around him swept out in unison at the moment Mi Xian pushed his hand out. Swoosh! 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 The sword rays swept out like a tsunami. Some of them suddenly disappeared before they appeared above Mi Xian, while the others continued shooting toward him. Apart from forming sword rays using the spatial energy, Duanling Tian also cast the Space Sword Dao. With this, it was too late for Mi Xian to cast the teleportation profundity. The Space Sword Dao? It's truly extraordinary, Mi Xian said. He did not seem flustered by Duanling Tian's Space Sword Dao. He raised his hands above his head before a terrifying wave of spatial energy surged out. He had used the profundities from the law of space to form a seemingly indestructible barrier above him. Boom! 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 A series of deafening explosions rang in the air as the tens of thousands of sword rays crashed against Mi Xian's barrier like a heavy downpour of rain. In just a few breaths, Mi Xian's barrier began to dim, clearly exhausted by Duanling Tian's attack. Damn it! Mi Xian cursed inwardly as his expression turned unsightly. Duanling Tian isn't my match even if he uses the Space Sword Dao. However, I can fully exert the power of the law of space now since my soul has yet to fully possess this body. I can only exert half of its power, which should be equivalent to the power Duanling Tian is able to exert now. He only managed to gain a slight advantage because of Space Sword Dao. The only way for me to seize the advantage and kill him is to use soul attacks. At the end of Mi Xian's thoughts, a 7-foot spear appeared in Mi Xian's hand. The spear was black, and it glowed with an eerie crimson light. The strength of Duanling Tian's attack seemed to be greatly reduced with the spear's appearance. Moreover, it seemed to have boosted his strength as well. A divine artifact? Duanling Tian did not seem surprised when he saw the 7-foot spear. He smiled and his words dripped with disdain as he said, "Do you think you're the only one with a divine artifact?" A sword that shone with colors of a rainbow appeared immediately in Duanling Tian's hand. It was the prominent divine artifact, the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Duanling Tian's sword rays exploded with energy as soon as the 7 Orifices exquisite sword appeared. With this, the advantage Mi Xian had gained just a moment ago vanished. Mi Xian's barrier turned dimmer and dimmer at top speed. However, Mi Xian remained calm as though he had already expected this. He teleported and appeared near Duanling Tian with his spear in hand. Then he stared at Duanling Tian icily as he said, "Duanling Tian, it's to end this for good." Mi Xian no longer wasted time. He wanted to kill Duan Tian as soon as he could. He was going to use soul attacks, which he was skilled in, to destroy Duan Tian's soul. In fact, he was a little reluctant to kill Duan Tian. After all, his goal was to capture Duan Tian alive. He did not expect Duan Tian to have grown so strong, making it impossible for him to catch Duan Tian alive. If he had known Duan Tian was no longer a top 8-star god of war, he would not have come alone. Mi Xian was not surprised by Duan Tian's divine artifact. After all, Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the title temple, had speculated that Duan Tian's master, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, must have had a fortuitous encounter while he was in the Azura hell that propelled him to godhood in just a few hundred years. Moreover, the fortuitous encounter even helped Feng Qingyang become a rudimentary king of gods. As such, Wu Hongqing deduced that Feng Qingyang must have also obtained many divine artifacts during his time in the Azura hell. Following that thought, Wu Hongqing concluded that Feng Qingyang must have given his one and only true disciple a divine artifact. Mi Xian was forced to use his soul attack because he knew it would be impossible for him to capture or kill Duan Tian otherwise. Duan Tian's divine artifact was clearly superior to his. For all these reasons, he could only use his soul attack to kill Duan Tian. Although his soul attacks did not contain the power of the law he comprehended, nor could his divine artifact boost his soul attack, Mi Xian was very confident about his soul attack. He was certain it was enough to kill Duan Tian. Duan Tian, after you die, I'll send your master, Feng Qingyang, to accompany you in hell, Mi Xian said coldly. Following that, a golden-gray energy shot out of Mi Xian's glabella, leaving the void rippling in its wake. You should feel honored to be killed by my soul attack. Although Mi Xian's soul was now only that of a 10 directions celestial emperor, even with the boost from the divine artifact, only a few demigods in the Devata realms would be able to withstand his soul attack with the help of a soul defense divine artifact. Swoosh! While Mi Xian's soul attack shot toward Duan Tian's tens of thousands of sword rays continued to fall on Mi Xian. However, Mi Xian did not bother blocking them at this time. After all, in his opinion, the sword rays would vanish once he killed Duan Tian. Die! Mi Xian roared, confident that Duan Tian was about to die. In his opinion, celestials from Devata realms would not be able to escape his soul attack. Soul attack? Duan Tian raised an eyebrow. The corners of his lips curled up into a faint smile. I've waited a long time for this for a long time. With that, Duan Tian's eyes began to shine with the colors of a rainbow. Following that, 2 beams of 7-colored energy shot out from his eyes before merging into one. This was Duan Tian's soul attack that had been imbued with the 7 orifices exquisite sword, the space sword Dao, and the law of space. From afar, it looked as though 2 meteors were set on the course of collision. The 2 soul attacks collided and pushed against each other briefly before they suddenly vanished. However, a 7-colored energy remained. A prominent divine artifact? Mi Xian exclaimed as his eyes widened in disbelief. Not only was he suppressed by Duan Tian's sword earlier, but Duan Tian was even capable of casting a soul attack as strong as his with the help of the sword. Although he was not surprised that Duan Tian possessed a divine artifact, he was thoroughly shocked that it was a prominent divine artifact. Only prominent divine artifacts could be used to cast both physical and soul attacks. Greed instantly flooded his heart. His strength would rise tremendously if he could get his hands on such an amazing prominent divine artifact. However, in the next moment, Mi Xian's expression changed drastically as he cried out in fear. Duan Tian's sword rays suddenly increased in strength and pierced Mi Xian, who did not bother defending against them. His body was riddled with wounds and holes. With this, he had no choice but to abandon Tang Sanpao's body. Duan Tian, I won't let you get away with this, Mi Xian roared. How could Mi Xian not be furious when he had expended a lot of effort to possess Tang Sanpao's body? He had used his one chance to fully take over a body on Tang Sanpao. This meant that if he failed to sync completely with Tang Sanpao's body, he would no longer have a chance to fully possess someone else even if he could possess them. We'll see if you're capable of that. Duan Tian scoffed. Then he said, Huang kill him. Yes, master.
Huang nodded. Swoosh. The silhouette of a woman suddenly appeared next to the seven-color energy. Similar to the members of the North Profound Alliance, Mi Xian was shocked by this sight. He began to tremble as he stuttered. An artifact soul? A prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul was considered a precious treasure even in the realms of gods. At this time, Huang shot toward Mi Xian as she wielded a dazzling seven-colored sword ray in her hand. It seemed as though she was capable of destroying everything and everyone who stood in her path at this moment. Duan Ling Tian, you can't kill me. Mi Xian joined his palms together in the nick of time. Fog suddenly swirled around him before a green fire erupted. With that, a flash of red light appeared before he suddenly vanished into thin air. Swoosh! Huang's attack naturally missed. Amazing! Although he has suppressed his soul to that of a 10 Directions celestial emperor, he still managed to escape under such circumstances. As expected of an intermediate king of gods and the former clan leader of the Phantom Clan, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He knew it would be impossible for him to kill Mi Xian now that Mi Xian had escaped. Moreover, even if he could hold his own against Mi Xian, he was not certain he would be able to kill Mi Xian yet. Despite the restrictions on Mi Xian was still an intermediate king of gods after all. When Duan Ling Tian shifted his gaze to Tang San Pao's hole-ridden body, he thought to himself, I don't know if you willingly let Mi Xian possess you. However, if you were unwilling, I'll avenge you. At this time, the members of the North Profound Alliance looked at Duan Ling Tian in awe and reverence. It was only natural now that they found out their supreme guardian was not only a 9-star god of war, but he also possessed a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul. Moreover, just a moment ago he had almost killed another 9-star god of war. After putting the 7 orifices exquisite sword away, Duan Ling Tian looked at Luo Yiming and said, Leader Luo, thank you for taking care of me during this time. However, it's time for me to leave the North Profound Alliance. However, I don't think there's a need for you to disband the alliance. After all, you were unaware of my identity. Moreover, the given alliance won't have a chance to vent their anger on you. Before Luo Yiming could respond, Duan Ling Tian had already teleported away. He left. Luo Yiming knew such a day would come, so he was mentally prepared for it. However, the other members of the North Profound Alliance were rather upset by Duan Ling Tian's departure. I thought the Supreme Guardian would stay and lead us to the Central Region. How naive! How could he stay with us? Even if he didn't leave today, he would leave soon. With his innate talent, he would attain godhood soon enough. Even if he helps us to find a place in the Central Region, after he leaves, do you think the other alliances in the Central Region would sit back and do nothing? Hey! Did you hear the final part of the Supreme Guardian's words before he left? Do you think he's going to deal with the given alliance? It sure sounds like it. After the death of their second leader, the given alliance has been hunting for our Supreme Guardian. However, it seems like there's nothing they can do now even if they find him. Previously, when Wulong, the second leader of the given alliance, challenged Duan Ling Tian thought the matter to be only between him and Wulong. In fact, he had no intention of killing Wulong until Wulong attempted to kill him. Although Duan Ling Tian was aware that killing Wulong would provoke the given alliance and the heavenly emperor of the given heaven, it did not change his mind about killing Wulong. After all, he would not be able to forgive himself if he spared someone who attempted to kill him just because he was afraid of offending the heavenly emperor of the given heaven. In fact, this matter might even cause him to form a knot in his heart that would hinder his cultivation in the future. I wouldn't have become a demigod if I didn't kill Wulong. Duan Ling Tian did not have the slightest regret about killing Wulong. He would not be a 9-star god of war in such a short time if he did not kill Wulong. The given alliance. Previously, Duan Ling Tian would take some time off from his closed-door cultivation and leave his cultivating ground in the North Profound Alliance. There were a few instances where he had overheard the conversations between the members of the North Profound Alliance. At that time, he had heard that the given alliance had announced that those who provided clues to his whereabouts would be rewarded. Apart from that, those who managed to kill him and presented his corpse to them would be rewarded even more handsomely. I hope the given alliance won't disappoint me now that I'm sending myself to their base. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself as he flew toward the central region where the Given Alliance was based.
Since Duan Ling Tian traveled by means of teleportation which covered a vast distance each time he teleported, he soon arrived at the central region of the Nine Serenities battlefield.
As soon as Duan Ling Tian arrived, he found a middle-aged man and asked with a smile, "Sir, can you point me to the Given Alliance's base?" "I don't know," the middle-aged man said impatiently, annoyed by Duan Ling Tian for blocking his path.
"Thank you." Duan Ling Tian teleported away.
When the middle-aged man saw Duan Ling Tian vanishing into thin air, his back broke out in cold sweat. To think he had been so impatient to someone so powerful. Duan Ling Tian continued asking around for directions to the Given Alliance base, but most people responded rather impatiently to him. Eventually, he realized how rude he had been for abruptly blocking someone's path. Hence, when he found the next target, he flew to the side before calling out. The person Duan Ling Tian called out was a young man with an ordinary appearance and a medium build. However, his eyes were piercing, and he had determined air about him. "Sir, can you point me to the Given Alliance base?" The young man's expression changed slightly when he saw how fast Duan Ling Tian had moved. He looked at Duan Ling Tian warily and took a few steps back to distance himself. He knew that Duan Ling Tian could easily kill him. Upon seeing the young man's reactions, Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, "Don't worry. Do you think you'd be alive now if I wanted to kill you?"
The young man's expression eased upon hearing these words. Then he said, "The Given Alliance base is in the second central region."
"The second central region?" Duan Ling Tian was startled. "Then, where's this place?" The young man looked at Duan Ling Tian suspiciously as he said, "The sixth central region." "How can I get to the second central region?" Duan Ling Tian asked.
The young man pointed southeast and said, "Go in this direction and you'll arrive at the second central region after passing through the fourth central region. The Given Alliance is the strongest force in the second central region, so everyone there knows where it's located." "Why are you going to the Given Alliance?"
"I don't think they're recruiting new members now. Ever since their second leader, Wu Long, died, they stopped recruiting new members. Nobody knows when they'll start recruiting members again." Duan Ling Tian replied with a faint smile on his face, "I don't plan to join the Given Alliance." Then, his eyes narrowed as he added, "I'm going to turn the Given Alliance upside down."
"Anyway, thank you." With that, Duan Ling Tian teleported away before the young man could even respond. He wants to turn the Given Alliance upside down?
Is he joking? Now that I think about it, he looks quite familiar. The young man muttered to himself after Duan Ling Tian left. After a few dozen breaths, his eyes widened as he exclaimed, He's Duan Ling Tian, the person the Given Alliance is searching for."
However, he looks more handsome in person.
The young man had seen the portrait that the Given Alliance had distributed. He said he wants to turn the Given Alliance upside down. Why is he so confident?
Isn't he just an 8-star god of war? Even if he's terrifyingly strong, he's no match for Ji Ying, the first leader of the Given Alliance who's a 9-star god of war. Is it possible that he's become a 9-star god of war as well?
The more the young man thought about it, the more he thought it was possible. After all, after going into hiding for so long, why would Duan Ling Tian suddenly decide to go to the Given Alliance?
I should go and have a look. The young man did not hesitate and flew in the direction he had just pointed out to Duan Ling Tian.
My life will be complete if I can witness the battle between Duan Ling Tian and Ji Ying. The young man's eyes burned with excitement as he made his way to the second central region. As the strongest force in the second central region, the Given Alliance base was located in the heart of the region.
In the Given Alliance base, despite being in different places, Ji Ying and Yu Chaokun, the 9-star god of war sent by the Title Temple, were waiting for Mi Xian's return. They were curious if Duan Ling Tian was truly Li Feng, the supreme guardian of the North Profound Alliance. While they were waiting for Mi Xian,
Ji Ying, a loud and energetic voice reverberated through the Given Alliance base.
"I'm Duan Ling Tian. I heard the Given Alliance has been searching for me. Now that I'm here, shouldn't you come out to greet me?"
Duan Ling Tian hovered in the air in front of the entrance of the Given Alliance base with his hands on his back.
Initially, the guards from the Given Alliance were looking at Duan Tian curiously, wondering what the purple-clad young man intended to do. However, their expressions changed drastically when he announced his name. He's Duan Tian? So he's the only true disciple of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven? The person who killed second leader Wu Long. How dare he show up here and demand our leader to see him? Does he have a death wish? Wasn't he hiding? Why did he suddenly show up? Soon enough, most of them realized that for Duan Tian to show up at their base, it meant that Duan Tian was not afraid of their leader. This could only mean that Duan Tian was now a 9-star god of war. Is it possible that he's become a 9-star god of war? Duan Tian? Yu Chao Kun's expression turned grim. It seems like the supreme guardian of the North Profound Alliance in the Second Northern Region isn't Duan Tian. Since Duan Tian is here, it means he's now a 9-star god of war. Needless to say, it did not occur to Yu Chao Kun that Mi Xian had been defeated by Duan Tian. He assumed Mi Xian was busy investigating the supreme guardian of the North Profound Alliance. Naturally, Yu Chao Kun never thought that Mi Xian would be defeated by Duan Tian. He thought Mi Xian must be still busy investigating the supreme guardian of the North Profound Alliance when Duan Tian, who they had been searching high and low for, had suddenly shown up. Jiying must be on the way to see him now, right? Yu Chao Kun thought to himself. Soon enough, he received a message from Jiying. Isn't Duan Tian the Title Temple's target as well? Since he's here, why don't you come with me to see him? Yu Chao Kun sneered upon hearing Ji Ying's message. He knew that the arrogant Ji Ying was not sure about how to deal with Duan Tian, therefore Ji Ying had invited him along. Most of the members of the Given Alliance did not think Duan Tian had a death wish. They were sure he would not have shown up if he was not strong enough. Duan Tian continued hovering calmly in front of the entrance of the Given Alliance base with his hands on his back. As time passed, more and more people gathered outside the entrance of the Given Alliance. Some members of the Alliance even came out to have a look. He's Duan Tian? He seems young. But is he really younger than 700 years old? Of course, it's been verified multiple times by various parties. Duan Tian was not bothered by the crowd and the attention directed at him. After all, he was the only true disciple of legendary Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven. He was the winner of the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses who displayed the strength of a 7-star god of war at that time. He had gotten used to being the center of attention. Moreover, after entering the 9 Serenities battlefield, he had made a name for himself after killing Wu Long, replacing Wu Long as the strongest 8-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. The Given Alliance had been searching for Duan Tian everywhere, but to no avail. No one expected him to show up on his own accord. It seems like it's true that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's true disciple is highly talented. For him to come here, he must have had a breakthrough and became a 9-star god of war. More and more people gathered at the entrance of the Given Alliance base to watch the show as news spread about Duan Tian's arrival. Visitors of the Alliance who saw this scene quickly informed their friends, causing the news to spread faster and faster. Duan Tian is definitely not here to have a friendly chat. I wonder if Duan Tian or Jiying is stronger. Look, more and more people are coming. I wonder if the other 9-star gods of war in the central region will come over to watch the show as well. Of course, they will. However, it remains to be seen if they'll arrive in time to watch the show. The crowd whispered among themselves as they watched Duan Tian from afar. At the same time, the number of people continued to increase. The group of onlookers discussed among themselves as they watched Duan Tian from afar. The number of people was still increasing non-stop. Look, Qin Zhen-Yi, the second guardian of the Heaven's Inception Alliance, is here. Many people shifted their eyes to an old man dressed in a long gray robe as soon as they heard these words. The Heaven's Inception Alliance was a well-known alliance that was on par with the Given Alliance in the Central Region. They were the strongest alliance in the Third Central Region. The leader of the Heaven's Inception Alliance was also a 9-star god of war. Their second guardian, Qin Zhen-Yi, was an 8-star god of war who had been in the 9 Serenities battlefield for a long time, was rather famous as well. People who recognized Qin Zhen-Yi came up to greet him one after another. Guardian Qin,
You came to watch the show as well? Guardian Qin, who do you think will win today's battle?
Duanling Tian or leader Ji Ying of the Given Alliance?
Many of Qin Jin Yi's acquaintances were keen to know his opinion. However, he only smiled faintly and said, "It's difficult to tell. Let's just watch and see what happens."
Following Qin Jin Yi's arrival, a few famous 8-star gods of war in the central region began to show up as well, attracting a lot of attention. Most of them were in the vicinity when they heard the news, so they decided to come over.
News of Duanling Tian had spread rather far. Some people who were too far away did not bother going to the Given Alliance base. Nonetheless, they were still waiting excitedly for the result of the impending battle. Everyone was curious about who was stronger, Duanling Tian, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, or Ji Ying, the first true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Given Heaven. Duanling Tian must be confident he'll win since he dares to show up. Ji Ying will likely lose if they engage in a battle.
Many people were of the opinion that Duanling Tian would win. Why hasn't Ji Ying come out? After a moment, many discovered that many of the members of the Given Heaven Alliance had come outside, but Ji Ying, their leader, had yet to make an appearance.
Is he afraid? If he chickens out, not only will he embarrass himself and the Given Alliance, but he'll be embarrassing his master, the Heavenly Emperor of the Given as well. When they were discussing the Given Alliance, the people lowered their voices even more. After all, the members of the Given Alliance were present. All of a sudden, a thunderous voice rang in the air, catching everyone's attention. "Fortunately, I'm not late." Soon enough, a muscular old dressed in a long green robe descended from the sky. A diamond-shaped mark could be seen on his glabella, and he held a sheathed narrow knife in his hand. His unkempt white hair fluttered in the wind as he descended. Isn't that Swordsman Chu?" someone exclaimed. Swordsman Chu. The crowd's gazes changed immediately. Swordsman Chu did not belong to any alliances and preferred to keep to himself. No one knew his name or background outside of the 9 Serenities battlefield. He was famous in the central region because he was a 9-star god of war. "Greetings, Senior Chu." Qin Zhenyi bowed and greeted the swordsman.
The other prominent 8-star gods of war followed suit and greeted the swordsman with a bow as well. Even those who did not know who the swordsman was knew he had to be a 9-star god of war for the prominent 8-star gods of war to be so respectful.
Swordsman Chu nodded in response. "Don't mind me. I was in the vicinity when I heard something exciting is going on here." Then, he shifted his eyes to Duanling Tian and asked, "So that's Duanling Tian, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven?" "Yes, Senior Chu," Qin Zhenyi replied respectfully. "What a fine-looking young man." Swordsman Chu nodded. "I wonder if he's really strong or if he's just reckless."
At this moment, leader Ji Ying is here. Everyone shifted their attention away from Swordsman Chu immediately. At this moment, 2 people surrounded by about a dozen people walked out of the entrance of the Given Alliance base.
Leader Ji Ying is finally here.
Most people recognized one of the 2 people walking in the lead immediately.
Who's that standing next to Leader Ji Ying? Did a new powerhouse join the Given Alliance? For that person to be standing shoulder to shoulder with Ji Ying, everyone knew he had to be extraordinary. In the past, only Wulong had the privilege of doing so. Naturally, they were curious about this person's identity.
After a moment, someone cried out, "Heavens!
Isn't he Yu Chao Kun, the temple master of the Tidal Temple branch in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven? He hasn't entered the 9 Serenities battlefield in a long time, so why did he suddenly return? That person next to Ji Ying is Yu Chao Kun." "Yu Chao Kun? He's been a 9-star god of war for a long time now. Why is he with Ji Ying?"
Did Ji Ying invite him here to deal with Duanling Tian? I doubt it. Ji Ying doesn't have that kind of influence. In my opinion, Heavenly Emperor Ji, you must have asked for a favor from the Tidal Temple, so the Tidal Temple sent Yu Chao Kun here. Things aren't looking good for Duanling Tian if Yu Chao Kun is here to help Ji Ying. The crowd looked at Duanling Tian sympathetically when they found out the person standing next to Ji Ying was the temple master of a Tidal Temple branch. Needless to say, Duanling Tian heard the whispers in his surroundings. His eyes narrowed slightly and his lips curled up into a sneer as he thought to himself, the temple master of the Tidal Temple branch in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven? The Tidal Temple is really efficient. Not only did they send me Xian, but they even sent another 9-star god of war here. We'll see if he's stronger than me Xian. Instead of being frightened, Duan Ling Tian's fighting spirit soared. He did not waste time and teleported in front of Jiying and Yu Chao Kun. Duan Ling Tian? Jiying raised an eyebrow. This was his first time meeting Duan Ling Tian. He had only seen a portrait of him. When he saw how composed Duan Ling Tian was, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Following that, he sent a voice transmission to Swordsman Chu. Senior Chu, I'd like to invite you to join forces with me and Branch Temple Master Yu to defeat Duan Ling Tian. I'll definitely get my master to reward you handsomely if you accept my invitation. Jiying had always been very cautious. Even if he knew there was a chance Duan Ling Tian might not be as strong as he seemed, he did not want to risk it. He wanted extra help so he could secure his victory. Hence, he decided to ask Swordsman Chu to help him. Upon hearing Ji Ying's words, Swordsman Chu's eyes shone with greed immediately. Swordsman Chu was a veteran 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. His strength was on par with Yu Chao Kun, the temple master of the Tidal Temple branch in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven. If he suddenly vanished from the 9 Serenities battlefield for a long time, most people would have guessed he had attained godhood. Since he spent a lot of time in the 9 Serenities battlefield and was quite active, he was rather famous. On the contrary, it had been a long time since Yu Chao Kun entered the 9 Serenities battlefield. Hence, most people thought he had attained godhood. Hence, when people discovered his identity, they were rather shocked. I thought Yu Chao Kun had attained godhood since he hasn't come here in a very long time. I guess I was wrong. He's rather old now, right? It seems like he doesn't have a very high chance of attaining godhood. So what? Even if he can't attain godhood as a 9-star god of war, he stands at the peak of all Devata realms. At this moment, the atmosphere had turned rather tense as the crowd's eyes darted between the 2 veterans of the 9 Serenities battlefield, Yu Chao Kun and Swordsman Chu, and the 2 true disciples of 2 heavenly emperors respectively, Duan Ling Tian and Jiying. However, when they looked at Swordsman Chu, their eyes shone with suspicion. Hey, do you think Swordsman Chu came to help Jiying? Who knows? There's a chance he only came to watch the show as he said earlier. However, if Jiying invited him here, then Duan Ling Tian won't stand a chance. But Duan Ling Tian doesn't seem afraid at all. Perhaps he's just putting on a front. It's also possible that he doesn't know Yu Chao Kun. While the crowd was fervently discussing among themselves, a slight frown appeared on Yu Chao Kun's face as though there was something troubling him. He had sent a message to Mi Xian when Jiying looked for him earlier. However, up until now, there was no response from Mi Xian at all. Lord Mi Xian, Duan Ling Tian is now at the given alliance base. Please respond to me when you receive my message. Yu Chao Kun sent another message to Mi Xian. However, just like before, he still did not receive a reply. Although he was perplexed, he quickly dismissed this matter. After all, it was possible that Mi Xian, being as arrogant as he was, disdained to respond to his message and was already on his way back. Not even in his wildest dreams would he be able to imagine that Mi Xian could not reply to him even if he wanted. Mi Xian's physical body, which belonged to Tang San Pao, had been destroyed by Duan Ling Tian. He had escaped in his soul form using a secret art and was healing himself at a remote corner of the 9 Serenities battlefield. Although he received Yu Chao Kun's message, there was no way for him to respond since he did not have a physical body. It's over for them, Mi Xian muttered to himself when he received Yu Chao Kun's message again. Having fought with Duan Ling Tian previously, he had no doubt that even if Yu Chao Kun joined forces with Jiying, they were no match for Duan Ling Tian at all. With Duan Ling Tian's current strength and the prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul, not many 9-star gods of war were a match for him. Yu Chao Kun, who was unaware of Mi Xian's thoughts, studied Duan Ling Tian who was standing across from him. In fact, this was not his first time meeting Duan Ling Tian. He had seen Duan Ling Tian during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. At that time, Duan Ling Tian was just a junior. To think Duan Ling Tian now had the strength to fight him. When Duan Ling Tian took a closer look at Yu Chao Kun, he found him somewhat familiar as well.
Given Mi Xian's identity, he knew he must have seen Yu Chao Kun during the Devata Realms Battle of the Geniuses. He did not pay much attention to Yu Chao Kun at that time. After all, there were gods present at that time. When Duanling Tian finally spoke, he ignored Ji Ying's words and said, "Why don't both of you come at me at once?" Unlike the crowd who were still busy speculating among themselves, Duanling Tian had no doubts that Yu Chao Kun was sent here to deal with him. He only grew more certain when he heard that Yu Chao Kun had not been in the Nine Serenities battlefield for a long time prior to this. Duanling Tian did not speak loudly, but everyone heard his words. Not only did Ji Ying and Yu Chao Kun's expressions turn grave, but Swordsman Chu's expression turned slightly solemn as well. As for the crowd, they broke into an uproar immediately. Many of them shook their heads when they looked at him. Did Duanling Tian just tell Ji Ying and Yu Chao Kun to fight him together? Is he mad? Even if he's a 9-star god of war, how can he fight against 2 9-star gods of war? Moreover, they've been 9 stars god of war longer than him. Did his ego grow after he became a 9-star god of war? Perhaps he thinks he's invincible under the heavens now. In the 9 Serenities battlefield, those who can fight against Ji Ying and Yu Chao Kun at once can be counted on one hand. They're mostly just a step away from attaining godhood. Duanling Tian is still young, after all. As they say, the young know no fear. On the contrary, the other 3 9-star gods of war did not take Duanling Tian's words lightly. Finally, Ji Ying said with a dark expression as he stepped forward, "Duanling Tian, I hope your confidence matches your strength. Today, I will kill you here to avenge my junior brother." Yu Chao Kun began to make a move as well. Another commotion broke out. So Yu Chao Kun is really here to help Ji Ying? Put Duanling Tian's arrogance aside. Don't you think these two people are rather shameless? They must have been colluding for a long time. Many people stared at Duanling Tian unblinkingly, wanting to see if his confidence matched his strength. At this time, Yu Chao Kun said icily, "Duanling Tian, today I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your master." "Teach me a lesson?" Duanling Tian said disdainfully as he glanced at Yu Chao Kun. "Are you worthy? You're seeking death." Despite his age and experience, Yu Chao Kun lost his temper when he heard the contempt in Duanling Tian's words. Then he said to Ji Ying, "Leader Ji Ying, let's strike together." Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As soon as Yu Chao Kun's voice fell, a green energy burst forth from Ji Ying's body. The energy surged and churned around him at lightning speed. Based on this, everyone could tell that he comprehended the law of wind. Splash, splash, splash. At the same time, a blue energy surged out from Yu Chao Kun's body like a tsunami. Clearly, he comprehended the law of water. Attack! The duo struck in unison. With the help from the law of wind, the speed of Yao Chao Kun's attack increased tremendously. At this time, the guardians of the Given Alliance hurriedly said to the other members, "Retreat!" Boom! The shockwave from the 2 attacks damaged the entrance of the Given Alliance base immediately. The crowd watched the raging energies swept out toward the purple-clad figure in the distance with fear shining in their eyes. Just the shockwave from their attacks is so powerful. I can only imagine how powerful the attacks are. At this moment, clank. Another figure joined the battle at this moment. Everyone watched in shock as Swordsman Chu landed next to Ji Ying and Yu Chao Kun. As soon as he unsheathed his narrow sword, golden sword rays shot out immediately and chased after the blue and green energies. No one expected Swordsman Chu to make a move at all. After all, when he had just arrived, he had said he had only come to watch the show. No one expected he would join Ji Ying and Yu Chao Kun at the crucial moment and help them to deal with Duanling Tian. Swordsman Chu and Yu Chao Kun were both veteran 9 stars god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Even Ji Ying had been a 9-star god of war for a long time now, could be considered a veteran compared to Duanling Tian. To think these 3 veteran 9-star gods of war were joining forces to deal with a newly promoted 9-star god of war. Did these veterans have no shame? Naturally, even if the members of the Given Alliance thought their leader had no shame, they did not dare to voice their thoughts out. There were also people who thought there was nothing wrong with Ji Ying, Yu Chao Kun, and Swordsman Chu's actions. After all, as the saying went, all's fair in love and war. Duanling Tian, Ever since I left the Nine Serenities battlefield, you're the first person who made me draw my artifact, Yu Chao-kun said. At some point, what looked like a crutch had appeared in his hand. It looked as though it was made entirely from crystals, and streaks of blue lights twined around it like dragons. When he brandished his crutch, the wave of energy from the law of water seemed to have been boosted and swept toward Duanling Tian with a strength that was much more powerful than before. It was like an unstoppable flood. At the same time, Jiying silently brought out a bead that glowed with green energy. Soon enough, the energy began to form sword rays. He channeled his celestial origin energy into the bead, boosting his attack. Accordingly, the energy from the law of wind grew stronger as it swept toward Duanling Tian. As for Swordsman Chu, he had already used his Emperor-grade celestial weapon as soon as he made a move. 2 streaks of light, which were crimson and ink colors respectively, twined around each other and glistened on the surface of the weapon. This was none other than his weapon spirit. Although it was not a divine artifact, it was still an Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a weapon spirit. Its might was comparable to Jiying and Yu Chao-kun's divine artifacts that did not have artifact souls. In Devata realms, many did not consider divine artifacts without artifact souls to be true divine artifacts. They thought of them as half-artifacts. When wielded by those who were weaker than 9-star gods of war, their might was not much different from Emperor-grade celestial weapons with weapon spirits. Only in the hands of 9-star gods of war, whose celestial origin energies carried traces of divine energies, perhaps, they were stronger than Emperor-grade celestial weapons with weapon spirits. As the crowd watched the 3 veteran 9-star gods of war attack Duanling Tian in unison, everyone was certain Duanling Tian would perish even if he had become a 9-star god of war. They did not think he stood a chance in surviving at all. It doesn't matter who it is, but they'll definitely perish when faced with the simultaneous attacks of 3 veteran 9-star gods of war. Only gods will be able to withstand these attacks. Under these circumstances, I'm afraid it'd be difficult for Duanling Tian to cast his teleportation profundity as well. That's right. It'd be useless even if he had fused the teleportation profundity and the transportation profundity. The crowd's eyes were fixed on the rampaging attacks sweeping toward Duanling Tian. The wind and water dragons were accompanied by Swordsman Chu's golden sword rays as they pounced toward their target. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian, who was standing in the midst of the storm, cast his Mastery Dao. In just a moment, the area within a radius of 10 meters around him began to distort and ripple. When the energy from the law of wind and the law of water made contact with the space, they were instantly engulfed by the distorted space around Duanling Tian. However, due to the force of the energies, Duanling Tian's Mastery Dao seemed to be struggling to contain and neutralize them. With the addition of Swordsman Chu's golden sword rays, it would be even more difficult for Duanling Tian to deal with the attacks, even if he had cast his Mastery Dao using his celestial origin energy that carried traces of the divine energy. They found another helper? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow when he saw Swordsman Chu had also joined in. Although this was beyond his expectations, he did not panic at all. Instead, his eyes flashed coldly as he said, "Whether you're from the Tidal Temple or the Given Alliance, all of you must die today." Pine Willow Divine Tree. 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. With just a thought, Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly image phenomenon appeared and began to solidify into form. At the same time, Duanling Tian opened his little world. The Divine Tree of Life's energy surged out and resonated with the Pine Willow Divine Tree. The Pine Willow Divine Tree shone with a white light as soon as the energy from the Divine Tree of Life surged into it. Jiying, Yu Chao-kun, and Swordsman Chu's attacks landed on the Pine Willow Divine Tree, dealing heavy damage to its trunk and branches. Nevertheless, in the next moment, the trunk and branches healed themselves and regrew. This was the healing power of the Divine Tree of Life. After becoming a 9-star god of war, Duanling Tian discovered he could use his celestial origin energy that contained traces of the divine energy to connect the Divine Tree of Life in his little world and the Pine Willow Divine Tree, allowing the Pine Willow Divine Tree to gain the healing power of the Divine Tree of Life. At this moment, Huang the artifact soul of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, appeared. Her body shone with a 7-colored light when she appeared. She bowed and said to Duanling Tian, Master, let me deal with them on your behalf. Following that, a sword-shaped mark appeared on Huanger's glabella. It shone dazzlingly with 7 colored lights that resonated with the sword beneath Duanling Tian's feet. At this moment, the pine willow divine tree seemed indestructible. The 7-colored light intensified and lit up the surroundings immediately. At the same time, it shrouded the 3 attacks from Duanling Tian's opponents. With this, Duanling Tian withdrew the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon before he looked at the scene before him in shock. Earlier, he had cast the pine willow divine tree's godly image phenomenon using the 7 orifices exquisite sword as well. However, he did not expect Huanger would attack on her own initiative. Moreover, the power she displayed was rather shocking. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The 7-colored lights suddenly flashed before it weaved a dazzling net made of light. The crowd was in shock when they saw this scene. After all, they were sure Duanling Tian would die. However, contrary to their expectations, Duanling Tian seemed to be holding his own. What's that 7-colored light? It's only growing brighter and brighter. That's from Duanling Tian, right? Although it seems impossible, I have no idea why I have a feeling that Jiying, Yu Chao-kun, and Swordsman Chu's attacks are going to be thwarted. He's a new 9-star god of war, right? Why does he possess such strength? At this time, boom! An explosion of light erupted accompanied by a thunderous sound. The explosion of the 7-colored light was blindingly bright that it seemed as though the sun itself had exploded. At the same time, members of the given alliance who had lower cultivation bases were instantly killed by this explosion of light. There were also those with higher cultivation bases who were heavily injured. Only those 7-star gods of war or those who were stronger managed to retreat in time. Even then, their faces were incredibly pale. Duanling Tian can't be a god, right? Of course not. Otherwise, how could he stay in the 9 Serenities battlefield? I'm afraid there aren't many 9-star gods of war who could hold their own against this kind of power. When the 7-colored light finally dimmed, everyone saw Duanling Tian who looked to be completely unharmed. In just a moment, their eyes were drawn to the figure standing in front of Duanling Tian and wielding a sword, clearly protecting Duanling Tian. Who's that? Dressed in a 7-colored robe, Huanger looked rather majestic. Her face was pleasing to the eyes, but the coldness flashing in her eyes seemed to alienate the people around her. While Jiying, Yu Chao-kun, and Swordsman Chu looked at Duanling Tian and Huanger in bewilderment, Huanger cried out in a melodious but frosty voice, "Those of you who dare to make a move against my master, die!" As soon as her voice fell, Huanger shot out without any hesitation. Swoosh! A 7-colored light flashed again. Yu Chao-kun hurriedly mobilized all his defenses. Alas, it was too late. In just a second, his glabella was ruthlessly pierced. With this, he died immediately. Silence descended immediately. Thud! When Yu Chao-kun's corpse fell to the ground, the bewildered expression from when he was alive still could be seen on his face. Even the terror and disbelief could still be seen lingering in his eyes. Even before his death, it was clear that he did not expect such an outcome at all. Huanger. Duanling Tian looked at Huanger in awe. Is it possible that she underwent some transformation after traces of divine energy appeared in my celestial origin energy? Since Duanling Tian just had a breakthrough not long ago, he had yet to test the extent of his strength and the changes that the breakthrough brought him. So far, he had only discovered he could connect his divine tree of life with his pine willow divine tree. He did not expect Huanger would grow so much stronger from his breakthrough as well. Huanger was the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword's artifact soul. The 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword was not only a divine artifact, but it was a prominent divine artifact. Like most divine artifacts, to unleash the full power of the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, one had to be a 9-star god of war at least. When Duanling Tian made a breakthrough, and his celestial origin energy began to carry traces of the divine energy, his 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword naturally improved tremendously along with its artifact soul, Huang. The changes in his celestial origin energy had unlocked the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword's potential and strength.
Huang's strength is amazing, Duanling Tian thought to himself as he recalled how Yu Chaokun, the temple master of the title temple branch in the 10,000 Beasts Heaven, died before he could even react. Although Duanling Tian was confident he would be able to kill Yu Chaokun, he knew he could only do it with the help of the Pine Willow Divine Tree, the Divine Tree of Life, and the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword. He did not expect that just Huanger alone, with the 7 Orifices Exquisite Sword, would be enough to kill Yu Chaokun at a speed faster than his. One had to remember that Yu Chaokun was a veteran 9-star god of war, one of the strongest in the Devata realms. Even Duanling Tian was shocked by Huang's strength, so how could the crowd not be shocked? Apart from shock, fear shone in their eyes as they looked at the beautiful young woman who had launched such a decisive and terrifying attack. Yu Chaokun, a veteran 9-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, was just like an ant in front of Huanger. How could everyone not be shocked? When they regained their senses, they began to discuss fervently among themselves. I'm not dreaming, am I? She called Duanling Tian her master, right? Is she Duanling Tian's artifact soul? Artifact soul? These words stirred up a new wave of discussion immediately. Those who were more knowledgeable began to speak up. For a demigod to be able to unleash such a powerful attack with his divine artifact, it means that his divine artifact is a prominent divine artifact. A prominent divine artifact? Duanling Tian's sword is a prominent divine artifact. Heavens! Not only is it a prominent divine artifact, but it's a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul. Such a weapon is considered a treasure even in the realms of gods, right? Many people would risk their lives to obtain such a treasure. How did he get his hands on it? Similar to the crowd, Ji Ying and Swordsman Chu were also shocked to discover that Duanling Tian's divine artifact was a prominent divine artifact. At the same time, a sense of crisis rose in their hearts after they saw Yu Chaokun die. They began to grow fearful when they realized Duanling Tian's prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul was so strong that it easily killed a 9-star god of war. At this moment, Swordsman Chu lowered his head and said with a bitter expression on his face, Duanling Tian, it wasn't my intention to act against you. Jiying bribed me in exchange for my help. If you spare my life, I'll definitely return the favor in the future. Swordsman Chu was thoroughly frightened by Huanger's strength. He knew it would be impossible for him to escape unless Duanling Tian let him go. Duanling Tian glanced at Swordsman Chu indifferently upon hearing his pleas. At the same time, the crowd shook their heads as they looked at Swordsman Chu. Swordsman Chu should have just stood at the side and watched the show like us. Since he decided to meddle, he should bear the consequences. Sometimes, all it takes is one wrong decision to ruin one's life. What a pity. Most people were certain Duanling Tian would not spare Swordsman Chu. After all, leaving Swordsman Chu alive might bring Duanling Tian trouble in the future. Swoosh! Just as the crowd had expected, Huanger made a move again. Although Swordsman Chu tried using his divine artifact to withstand Huanger's attack, it was futile. In just a blink of an eye, another veteran 9-star god of war perished. Silence descended again with Swordsman Chu's death. Many among the crowd shuddered as they watched this shocking scene. Even if I die now, I feel like I die without regrets. Who'd be able to say they witnessed the consecutive deaths of 2 9-star gods of war? That's right. It's incredibly rare to witness the death of a 9-star god of war, let alone 2. In fact, I think this is unprecedented in the history of the 9 Serenities battlefield and the Devata realms, right? 2 9-star gods of war killed within a dozen breaths. We've just witnessed a historical moment. I think we're going to witness something even more shocking. I'm sure we're going to witness the death of another 9-star god of war. As the crowd discussed among themselves, their eyes inadvertently moved to Ji Ying, whose face was now ashen. Panic flashed in his eyes as beads of sweat trickled down from his temples. Clearly, Yu Chaokun and Swordsman Chu's deaths had frightened him out of his wits. Swoosh! Huanger made a move again. However, this time, she failed to kill Ji Ying with just a strike due to the divine mark that Ji Yu, the heavenly emperor of the given heaven, had left on Ji Ying. Although the divine mark shielded Ji Ying from her attack, it was clear that it would not be able to withstand a second attack. At this time, a projection of Ji Yu appeared. He did not look at Huang at all. Instead, he looked at Duanling Tian since he knew Duanling Tian was the one who would decide Ji Ying's fate. A furious expression could be seen on his face as he said through gritted teeth, Duanling Tian, spare Ji Ying, and I promise to forget about enmity and will no longer avenge Wulong. The crowd was surprised to see Ji Yu compromise. After all, he was Heavenly Emperor of a Devata realm. Meanwhile, Ji Ying's expression changed drastically upon hearing Ji Yu's words. His face flushed red with embarrassment as he protested loudly, Master, there's no need to compromise. Duanling Tian isn't worthy of you doing such a thing. Shut up, Ji Yu roared. The frightened Ji Ying quickly fell silent. Naturally, he would never dare to disobey his master whom he also treated like a father. Everyone thought Duanling Tian would compromise since Ji Yu, a heavenly emperor, had spoken when Duanling Tian suddenly said, Huang, kill him. You dare! Ji Yu roared. Duanling Tian, you'll regret this. Swoosh! A seven-colored streak of light shot out, destroying Ji Yu's projection before killing Ji Ying. Although Ji Ying tried resisting with all his might, it was futile. The full extent of Huang's strength finally dawned on Duanling Tian at this moment. Gods aside, perhaps only a handful of demigods in the Devata realms were a match for her. My celestial origin energy, that now carries a trace of the divine energy, has awakened Huang. Duanling Tian naturally knew Huang was only this strong because of the traces of divine energy he now possessed. Divine artifacts were known as weapons of gods, after all. It was only natural that only gods would be able to unleash their true power. With the traces of divine energy, which was unique to gods, it was not surprising he was able to unlock Huang's potential. Silence permeated the entire place after Ji Ying's death. In such a short time, 3 9-star gods of war had died. This was unprecedented in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Swoosh! The crowd watched as Huang transformed into a streak of 7-colored light and returned to the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Although prominent divine artifacts with artifact souls were rare treasures, no one dared to take the risk since they knew doing so was no different from seeking death. Meanwhile, after putting the 7 orifices exquisite sword away, Duanling Tian swept his eyes across the crowd as he said, From today onward, the given alliance base will be my cultivation ground. Everyone should leave this place immediately. If I see anyone lingering in this place after a day, they'll die. After Duanling Tian's voice fell, he flew into the given alliance base, disappearing from sight. The crowd exchanged a look before leaving one after another. Let's go. The show's over now that the given alliance no longer exists. I didn't expect such a strong and famous alliance in the 9 Serenities battlefield would meet with such an end. Moreover, it took only one person to disband the given alliance. That's right. Since Duanling Tian intends to turn the given alliance base into his cultivation ground, how could the alliance members stay? From this day onward, there won't be anyone in the 9 Serenities battlefield and the Devata realms who won't be aware of the highly talented true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. News of this incident spread like a wildfire in the 9 Serenities battlefield. There was no one who did not hear about what had happened. Everyone knew that Duanling Tian, the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, possessed a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul and that he had easily killed 3 veteran 9-star gods of war, Yu Chao Kun, Swordsman Chu, and Ji Ying. Soon after he became a 9-star god of war. How unexpected! The only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is truly a peerless genius. Moreover, he possesses a prominent artifact with an artifact soul. I wonder if his master gave him the prominent divine artifact. That's possible. After all, everyone knew Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang attained godhood in the Azura Hell due to a fortuitous encounter. He must have come across many treasures as well. It's likely that he had given the prominent divine artifact to his only true disciple. Duanling Tian is really lucky to have a master like Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. If you have Duanling Tian's innate talent and comprehension skills, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang might accept you as true disciples as well. When news of Duanling Tian spread, it naturally included his prominent divine artifact. After all, such a treasure was too precious. While the Nine Serenities battlefield was in an uproar over this matter, a group of 8 star gods of war from the Given Alliance led the members to meet Duan Ling Tian in a valley in the base. These 8 star gods of war were the former guardians of the now-defunct Given Alliance. Lord Duan Ling Tian, we're willing to accept you as our leader. If you dislike the name of the alliance, you can switch it. We just want to serve you, one of the 8 star gods of war said respectfully. These people had been shocked by Duan Ling Tian's strength, and they felt they would be incredibly lucky to be able to serve such a person. After all, it meant they would be under his protection. With Duan Ling Tian, they would become the ultimate alliance in the Nine Serenities battlefield. Hence, they took the risk and tried to persuade Duan Ling Tian to take over the Given Alliance. You have 10 hours left to evacuate this place, Duan Ling Tian said indifferently. After that, he no longer responded no matter how hard the former guardians of the Given Alliance tried to persuade him. Eventually, they left, greatly disappointed now that their hopes were crushed. It was obvious Duan Ling Tian had no intention of starting an alliance. With that, the formerly lively Given Alliance base turned desolate. No one dared to linger and defy Duan Ling Tian's words. In the independent realm that housed the main title temple, an unexpected guest appeared in the title temple today. It was none other than Ji Yu, the heavenly emperor of the Given Heaven. Ji Ying's death was like rubbing salt on his wounds. He was so furious that he had almost destroyed his cultivation ground. His terrifying energy shook the entire heavenly palace of the Given Heaven, and everyone could feel his anger from afar. It was only after he calmed down that he quickly left for the main title temple to look for Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the title temple. Temple Master Wu, your 9-star god of war, was killed in such a manner. Are you really going to bear the humiliation? Wu Hongqing was not surprised by Ji Yu's sudden visit. Upon hearing Ji Yu's words, he shook his head and said, "What else can I do? Duan Ling Tian has become too strong. There's nothing we can do if he remains in the Nine Serenities battlefield." In fact, Wu Hongqing had been thoroughly shocked when he received news about Duan Ling Tian becoming a 9-star god of war. He was further shocked when he learned that Duan Ling Tian was also in the possession of a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul. Not even the title temple possessed a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul, after all. Following that, frustration welled up in Wu Hongqing's heart when he learned that Mi Xian was absent during the incident. After all, Mi Xian was stronger than Yu Chaokun. He should have been there to help the others. He could not help but wonder if it was a coincidence that Mi Xian was absent or if Mi Xian had run away after discovering how strong Duan Ling Tian had grown. Ji Yu's eyes glinted coldly as he said, "He must have people he cares about outside of the Nine Serenities battlefield. We can use them to force him to leave the Nine Serenities battlefield." "That's unnecessary," Wu Hong said as he raised an eyebrow and shook his head. "It's best not to resort to this method unless it's absolutely necessary. We'll tarnish our reputation if we do such a thing. Moreover, Duan Ling Tian isn't alone. He has the protection of Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven." Feng Qingyang, Ji Yu frowned. His eyes flashed coldly as he said, "I almost forgot about him. I'll demand an explanation from him regarding this matter." "You're going to demand an explanation from him?" Wu Hongqing scoffed upon hearing Ji Yu's words. He said disdainfully, "Heavenly Emperor Ji, are you unaware that Feng Qingyang is a rudimentary king of God like me? Do you think you, an ordinary advanced god, is a match for him?" Ji Yu was shocked by these words. He exclaimed in disbelief, "A rudimentary king of gods? How's that possible? Didn't he just attain godhood recently?" Wu Hongqing sneered. "Use your brain. Even his true disciple possesses a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul. Do you think it's impossible for him to be a rudimentary king of gods?" Ji Yu, who had trouble accepting the reality, asked again, He's really a rudimentary king of gods now. I personally witnessed his strength. Do you think I'd be wrong?" Wu Hongqing retorted. Ji Yu's expression soon turned unsightly. He could afford to provoke a rudimentary king of gods. His heart overflowed with resentment and unwillingness when he thought about how Feng Qingyang had surpassed him despite being much younger than him. He knew his talent could not compare to Feng Qingyang at all. Wu Hongqing said in a gloomy tone,
Let's just wait for Duanling Tian to come out. There's nothing we can do to him in the Nine Serenities battlefield. He's invincible there. How's that possible? Jiyu, who hated Duanling Tian to the bones, could not accept this fact. He was highly displeased by what he perceived as Wu Hongqing's praising Duanling Tian. He continued to say, "There are so many people in the Nine Serenities battlefield who possess divine elements with high forms. They might be able to defeat Duanling Tian. After all, the laws they comprehended are much stronger as well with the help from the divine elements. Based on my knowledge, the 5 divine elements aren't inferior to a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul." Wu Hongqing looked at Jiyu as though he was looking at a fool. However, he hurriedly corrected his expression to avoid discovery. After Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements helped him to escape, they would take a long time to recuperate before they would be able to help Duanling Tian again. However, even if his 5 divine elements had yet to fully recover strength, they would not sit back and do nothing if Duanling Tian was attacked by someone who possessed a divine element. How could a single or even 2 divine elements be a match for all 5 divine elements? Hence, Wu Hongqing knew it was futile to follow Ji Yu's suggestion. Naturally, Wu Hongqing did not reveal his thoughts. After all, he did not want Ji Yu to know that Duanling Tian possessed all of the 5 divine elements. Selfishness was ingrained in most people. Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Tidal Temple, naturally did not want Ji Yu, the heavenly emperor of the given heaven, to know that Duanling Tian possessed all 5 divine elements. Even if, however unlikely, Ji Yu was not interested in the 5 divine elements, there were risks that the information would leak. There was no lack of people who coveted the 5 divine elements. Wu Hongqing knew Ji Yu had the support of a force from a realm of gods. If Ji Yu learned about Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements, Ji Yu would definitely inform his backers about this matter once the connection between the Devata realms and the realms of gods was restored. Wu Hongqing glanced at Ji Yu as he replied, "So what if they're people capable of restraining Duanling Tian? Do you think they'd easily obey you? Moreover, how are you going to find them? Those who possess divine elements stay anonymous and don't go around announcing the fact that they possess the divine elements." Ji Yu fell silent upon hearing Wu Hongqing's words. Indeed, although there were definitely 9 star gods of war in the Nine Serenities battlefield who possessed the divine elements, how was he going to find them when he did not know who they were? If he knew who they were, he would have snatched their divine elements away from them a long time ago. The 5 divine elements were so precious that even someone like him who had attained godhood could not remain indifferent to them. Soon after, Ji Yu's eyes lit up as though he had just recalled something. Then he said, "Even if I can't find those people to deal with Duanling Tian, now that news of Duanling Tian's prominent divine artifact has spread, those people will definitely search for Duanling Tian on their own accord." Moreover, Duanling Tian did not bother to hide the fact that he's staying in the given alliance. I'm sure many people would look for him to obtain his prominent divine artifact. Despite his words, Ji Yu felt slightly unwilling. After all, Duanling Tian's divine artifact was supposed to be his. How could he remain unaffected by the thought of someone else taking the divine artifact? Nevertheless, he thought it would be fine as long as Duanling Tian died. With that, he would at least be able to avenge his 2 true disciples. The Wandering Heaven, one of the 81 Devata realms. In the middle of a quiet desert, the ground suddenly trembled. The tremors grew more and more violent as huge silhouettes suddenly shot out of the ground. These were beasts in various forms and sizes. All of them bore a flame-shaped mark on their glabellas. When they appeared, they stood in a neat line like soldiers. Soon enough, a figure appeared in the air before them. The figure belonged to a tall and burly middle-aged man who was dressed in a long green robe. His face was as smooth as jade, and he had a domineering aura about him that intimidated many people. At this moment, his eyes shone brightly as he muttered, "He has a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul? It has been more than 1,000 years. Finally, I have a reason to return to the Nine Serenities battlefield. Fortunately, I've yet to attain godhood. Otherwise, I would have missed out on a golden opportunity." "Yen, are you confident?" the middle-aged man suddenly asked. A voice rang in the middle-aged man's mind immediately. "Perhaps, if I was still in my 7th form, I wouldn't be confident. However, Now that I've evolved into an 8th form Chaos Divine Flame, coupled with your strength, it won't be difficult for us to kill Duanling Tian and obtain his prominent divine artifact. Although a 9-star god of war who obtained traces of the divine energy is able to unlock the strength of a prominent divine artifact, he or she still can't compare to a real god. As a divine element, it won't be a problem for us to deal with his prominent divine artifact. The middle-aged man nodded as he responded to what was clearly a Chao divine flame. I agree. Moreover, you're not far from evolving into your 9th form. Following that, the man opened his little world before he said to the beasts lining up in neat rows, "My beloved pets, let's go to the 9 Serenities battlefield." The flame-shaped marks on the glabellas of the beasts glowed before they entered the middle-aged man's little world one after another. We'll be killing a peerless genius this time. You should feel honored that you're able to take part in this battle. With that, he flew at top speed toward the nearest transportation site that would bring him to the 9 Serenities battlefield. While he flew, he muttered under his breath, "I'm sure many of my old friends will also be tempted to enter the 9 Serenities battlefield. It's inevitable that we'll fight each other for the prominent divine artifact once Duanling Tian dies." In a desolate mountain range in the scaling cloud heaven, the sun was setting at this moment, dyeing the sky red. Boom, boom, boom. A scorching crimson energy surged high into the sky from the peak of one mountain at this moment. Following that, blue energy shot out before shrouding the crimson energy. Just like that, the scorching energy seemed to freeze. At the same time, the temperature began to drop rapidly. A freezing energy settled on the mountain range as well as white frost began to cover the lands. "That prominent divine artifact is mine." A woman's icy voice rang in the air. At the same time, what seemed like the voice of an old man rang in the woman's mind. "Don't be rash. Although you have me, an 8th form world-cleansing divine water, don't forget there are many others who also possess high-form divine elements in the 9 Serenities battlefield." The woman nodded. Her gaze flashed with determination as she said, "I know. However, I still want that prominent divine artifact. If I'm able to obtain that prominent divine artifact, my path will be smoother once I attain godhood and go to the realm of gods." "All right, I'll deal with the prominent divine artifact while you kill its owner," the divine element said confidently. In the 13th central region of the 9 Serenities battlefield, "Brother," a voice rang in a valley at this moment. The person said respectfully, "News of Duanling Tian possessing a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul has spread beyond the 9 Serenities battlefield. I think it's best for you to make a move before your old friends arrive." The voice belonged to an ordinary-looking young man. His eyes were fixed at the courtyard in the valley, and he looked rather anxious at this moment. Swoosh! As soon as the young man's voice fell, a tall and handsome young man with sword-like eyebrows appeared in the air. His expression was gentle and his smile was kind. The ordinary young man's eyes lit up when he saw the handsome young man. "Brother, did you have another breakthrough? It seems like Duanling Tian's prominent divine artifact is destined to fall into your hands." The handsome young man shook his head. "There's no guarantee in this world. All we can do is try our best. If we're too obsessed with this matter and fail in the end, it'll affect our cultivation in the future and become a stumbling block on the path of attaining godhood." The handsome young man was also one of the 9-star gods of war who possessed a divine element. He possessed an 8th form profound divine metal. It only needed to devour a few more profound divine metal before it would evolve to its 9th form. "Stay here and wait for my good news." "Brother, I want to come with you." "No, I won't be able to look after you when the fight starts." The ordinary young man could only give up after hearing these words. "All right, please be careful, brother." Duanling Tian, who was in the given alliance base, was unaware that many 9-star gods of war, who possessed the divine elements, were making their way to him to snatch his 7 orifices exquisite sword. This unprecedented crisis was heading for Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian, who was in the given alliance, was unaware that this was just the calm before the storm. The divine offering land was one of the realms of the gods. The Xia clan was one of the wealthiest and most famous clans in the divine offering land. Such a clan would usually have strict rules and place huge importance on rules and order. However, recently there was a commotion in the Xia clan. Their eldest miss, Xianxia, had taken her own life in the past. After she reincarnated and returned to the divine offering land, it was discovered that she was with a man and even had a daughter with that man. Needless to say, such a scandal rocked the Xia clan to its core. In a corner of the Xia clan's estate, a group of secondary disciples was discussing the clan's female prodigy, Xianxia. Hey, do you think the eldest miss will survive the realm battlefield? It's difficult to say for sure. After all, the realm battlefield was created by supreme powerhouses. Even those who are powerful would face life-threatening danger in there, let alone our eldest miss. I really didn't expect the eldest miss to enter the realm battlefield. It's said that she only did that as a show of protest to the clan leader. She's trying to prove that she'd rather die than marry the young master of the Yun clan. I heard about that as well. Apparently, she didn't take her life this time around due to her daughter and family from her current life in the mundane realm. At this moment, someone said with a sigh, "Third Master is still imprisoned in the inner courtyard. I heard he tried to escape a few times but was caught." Third Master really angered the clan leader. That's not surprising. After all, Third Master released those people whom Eldest Miss cares about. Once she finds out about their release, the clan won't be able to threaten her with the lives of those she cares about anymore. I really don't understand the clan leader's thoughts. Eldest Miss already has a daughter. I don't understand why he insists on forcing her to marry the young master of the Yun clan. Why can't he let her do as she wishes? It's said that young Master Yun is obsessed with Eldest Mississippi. Moreover, rumor has it that if he doesn't marry Eldest Miss, he won't be able to become an emperor of gods. After Xiajie released Li Fei, Li Ro, Duan Rufeng, and the others, he was imprisoned by Xiaoyu, the clan leader of the Xia clan. Apart from being imprisoned, he was cut off from the outside world as well. Xiaoyu was afraid Xiajie would tell Xianxia about the release of Duan Rufeng and the others. He knew his daughter would never return to the Xia clan once she found out the people cared about had been released. Xiaoyu would visit Xiajie every once in a while. Every time he visited, he would wear a frown on his face whenever he looked at Xiajie. Today was one of those times that Xiaoyu visited Xiajie. At this moment, he shook his head as he said to Xiajie, "Third brother, you really crossed the line this time." "Crossed the line? Are you talking about yourself?" Xiajie said indifferently. "Let's not talk about this for now," Xiaoyu said dismissively. After a moment, he said, "I need to give Qing Yan an explanation regarding this matter. You know very well he entrusted me with those people. Now that they've been released, you know I'd have to explain this matter to him." "Go explain it to him then. Why are you here?" Xiajie said impatiently as he rolled his eyes. "Third brother, you know why I'm here," Xiaoyu said as his expression turned grim. "I know you found what's suspected to be a first-form profound divine metal in the past. Recently, the Yun clan found a first-form profound divine metal as well. Give me the metal fragment you found. If it's truly a first-form profound divine metal, the Yun clan's profound divine metal would be able to absorb it and evolve into its second form. Third brother, it's best if you obediently hand the metal fragment over to me." Nearing the end of his sentence, Xiaoyu's tone turned threatening. Xiajie was briefly stunned by those words. When he regained his senses, he began to laugh. Upon seeing this, Xiaoyu's frown deepened. "Why are you laughing? Do you think this is an appropriate time to laugh?" "Elder brother, I haven't been in possession of that metal fragment for 700 years now," Xiajie said as he shook his head. Xiaoyu looked at Xiajie skeptically. "How's that possible?" "Don't try to trick me, third brother. In the past, you treasured it so much that you weren't even willing to let me study it. Now you want me to believe you no longer have it with you." Xiajie nodded. "Indeed, I treasured it a lot. After all, I'm highly certain it's a profound divine metal. It'd definitely be awakened once it absorbed another first-form profound divine metal. If it continued to evolve, I would have a high chance of becoming a supreme powerhouse, let alone a supreme god." After a brief pause, his eyes brightened slightly as he continued to say, "However, I gave it to another person 700 years ago." "Who did you give it to?" Xiaoyu glared at Xiajie. As long as he found who Xiajie had given the metal fragment to, he would be able to get it back. He's not from the divine offering land or any realms of gods. With all this said, you should be smart enough to deduce the identity of the person who possesses that metal fragment now. "Not from the divine offering land or any realms of gods?" Xiaoyu raised an eyebrow. Following that, his eyes widened and his expression changed drastically as he said, "Don't tell me you gave the metal fragment to that brat Duanling Tian." Although Xiaoyu had yet to meet his daughter's husband in her current life, how could he not know his name? He was aware that his third brother had met Duanling Tian previously and even threatened the Xia clan's servant who had been ordered to kill Duanling Tian. Hence, after listening to his third brother's words, it was not difficult for him to figure out that the metal fragment had been given to Duanling Tian. "You're really smart, eldest brother. No wonder our father chose you to be the clan leader," Xianxia said as he gave a thumbs up to Xiaoyu. "Stop this nonsense," Xiaoyu said angrily. "Don't think I don't know you gave him that metal fragment in hopes that he'd grow strong in the future. You're too naive. Do you really think that metal fragment will be able to help that brat from the mundane realm who's even weaker than natives of the Devata realms? If the profound divine metal is intelligent, it would leave that brat in search of a new host. Giving him that metal fragment is akin to throwing it away." Xiaoyu knew Xianxia hoped Duanling Tian would grow strong and live up to his expectations and be worthy of his daughter. However, he did not think it was possible for Duanling Tian to do much even if Duanling Tian possessed the profound divine metal. In fact, he thought it was likely that Duanling Tian would be killed before the profound divine metal even had a chance to evolve. "Elder brother, I beg to differ. I've met your son-in-law before. Although he's from the mundane realm, he's extraordinary," Xianxia said confidently. Indeed, Xianxia had given Duanling Tian the profound divine metal in hopes of changing Duanling Tian's fate. With the profound divine metal, Duanling Tian's time in the Devata realms would be much easier, and he would also have a higher chance of ascending to the realms of gods. Naturally, he was aware that possessing the profound divine metal came with its own risks. After all, if it was exposed that Duanling Tian possessed the profound divine metal, Duanling Tian's life would be in danger. Nevertheless, in his opinion, the pros outweighed the cons. "Third brother, I know you feel sorry for Ning Shui. However, you're too rash," Xiaoyu said as he shook his head. "It's impossible for that brat to achieve greatness. He's destined to be inferior to Qin Yan no matter what. I agree he has a chance of changing his fate, but he'll never be able to surpass Qin Yan." Clearly, Xiaoyu did not think much of his daughter's husband. "Nevertheless, I have faith in him," Xianxia said. He was certain that his judgment was right. That purple-clad young man he met was truly extraordinary. Otherwise, he would not have given him the metal fragment. He had chosen not to disclose the fact that the metal fragment was likely a profound divine metal when he gave it to Duanling Tian so that Duanling Tian would not feel burdened to accept it. For that reason, he had lied and said it was just a mysterious piece of metal he had found. Back in the Nine Serenities battlefield, Duanling Tian, who was cultivating peacefully in the given alliance base, was awakened by a loud, energetic, and clearly hostile voice. His lips curled up into a derisive smile. "There are still people bold enough to come looking for trouble after I showed my strength? This person must be confident." His eyes glinted coldly before he vanished into thin air. A tall figure hovered above the old given alliance base. The figure's 3-meter height was visually impactful. Moreover, this was his real height, not an illusion or the result of him manipulating his celestial origin energy. The 3-meter-tall figure belonged to a young man dressed in a dark yellow long robe. His determined expression, furrowed brows, and blazing eyes made him look as imposing as an immovable mountain. At this moment, he was staring intently at the purple-clad young man who had just emerged from the old given alliance base. He asked rudely, "Are you Duanling Tian?" Duanling Tian looked at the 3-meter-tall young man indifferently. "Since you came here looking for me, you should know who I am. State your business. I don't have time to waste with you. If there's nothing, please leave." Duanling Tian's words greatly angered the abnormally tall young man. He scoffed. "Duanling Tian, do you think you're invincible just because you killed 3 9-stars gods of war with your divine artifact? Let me tell you this. There are still many 9-stars gods of war who are stronger than you. Even then, you're definitely one of them," Duanling Tian replied tonelessly. A mocking smile appeared on the young man's face. "You really don't have a discerning eye. I hate to break it to you, but I'm definitely one of those who are stronger than you." As soon as the young man finished speaking, A wave of mustard energy rolled out, looking like a divine dragon. In just a moment, it formed a cage around Duanling Tian. Chaos, divine earth? Duanling Tian cried out in surprise. I didn't expect you to possess one of the 5 divine elements. Moreover, it's a high-form one. The abnormally tall young man sneered upon seeing Duanling Tian's surprised expression. He said arrogantly, you're just like a frog living at the bottom of a well. My chaos divine earth is in its 8th form. Even if you have a prominent divine artifact and you carry traces of the divine energy, you don't stand a chance against me and my chaos divine earth. Is that so? Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow, clearly not taking the young man's threat seriously. You can find out for yourself, the young man said confidently. All right. Duanling Tian did not waste time and struck with the law of space. At the same time, a 7-colored sword appeared in his hand. With just a casual wave of the sword, it distorted the air around him. Swoosh! Duanling Tian thrust his sword at the abnormally tall young man. The sword left spatial tears in its wake as it shot out. At the same time, 7-colored sword rays appeared in the air, looking like fireworks. The young man scoffed. With a wave of his hand, the cage around Duanling Tian began to exert huge pressure on Duanling Tian. Duanling Tian paused briefly when he felt the weight bearing down on him from the cage that was cast using the law of earth. At this time, a streak of mustard light revolved around the young man like a dragon before it shot toward Duanling Tian's 7-colored sword and sword rays. When the two forces collided, Duanling Tian's 7-colored sword rays dimmed slightly. Following that, the young man's chaos divine earth twined around his 7 orifices exquisite sword. Master, the 8th form Chao divine earth has completely restrained me. I can't move at all. Huang's voice rang in Duanling Tian's ears at this time. In the young man's eyes, it seemed like Duanling Tian's expression had turned grim. Duanling Tian manipulated the spatial energy as he asked in a deep voice, Who are you? I'm Yang Meng from the Titan tribe, the young man said with a smile. Duanling Tian, your prominent divine artifact will belong to me from now on. I'll have to thank you for it. Then, Yang Meng began to retreat as he continued to say, I have to admit that you're strong. I'm not 100% confident that I'll be able to kill you even if you no longer possess a prominent divine artifact. Yang Meng was prepared to leave with the 7 orifices exquisite sword that he had restrained with the help of the chaos divine earth. However, how could Duanling Tian allow something like this to happen? Since you're here, you should just stay here forever. Duanling Tian smirked. Indeed, I won't be able to use my prominent divine artifact for now. However, your chaos divine earth won't be able to help you as well. Duanling Tian teleported as soon as his voice fell and reappeared in front of Yang Meng. Then he charged toward Yang Meng as the void rippled in his wake. It's useless, Yang Meng said, unflustered. Although I'm not confident about killing you, I don't have any problem blocking your attacks. You're strong, but you can't underestimate my law of earth as well. A vast mustard energy surged out of Yang Meng and weaved layers upon layers of barriers around him. Indeed, Duanling Tian's attack failed to reach Yang Meng. He seized the chance to put more distance between him and Duanling Tian. The duo looked as though they were playing tag in the air above the old Given Alliance base. However, as time passed, Duanling Tian looked as though he was becoming exhausted as the frequency of his teleportation began to decrease. If this continued, it would not take long before Yang Meng escaped from Duanling Tian. Boom! 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 At this moment, a series of thunderous explosions rang in the air before countless thick vines snaked toward Yang Meng. Simultaneously, a streak of green light shot out at blinding speed before it turned into a rope to tie the 7 orifices exquisite sword up. Swoosh! While Yang Meng fought off the vines, a beautiful woman with seductive eyes and a curvaceous body appeared. Every movement she made was filled with feminine appeal. As soon as she appeared, she said, Big guy, why don't you give me the divine artifact? Based on her words, it was clear she was familiar with Yang Meng. You came as well, he Chun-Li? Yang Meng said with a slight frown on his face. Although he had expected his old rivals to make their way here, he did not expect to meet one of them so soon. The reason he had tried to leave as soon as he obtained the 7 Orifices exquisite sword was to avoid running into his old rivals, who knew he would run into one of them before he could escape. Chun-Li, the beautiful woman, owned the clear heaven's divine wood. The streak of green light that had shot toward the 7 Orifices exquisite sword earlier was precisely the clear heaven's divine wood. At this moment, Chun-Li's clear heaven's divine wood was fighting with Yang Meng's Chao divine earth for the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. Clear heaven's divine wood? Duanling Tian stopped in his tracks with the arrival of another person. He looked at Yang Meng and Chun-Li confronting each other, feeling like a minor character who was watching a show from the sidelines. Just as Yang Meng and Chun-Li were about to fight, another voice rang in the air. Yang Meng, Chun-Li. Following that, a streak of golden light shot across the sky like a shooting star toward Chun-Li's clear heaven's divine wood and Yang Meng's chaos divine earth and joined the fight for the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. It heralded the arrival of a young with a medium build and an ordinary face. However, his eyes were bright and piercing. Profound divine metal? It's also in its 8th form. Duanling Tian raised an eyebrow. Naturally, it was easy for him to identify the streak of golden light. Just like that, 3 different divine elements appeared. Most importantly, they were all in their 8th form. Soon enough, a woman's voice rang in the air. "You're all early." A yellow-clad woman appeared. She was pretty and her features were delicate. Despite her youthful appearance, her eyes betrayed her age, showing the vicissitudes of life. Swoosh! Following that, a streak of blue energy shot out from the yellow-clad woman and joined the fight to obtain the 7 Orifices exquisite sword. An 8th form world-cleansing divine water? Duanling Tian's eyes widened slightly. At this point, he had already grown numb to the sudden appearances of the divine elements. The only one missing now is the chaos divine flame. As soon as this thought formed in Duanling Tian's mind, a ball of flame flew over from afar, looking like the blazing sun. As the ball of flames drew closer, Duanling Tian watched what looked like a rope shooting toward the 7 Orifices exquisite sword as well, joining in the fight. With that, all 5 divine elements were present. Moreover, the 5 divine elements were in their 8th form, very close to evolving to their 9th form. The 9th form was the final form of the 5 divine elements. From there, if they progressed any further, they would obtain a soul and form a physical body. Following that, the essence of their elements would be scattered throughout various places as first-form divine elements. I didn't expect to be the last to arrive. The person who had just arrived was dressed in a red robe. His entire person was shrouded in flames, concealing his appearance. With just a glance, Duanling Tian knew the newcomer was deliberately hiding his appearance. This meant that the newcomer must be famous outside of the 9 Serenities battlefield. As for the others, they must have disguised their appearances as well. If not, it was likely that they were not known outside of the 9 Serenities battlefield. Otherwise, they would not have openly revealed their divine elements. After all, even gods coveted the divine elements, let alone 8th form divine elements that were close to evolving to their 9th form. Shouhua, you haven't returned to the 9 Serenities battlefield for a long time. I didn't think you'd intentionally make a trip here. I guess even you can't resist the prominent divine artifact. The yellow-clad woman who possessed the world-cleansing divine water said. Han Xian, you couldn't resist coming as well, right? Shouhua, the figure shrouded in flames, said. I just arrived. Yang Meng, Chun-Li, and Tanjin arrived before I did. Han Xian said as she glanced at the trio nearby with a small smile on her face. I didn't expect all of us would gather like this. Tanjin, the young man who possessed the profound divine metal, said with a smile. This is the first time we're all gathered at one place. Indeed. Yang Meng nodded. At this point, he had stopped fighting with Chun-Li. After all, if they continued fighting, it would only be beneficial to the other 3 who arrived later. I guess none of us are going to give up on this prominent divine artifact, Chun-Li said. Then she shifted her eyes to Duanling Tian as she continued to say, however, before anything else, don't you think we should make sure the original owner is dead first? After all, we can't make the prominent divine artifact acknowledge us as long as its owner is alive. It'd be pointless for us to fight over a sword with an owner. Chun-Li's words instantly made Duanling Tian everyone's target. I agree.
Yang Meng was the first to speak up. His gaze turned icy as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Following that, Tianjin nodded. From the moment he appeared until now, he maintained a faint smile on his face. Despite his harmless appearance, he could not conceal the coldness and fierceness flashing in the depths of his eyes.
I have no objections, Han Xian chimed in. All right, then we'll kill him first, Shouhua, who had just arrived, said with a nod. At the same time, countless beasts appeared behind Shouhua at this moment, lined up in neat rows like well-trained soldiers. They growled and roared, looking ferocious and intimidating. Similar to Shouhua, they were shrouded in flames as well.
He didn't change at all. Apart from him, who else brings a troop of beasts with them when they leave home? Yang Meng shook his head. Tianjin laughed. Yang Meng, Shouhua's beasts aren't illusions. Have you forgotten how the beasts breached your defenses the last time you fought Shouhua?
Yang Meng scoffed. That's only because I didn't avoid his beasts. Otherwise, how could they have breached my defenses? Nevertheless, you can't deny the beasts are strong, Tianjin said with a chuckle. At this moment, the 7 orifices exquisite was completely restrained by the 5/8 form divine elements. Could not move an inch, let alone help Duan Lingtian. At the same time, Duan Lingtian was being surrounded by the 5 owners of the divine elements who were also powerful 9-star gods of war.
Apart from that, there was also a troop of beasts waiting to pounce on Duan Lingtian. All of them stared at Duan Lingtian intently, ready to pounce if he moved just the slightest bit.
Yang Meng said with a sigh, Duan Lingtian, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. He's not even 700 years old. I don't think there's such a young 9-star god of war in the history of all Devata realms, let alone the 9 Serenities battlefield.
Indeed, his achievements are unprecedented in both the Devata realms and the 9 Serenities battlefield. Tianjin nodded.
A 9-star god of war who's not even 700 years old. If it weren't for the prominent divine artifact, I wouldn't be able to bear killing him. He Chun-Li with a slight hint of regret. For him to die in our hands, his death won't be in vain, Han Xian said. Upon hearing the other 4's words, Shouho scoffed. So what if he's a genius? He's still going to die today. I wonder if my pets will improve after devouring such a peerless genius. How exciting! The flames around Shouho surged higher after he finished speaking. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian's expression was not as grim as one would expect when surrounded by 5 powerful 9-star gods of war. In fact, a small smile could be seen on his face at this moment as he swept his gaze across the 5 people around him. How can you still smile at this moment? Yang Meng, who noticed the smile on Duan Lingtian's face, asked, puzzled. Then he said mockingly, Don't tell you're so frightened that you've turned dumb? Duan Lingtian did not respond to Yang Meng's words. Instead, he said, All of you are finally here. The 5 people were stunned and baffled by Duan Lingtian's words. Duan Lingtian continued to say, before entering the 9 Serenities battlefield, I've heard of the 5 strongest 9-star gods of war who each possess divine elements with high forms. Unless one's confident, one wouldn't simply reveal the divine elements. I'm sure all of you must have once kept a low profile to grow stronger. To reveal your divine elements now, all of you must be really confident about your strength. The 5 9-star gods of war frowned, not knowing what Duan Lingtian was getting at. Shouhua bluntly said, Since you're aware we're the strongest 9-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, you should surrender to fate and die. Don't tell me you plan to fight us. Otherwise, you might not even have a corpse left after my beasts and I are done with you. I've been waiting for all of you for a long time, Duan Lingtian continued to say with a smile. The 5 9-star gods of war were still puzzled by Duan Lingtian's words and smile when Duan Lingtian suddenly leaped into the air and pushed both his hands out. In just a moment, the silhouette of a huge tree appeared behind him and solidified into the pine willow divine tree's godly phenomenon. Following that, a vast energy began to surge, stirring up a vortex with Duan Lingtian at its center. Yang Meng and the others thought the energy was strange, but they did not feel anything else. It did not affect their bodies or souls at all. What is he doing? Despite not feeling anything out of the ordinary, the 5 people naturally knew that Duan Lingtian would not do this without reason. The more they could not sense anything strange from the energy, the more uneasy they felt.
It did not take long before an ominous feeling rose in each of their hearts.
At this moment, Chun-Li suddenly cried out, "Look, our divine elements!" When the others turned over to look, they saw their divine elements were no longer restraining the 7 orifices exquisite sword. At this time, the 5 divine elements were shooting toward Duan Ling Tian. When they arrived near Duan Ling Tian, they began to revolve around the pine willow divine tree's godly phenomenon. It looked as though 5 streams of ribbons were twining around the tree at this moment.
What's happening? Yang Meng's expression turned grim immediately. I can't communicate with my chaos divine earth.
Me too. I've lost connection with my world-cleansing divine water. Han Xian's expression changed drastically.
Similarly, the others also discovered they seemed to have been cut off from their respective divine elements. What kind of technique is this?
All of them looked at Duan Ling Tian with horrified expressions on their faces as Duan Ling Tian brought the 7 orifices exquisite back to his side with a wave of his hand. With that, his aura and energy grew even more formidable. Following that, Duan Ling Tian's lips curled up into a smirk as he looked at the 5 strongest 9 stars gods of war in the 9 serenities battlefield and said, "5 divine elements?
Sorry, I have them as well." 5 divine elements?
Sorry, I have them as well. As soon as Duan Ling Tian's voice fell, while the 5 9 stars gods of wars who each possessed a divine element were still stunned, an overwhelmingly powerful energy suddenly surged out of Duan Ling Tian's body. 5 different colors could be seen in the energy. At this moment, laughter rang in the air before a childlike voice said, "Well done, kid. I didn't think I'd be able to ascend to the heavens with just a single leap." Directly evolving from the 7th form to the 9th form, the childlike voice belonged to Duan Ling Tian's Chaos Divine Earth. Currently, among Duan Ling Tian's 5 divine elements, only the Chaos Divine Fire was in its 8th form. The other 4 divine elements were in their 7th form. Duan Ling Tian's 5 divine elements were very united. They coexisted harmoniously in Duan Ling Tian's body. Whenever they encountered other divine elements, they would join forces to suppress the opposing divine elements without discrimination.
In their opinion, whichever one of them improved, it would still benefit Duan Ling Tian and would in turn benefit all of them as well.
"Thank you, little Tian," Duan Ling Tian's world-cleansing divine water said. However, she sounded slightly lethargic compared to before. Clearly, she had yet to fully recover.
In fact, even the voice of Duan Ling Tian's Chaos Divine Earth was not as energetic as it usually was.
"It seems like all of us are going to evolve into our 9th form," Duan Ling Tian's Clear Heavens Divine would said with unconcealable excitement. Although Duan Ling Tian's Chaos Divine Flame and Profound Divine Metal remained silent, Duan Ling Tian knew they were no less grateful or happier compared to the others.
Moreover, they were the 2 divine elements that had been with him the longest, so there was a certain tacit understanding between them.
5 divine elements? Yang Meng and the others finally sensed a hint of familiarity from the strange energy at this moment. How could they not know the familiarity came from the divine elements? After all, for their respective divine elements to evolve to such a high form, they had naturally devoured many other divine elements. As such, it was impossible for them not to recognize the 5 divine elements now.
These 5 people were lucky up until now. They managed to successfully devour almost every divine element they encountered in the 9 serenities battlefield. It was why they managed to evolve their respective divine elements to such a high form.
If luck was the main factor to obtain the divine elements in the purgatory battlefield, then strength was the main factor to obtain divine elements in the 9 serenities battlefield. These 5 9 stars gods of war had all gone through a phase where they had to lay low in the 9 serenities battlefield to avoid their respective divine elements from being exposed and devoured. After all, in the early stages they were not as powerful as they were now, and there were those who were stronger than them and possessed the divine elements. It was only when they became the strongest in the 9 serenities battlefield that they dared to reveal their respective divine elements. Apart from being 9 stars gods of wars, they all possessed divine elements with a high form. With this, they were naturally the strongest in the 9 serenities battlefield. Despite having a common ground and knowing each other for a long time, this was the first time all of them were gathered in one place. The lure of a prominent divine artifact was too strong after all. Damn it! Those 5 divine elements are trying to devour our respective divine elements. Chun-Li cried out as her expression changed drastically. She could feel Duan Ling Tian's life energy and the 5 divine elements pulling at her divine elements. No! A terrified expression appeared on Han Xian's face. At the same time, a freezing energy burst forth from her body as she flew toward her world-cleansing divine water, leaving frost in her wake. She knew she had to take action now before her world-cleansing divine water was devoured by her opponent's world-cleansing divine water. She could not lose her world-cleansing divine water no matter what. Hurry up! We have to snatch back our respective divine elements. Yang Meng, Shohua, Tianjin, and Chun-Li made a move as well. For distinct energies surged out from their bodies toward the core of Duan Ling Tian's pine willow divine tree that seemed to have a sedative effect on their divine elements. They knew they had to wake their divine elements up at this moment. None of them were willing to let their divine elements be devoured. All of them had possessed their divine elements for a long time. They only managed to reach where they were today due to their respective divine elements. It was only normal that they were unwilling to lose their divine elements. If they had known then what they knew now, they would not have come for Duan Ling Tian's prominent divine artifact. After all, the prominent divine artifact was not worth losing their respective divine elements. After all, not only were the divine elements the sources of their rapid growth and strong foundation, but with the divine elements, they would be extraordinary even after they ascend to a realm of gods. Apart from that, it would not be a problem for them to become a supreme god even if they could become a supreme powerhouse. With that, how could a prominent divine artifact compare to the divine elements? When they reached the height of their power, they would be able to have as many prominent divine artifacts with artifact souls as they wanted. They did not even have to become supreme gods to obtain prominent divine artifacts with souls. Once they were emperors of gods, they would be able to easily obtain such prominent divine artifacts with their strength. Moreover, if they learned to forge weapons by the time they became emperors of gods, they could even forge their own prominent divine artifacts with artifact souls. All of them were filled with regrets at this moment. I shouldn't have been so greedy. If I lose my profound divine metal over a prominent divine artifact, even if I die, I wouldn't be able to die in peace. No matter what, I have to get the clear heavens divine wood back. The 5 9-stars gods of war burned with anxiety. The only thought left in their minds was to save their respective divine elements. They had completely forgotten about the 7 orifices exquisite sword now. Nothing else mattered except for their divine elements. As soon as Han Xian made a move, Duan Ling Tian reacted quickly. He teleported and moved to block Han Xian's path. Thanks for the 5 divine elements. Then Duan Ling Tian brandished the 7 orifices exquisite sword before he tossed it out and said, "Huanger, they're all yours. Since their divine elements restrained you earlier, you can vent your anger on them. With enough time, Sister Water and the others will definitely be able to devour their divine elements in the 5 divine elements devouring formation." Following that, Duan Ling Tian stood aside and watched with his hands on his back. While he watched Huanger fight Han Xian and the others in her human form, he would glance at his 5 divine elements that were devouring the other divine elements. Whoosh! In just a moment, Huanga killed Han Xian with a strike from the 7 orifices exquisite sword. Although Han Xian had lost her world-cleansing divine water, she was still much stronger than Yu Chaokun, Ji Ying, and the others whom Huanga had previously killed. The reason she had been so easily defeated by Huanger was due to her mental state. After all, she was burning with anxiety at the thought of losing her world-cleansing divine water. When she finally managed to pull herself together, it was already too late. Swoosh! 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 After Han Xian died, the remaining 4 9-stars gods of war froze as cold sweat drenched their backs. Although they were not far from the pine willow divine tree, none of them dared to move recklessly due to the figure that shone with a 7-colored light standing in front of them. They were afraid of ending up like Han Xian. Even the beasts behind Shouho stopped moving. Their eyes shone with a hint of fear as well. He had used a unique method to tame these celestial beasts to be used as weapons.
Hence, the celestial beasts could sense his emotions.
Currently, he was in a state of panic and confusion, affecting his celestial beasts as well. Huanger, who was wearing a 7-colored robe, stood on the sword as she stared at Yang Meng and the others frostily. The piercing auras that she and the 7 orifices exquisite sword exuded seemed to remind the others not to move. With just the slightest movement, it seemed like she was ready to bring her sword down on them, sending them to their deaths.
Huanger, who was dressed in a 7-colored robe, stood on the sword, looking incomparably majestic.
Huanger in a 7-colored robe stood on the sword, looking incredibly glorious. Meanwhile, the Yang Meng, Tanjin, and the other 2 9-star gods of war froze as a myriad of expressions flitted across their faces when they discovered they could not reach their respective divine elements, especially now that Huanger stood in their way like an immovable mountain. Moreover, there were also Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements that were very strong as well.
Duanling Tian, Yang Meng said in a low voice, if you're willing to let me and my chaos divine earth go, I swear that I will never be an enemy to you in this life. In the future, if I cross paths with you, I swear to retreat. Duanling Tian, I'm willing to do the same, Tanjin hurriedly said.
Although Shou Hua and He Chun-Li did not say anything, they were looking at Duanling Tian expectantly as well. If Duanling Tian agreed to Yang Meng and Tang Jin's proposal, they would make the same promise.
As long as they could leave with their divine elements, they would stay away from Duanling Tian, at least for now.
Duanling Tian glanced at Yang Meng and Tan Jin as he tonelessly said, "It's best if you make your move now. I have plotted so long to lure all of you here. Now that I have your divine elements, it's impossible for me to give them up. If you want them back, you'll have to get them back yourself."
You better hurry up. I'm afraid you won't be able to do anything but watch as my 5 divine elements devour yours if you don't act now.
Duanling Tian's words were like adding fuel to flames, stoking their anger. They glared at the indifferent Duanling Tian with eyes flashing with killing intent. Duanling Tian did feel any sympathy for the 4 remaining 9 stars gods of war. After all, if he did not gain the upper hand, he would have died today. He doubted they would spare him if their roles were reversed.
We might as well attack. We have to get back our divine elements even if we die trying. Otherwise, our future will be ruined, He Chun-Li said in a low voice. Although losing their divine elements did not mean that they could no longer attain godhood, their chances of becoming supreme gods or even supreme powerhouses would be greatly reduced. How could they not feel devastated and unwilling? He Chun-Li, Shou Hua, Yang Meng, and Tanjin were used to standing above others. How could they accept standing on equal grounds with others?
Shou Hua, you and Yang Meng hold the artifact soul back while He Chun-Li and I deal with Duanling Tian, Tanjin said in a low voice. His expression was extremely grim at this moment.
Why must we hold that artifact spirit back? Shou Hua asked in a deep voice, clearly dissatisfied. He had seen how terrifying Huanger was, so if it was possible, he did not want to deal with her.
Shou Hua, I didn't make that call on a whim. You have an army of beasts at your command, and Yang Meng has the best defenses among us. Among the 4 of us, both of you are the best equipped to go up against her. Tanjin explained in a clear manner, not surprised that Shou Hua had objections. Shou Hua, Yang Meng said with a dark expression. This isn't the time to fight among ourselves. If we waste any more time, our divine elements are going to be completely devoured. I'm sure you don't want that. Don't worry. I'll bear the brunt of her attacks. All you need to do is back me up when necessary. Shou Hua no longer voiced his objection after Yang Meng spoke. He exchanged a look with Yang Meng before they shot out, with Yang Meng taking the lead toward Huanger, who stood firmly in their path. As for Tanjin and He Chun-Li, one of them moved toward Duanling Tian while the other moved toward the divine elements.
There was no doubt the 4 9 stars gods of war had made the right call. However, they failed to consider one factor: they were now in Duanling Tian's formation. Duanling Tian had set up the formation according to the world-cleansing divine waters instructions.
The formation needed to be powered by the divine elements. The divine elements would then become to the core of the formation. In fact, the ones powering Duanling Tian's formation were not his 5 divine elements, but the 5 9 stars gods of war's divine elements. As the core of the formation, the divine elements would be in a sedated state as their energies were absorbed. This was the reason the 9 stars gods of war could not communicate with their divine elements. To further ensure his success, Duanling Tian had used the vitality energy from the Pine Willow Divine Tree to boost his 5 divine elements and also to keep the 9 stars gods of war's divine elements in place. In fact, it was the method to destroy the formation was not complex. One only needed to destroy or damage the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly phenomenon. Although the way to destroy the formation was not complex, it did not mean it was easy. After all, the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly phenomenon was now protected by the 9 stars gods of war's divine elements. As the core of the formation and the source of the formation's energy, they were inadvertently protecting the Pine Willow Divine Tree's godly phenomenon as well. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. When Yang Meng, Shou Hua, and the army of beasts led by Shou Hua rushed toward Huang'er, 7 colored sword rays began to rain down on the duo in just a blink of an eye. Yang Meng reacted quickly. A mustard energy burst forth from his body and formed a protective barrier around him immediately, keeping the 7 colored sword rays at bay. Although the proactive barrier shook and looked as though it was going to shatter, it withstood Huang'er's attack. This was not surprising. Yang Meng was a 9-star god of war after all. How could his comprehension of the law of earth be weak? Moreover, he had help from Tang Jin as well. You're just an artifact soul. Watch as I destroy you, Shou Hua cried out as flames erupted from his body. The flames were so violent and hot that they seemed capable of burning the sky down and boiling the boundless sea. His entire body that burned with the flames was truly a sight to behold. Roar! As soon as Shou Hua made a move, his beasts rushed out as well. Despite the fear flashing in their eyes, they did not hesitate as they advanced. Even when those at the front line fell, the ones behind continued marching forward as though they did not see their comrades being slaughtered. Yang Meng and Shou Hua were aware of how important it was for them to stall Huang'er so Tianjin and He Chun-Li would have a chance to retrieve their divine elements. Hence, they did not hold back at all when they made their moves. Although it would be best if they could destroy Huang'er after their first exchange, they knew it would be impossible to do so. It would be difficult just to hold her back, let alone kill her. At this moment, Yang Meng shouted, Tianjin He Chun-Li, hurry up, we won't be able to last much longer. On the other hand, Tianjin, who glowed with a golden light, looked intimidating as he shot toward Duanling Tian, while He Chun-Li flew toward their divine elements as fast as she possibly could. Tianjin? Duanling Tian narrowed his eyes as he looked at the golden figure pouncing toward him. Tianjin, one of the strongest 9 stars gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, comprehended the law of metal. This meant his offensive power was very strong. Hence, it was not surprising that Duanling Tian began to feel slight pressure when faced with such an opponent. Nevertheless, Duanling Tian did not panic. Instead, his fighting spirit soared even higher than before. When Tianjin, who was wielding a saber ray in his hand, drew close, Duanling Tian vanished into thin air from where he stood before reappearing above Tianjin. Tianjin reacted quickly as though he had eyes on top of his head. He stomped his feet and shot up into the air like a beam of golden light. Golden lightning bolts flashed around him as he charged out, accompanied by the sound of thunderous explosions. At this time, when it seemed like there would not be enough time for Duanling Tian to teleport away, Duanling Tian cried out, Mastery Dao! After casting the Mastery Dao, Duanling Tian cast the Space Sword Dao and mobilized his spatial energy. Although he had temporarily lost his 7 orifices exquisite sword, he still had other mediocre divine artifacts. He has another divine artifact. Initially, Tianjin did not think it would be difficult to defeat Duanling Tian, since he had a divine artifact and Duanling Tian had lost the 7 orifices sword. He did not expect Duanling Tian to possess another divine artifact, even if it was one with an artifact soul. Swoosh! 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 The sword rays formed from the spatial energy were lightning fast as they shot toward Tianjin. Tianjin threw his right fist that was shrouded in a boxing glove. The energy from the law of earth flashed like golden lightning bolts as he punched out. When the two energies collided, there was a brief moment of silence before the sound of an explosion rang in the air. The entire place seemed to darken for a moment before returning to normal. Duanling Tian and Tianjin, who were standing at the center of the explosion, had no choice but to retreat and put some distance between them. Both of them looked slightly disheveled at this moment. My comprehension of the law of space isn't strong enough, Duan Tian thought to himself. He had gone almost all out earlier, but he only managed to match Tanjin. Based on this, it could be seen how terrifyingly profound Tanjin's comprehension of the law of metal was. It should be noted that he had cast his Mastery Dao and Sword Dao as well. The forces of the two Daos were significant as well. Even then, he did not gain the upper hand. He only fought to a draw with Tanjin after using about 70% to 80% of his strength. As expected of one of the strongest 9 stars gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, Duan Tian thought to himself. Although he knew his opponents were powerful, he was still amazed by them. Similarly, Tanjin was shocked by Duan Tian's strength as well. Duan Tian is so powerful even without his prominent divine artifact with a soul? Tanjin had also fought using all of his strength earlier, and yet, he fought to a draw with Duan Tian. His expression turned grim immediately, and his eyes were filled with wariness when he looked at Duan Tian again. He sighed in relief inwardly when he saw Chun-Li drew close to their divine elements from the corners of his eyes. Even if he failed to defeat Duan Tian, at least he managed to hold Duan Tian back long enough for Chun-Li to save their divine elements. If Yang Meng and Shou Hu saw this, they would have been flooded with relief as well. Unfortunately, they were fully focused on fighting Huang at this moment to notice such a thing. They knew they could not afford to be distracted when fighting such a powerful opponent. The number of Shou Hu's beasts slowly dwindled. They were slowly but surely being overpowered. It was clear they would not be able to hold on for long. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. The deadly 7-colored sword rays continued to shoot out. Yang Meng and Shou Hu knew if they were even a little careless, they might very well die. Clear heaven's divine wood. Chun-Li advanced unimpeded. It did not take long for her to arrive in front of the pine willow divine tree's godly phenomenon. She looked at her clear heaven's divine wood and said excitedly, "I'm here to save you." Chun-Li did not waste and struck immediately. Thick vines appeared out of thin air, formed from her energy. They snaked toward the pine willow divine tree's godly phenomenon and attacked it. It was clear from their movements that Chun-Li intended to destroy the pine willow divine tree's godly phenomenon. When the vines twined around the pine willow divine tree's godly phenomenon, it glowed with a 5-colored light. Following that, it forcefully repelled the vine's attacks. Chun-Li was taken aback by the strong defenses of the pine willow divine tree's godly phenomenon. She had struck with all her might earlier, and yet, it was useless. In fact, Chun-Li's attacks were not useless. Perhaps, if she had continued striking, she would have been able to breach the formation's defenses. However, at this moment, a horrified expression could be seen on her face as she looked at her clear heaven's divine wood and exclaimed in disbelief, "Clear heaven's divine wood, why are you helping them?" It was not just Chun-Li's clear heaven's divine wood. Chun-Li discovered that Tanjin's profound divine metal, Shou Hu's chaos divine flame, Yang Meng's chaos divine earth, and even the dead Han Xian's world-cleansing divine water were helping the pine willow divine tree to resist her attacks. She was even more horrified when she discovered the divine elements seemed to have dimmed slightly when she attacked. On the contrary, Duan Tian's 5 divine elements and the pine willow divine tree seemed unaffected. The only changes that could be seen from Duan Tian's 5 divine elements were their fluctuating energies as they continued to devour their counterparts. The process was rather slow, but after Chun-Li's attacks, its speed increased. It was as though Chun-Li was helping them. In fact, this was all thanks to the 5 divine elements devouring formation. The world-cleansing divine water had lived for a long time and had foreseen everything. It had anticipated Chun-Li's actions and had made necessary preparations. It's the formation. Initially, Chun-Li did not understand why her attacks weakened their divine elements when she had attacked the pine willow divine tree. However, she found the answer after she used her divine consciousness to probe around. She realized that their divine elements were providing energy to the pine willow divine tree. Not only that, but their 5 divine elements were also powering the formation. Chun-Li's fury surged when she discovered this. What a despicable bastard! Not only did he plot to steal our divine elements, he even made us unknowingly attack our divine elements.
I have no time for this now. The most important thing is to save them. It doesn't matter if they lose some of their energy. All they need to do is rest and recover.
Xianxia quickly cleared her mind and began to attack the pine willow divine tree again. She was rather curious how long the pine willow divine tree's godly phenomenon could withstand her attacks with their divine elements protecting it. When Xianxia was about to strike again, she saw Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements that were shrouded by the powerful vitality energy.
That's right. How can I forget about them?
Since they're so engrossed in devouring our divine elements, I should seize the chance and strike them now. With that, they'll be greatly weakened, unable to continue devouring our divine elements. In fact, I can even use this chance to let our divine elements devour them. Xianxia's eyes lit up brightly. She did not hesitate to attack Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements. The vines switched targets and snaked toward Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements immediately. However, she quickly discovered their divine elements' energies were also protecting Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements. Damn it! It's the formation again. Xianxia was so frustrated that she almost coughed out blood.
At this moment, the 9 stars gods of war's divine elements were growing dimmer and dimmer as the speed of Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements devouring them increased. After all, Xianxia's previous attack had just given them another boost.
Infuriated, Xianxia continued attacking, depleting more and more of their divine elements' energies. She could not care about this now since the divine elements would be able to recover their energies later. I'll be able to deplete our divine elements' energies with another 2 blows. With that, I'll be able to stop the formation. Xianxia thought to herself as her eyes lit up hopefully.
However, before Xianxia struck, she heard a desperate cry.
Tanjin, Xianxia, save me.
Xianxia's expression changed drastically. She turned around just in time to watch Yang Meng being killed by the artifact soul of Duanling Tian's prominent divine artifact. Chills ran up her spine, and fear flooded her heart immediately.
Yang Meng's had the strongest defenses among them, but even he could not withstand the artifact soul's attacks. Similarly, Tanjin's expression changed as well. He did not expect Yang Meng to die.
Xianxia and Tanjin were still shocked by Yang Meng's deaths when they heard Shouhua's cries. With Yang Meng's death, Shouhua had lost the barrier protecting him. With the barrier gone, the 7-colored sword rays rushed out and killed him. In just a split second, 2 of the strongest 9 stars gods of war who dominated the 9 serenities battlefield died one after another. When Xianxia and Tanjin looked at each other, they saw the fear shining in each other's eyes. They began to fly in different directions as soon as they sensed Huanger's attention had turned to them. At this time, they no longer thought about saving their divine elements. They only wanted to save their own lives. Whoosh! The duo was focused on fleeing and had no intention of fighting Huanger at all. Alas, it was too late. In just a blink of an eye, Huanger killed Tanjin with her sword. Xianxia did not fly very far before she heard Tanjin's cries. Her face paled when she sensed the killing intent at her back. She stopped moving and turned to look at Duanling Tian as she hurriedly cried out, "Duanling Tian, I'm willing to serve you as long as you spare me." Duanling Tian ignored Xianxia. However, Duanling Tian did not expect Huanger to stop dead in her tracks as soon as she heard Xianxia's words. At the same time, the 7-colored sword rays surrounding Xianxia had stilled as well. Following that, Huanger asked tentatively, "Master, do you want to consider her suggestion?" Xianxia heaved a sigh of relief upon hearing Huanger's words. Then, she looked at Duanling Tian hopefully as sweat trickled down from her temples. Xianxia would never forget today's incident for the rest of her life. After all, 4 of the strongest 9 stars gods of war in the 9 serenities battlefield died in Duanling Tian's hands. Meanwhile, Duanling Tian was perplexed by Huanger. Did she think he was a blindly kind person? After a moment, he said to Huanger through voice transmission, "Attack." With that, Huanger released her hold on the 7-colored sword rays surrounding Xianxia, killing Xianxia who was waiting for Duanling Tian's reply. With these, the 5 top 9 stars gods of war in the 9 serenities battlefield all died. Good job!
Duanling Tian said to Huang'er with a smile on his face. After bowing to Duanling Tian, Huang'er turned in a streak of seven-colored light and returned to the seven orifices exquisite sword. Subsequently, Duanling Tian looked at his 5 divine elements that were devouring the top 9 stars gods of war's divine elements. Among Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements, only the chaos divine fire was in its 8th form. The other 4 divine elements were only in their 7th form. Nevertheless, with the help of the 5 divine elements devouring formation, they were able to devour their counterparts. Not only were the top 9 stars gods of war's divine elements being devoured by Duanling Tian's 5 divine elements, but they were also powering the formation that put them in a sedated state. The formation would not be so effective if it were not for Duanling Tian and the world-cleansing divine water's extensive preparations. Fortunately, I have Sister Water on my side. Duanling Tian muttered to himself as he stared at the world-cleansing divine water. Duanling Tian and the world-cleansing divine water had come up with this plan as far back as when they left the independent realm that housed the main title temple. At that time, when the 5 divine elements had worked together to help him escape from 2 kings of gods, the world-cleansing divine water had told him about her plans of setting up the 5 divine elements devouring formation. At that time, the world-cleansing divine water had stressed how important it was for him to have the strength to defeat the top 5 9 stars gods of war in the 9 serenities battlefield without the 5 divine elements' help before they could implement their plan. The world-cleansing divine water had also come up with the plan to use the 7 orifices exquisite sword as bait. Nevertheless, the world-cleansing divine water had been shocked at how fast the plan was put into action. In her opinion, no matter how talented Duanling Tian was, it would take at least 10 years for him to grow strong enough for them to implement the plan. However, not only did he quickly grow strong enough to carry out their plan, he had even succeeded with Huang'er's help. Duanling Tian continued looking at his 5 divine elements as he thought to himself. After devouring these divine elements, even if Sister Water and the others don't evolve to the 9th form, they would still be very close to evolving into their 9th form. However, there's no doubt that Senior Chao Divine Flame will be able to evolve into its 9th form immediately after devouring its counterpart. The 5 divine elements continued devouring their counterparts at an increasing speed. Half a day later, Little Tian, the world-cleansing divine water, called out, "Sister Water? Why did all of you stop?" Duanling Tian looked at the world-cleansing divine water with a confused expression on his face when he discovered the 5 divine elements had stopped devouring their counterparts. "Little Tian, we're now capable of evolving into our 8th form with the energy that we've devoured. In fact, the Chaos Divine Flame will be able to evolve into his 9th form. As for the 4 of us, even if we devour the remaining energies in our counterparts, we won't be able to evolve to the 9th form just yet. Similarly, the Chao Divine Flame no longer needs its counterpart. Hence, we've decided to use the remaining energies of the other 5 divine elements to help you break the barrier of the 9 serenities battlefield and send you to the realm battlefield. After you enter the realm battlefield, you'll be able to go to the realms of gods. Haven't you been wanting to go to the divine offering land for a long time now? There are many realms of gods, so I can't guarantee that you'll be able to go to the divine offering realm specifically. However, this is still a chance," the world-cleansing divine water explained. "Go to a realm of gods?" Duanling Tian stopped breathing for a moment upon hearing these words. He did not expect he would be able to go to a realm of gods ahead of time. Nevertheless, he did not get carried away. Instead, he calmly asked, "Sister Water, are you certain this won't affect you and the other divine elements? Although it'd be great if I can go to the realm of gods ahead of time, staying in the 9 serenities battlefield or the Devata realms a little longer would not affect me much. Moreover, with the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world that came from a remnant of a realm of gods, my cultivation won't fall behind even after I attain godhood." The world-cleansing divine water sighed before it said, "Things are no longer that simple. Now that word has spread about your prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul, there'll only be more and more people in the Devata realms coming after you. Apart from that, it's not wise to wait here until the passages between the Devata realms and the realms of gods reopen. You can be sure that the gods will find out almost immediately about your 7 orifices exquisite sword at that time. With that, you'd be in an even more difficult situation." There are also the gods in the Devata realms now. You're no match for them now. Duan Ling Tian fell silent upon hearing the world-cleansing divine water's words. He was well aware of his situation, so he knew the world-cleansing divine water was right. The world-cleansing divine water continued to say, "Moreover, the others and I will be inactive for a long time while we digest the energies we've devoured. This means we won't be able to help you if you run into trouble. Considering everything, I think it's best for you to go to the realm of gods in advance. You won't have to worry about being targeted over the next 300 years. Moreover, spending 300 years in a realm of gods is more beneficial than staying in a Devata realm for 3,000 years. Naturally, this is just a suggestion. The decision is in your hand. After all, in order to go to a realm of gods, we need to send you to the realm battlefield first. The realm battlefield is fraught with danger, so it'll be difficult to survive there." Duan Ling Tian fell silent for a long time as he mulled over the world-cleansing divine water's words. Her words had struck a chord in his heart. Previously, he knew he did not have much to worry about when his 5 divine elements were exposed in front of Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the main title temple, and Mi Xian, the former clan leader of the Phantom clan. He knew they would not expose his 5 divine elements since they wanted the 5 divine elements for themselves. However, it was different for his 7 orifices exquisite sword since too many people knew about it. It was impossible to stop the news from spreading. Moreover, most of these people knew there was no chance of them snatching the 7 orifices exquisite sword from Duan Ling Tian. Hence, they had no reason to keep the existence of the 7 orifices exquisite sword a secret. When the 5 divine elements were exposed, Duan Ling Tian only had to deal with the threat from Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the title temple, and Mi Xian. However, he would have to deal with almost everyone from the various Devata realms because of the exposure of his prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul. Perhaps he could hide in one of the mundane realms. However, it would be detrimental to his cultivation since he might be lulled into a sense of complacency in the mundane realms. Apart from obtaining the divine elements from the top 5 9 stars gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, this was also one of the reasons he decided to come to the 9 Serenities battlefield. "All right, I'll go to the realm battlefield to enter a realm of gods, Sister Water. However, before I leave, I'd like to find a place for my family to settle down," Duan Ling Tian said decisively. He knew this was the best option available to him. He could not afford to hide away in a mundane realm since it would affect his mental state and cultivation. Although he knew his diligence and luck contributed greatly to his speed of progress, his mental state and the circumstance he was in played a big part as well. Hence, he knew that hiding in a peaceful mundane realm would blunt his edges. "I knew you'd make the right choice," the world-cleansing divine water said, clearly not surprised. "We'll break through the barrier of the 9 Serenities battlefield and send you to the realm battlefield after we find a place for your family to settle down." After the 5 divine elements brought the remaining energies of their counterparts into Duan Ling Tian's little world, Duan Ling Tian deactivated the 5 divine elements devouring formation before he quietly left the 9 Serenities battlefield. When he arrived at the Devata realms, he made sure he was not being followed as he traveled to the transportation site that would bring him to a mundane realm. While Duan Ling Tian was in the mundane realm searching for a safe place for his family to settle down, a huge commotion erupted in various Devata realms due to the deaths of Yang Meng and the others. How could the deaths of the top 9 stars gods of war, who had dominated the 9 Serenities battlefield for such a long time, not cause a commotion? Apart from Shou Hua, the other 4 9 stars gods of war had always hidden their identities when they traveled the Devata realms and cultivated in seclusion. Despite cultivating in seclusion, they were not without family or friends. For this reason, their deaths did not go unnoticed and even began to spread. For example, Yang Meng was from the Titan clan. The Titan clan was an ancient clan that was made up of offspring between humans and unique beings. Many years ago, the Titan clan was almost annihilated because they had provoked a heavenly emperor. Although some of them managed to survive, they had to live in hiding, afraid of bringing disaster to the clan if their survival was discovered. Hence, they had placed their hopes in Yang Meng, hoping he would grow strong enough so they would no longer have to live in hiding. When he first obtained the Chaos Divine Earth and slowly evolved it into its 8th form, his clansmen grew even more hopeful.
After all, with the Chaos Divine Earth, he had very high chances of becoming a supreme god and even a supreme powerhouse. Alas, none of them expected him to perish in the Nine Serenities battlefield when he tried to obtain a prominent divine artifact with an artifact soul.
At the Titan clan estate,
the dozen remaining survivors of the Titan clan were gathered at this moment, trying to figure out how Yang Meng died.
Who killed a Meng? Even if the other four joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to kill him. After all, his defenses were incredibly strong due to the Chaos Divine Earth and the Law of Earth.
For if them joined forces, they are still incapable of killing him. With his defensive capabilities and the help of the Chaos Divine Earth, he could still escape.
A Meng was Yang Meng's real name. He had randomly used the surname Yang when he entered the Nine Serenities battlefield.
Similar to the Titan clan, those close to He Chunli, Han Xian, and Tianjin were devastated by their deaths as well. All of them wondered who had the capability to kill them.
Before Tianjin died, he had tried to send a message to his younger brother who was also in the Nine Serenities battlefield. However, he soon realized it was futile since the 5 divine elements devouring formation prevented him from contacting others.
Among the 5 Nine Stars gods of war, Shouho had the most special identity. His real name was Zhong Yan.
Zhong Yan belonged to a famous heaven-grade force called the Hell Bird clan. He was the hybrid of a human and a hell bird. The Hell Bird clan was a beast clan in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. In the past, they would bring disaster to various Devata realms. As a result, many powerful emperors of gods from the realms of gods descended and suppressed them.
Since the clan had many lords of gods and emperor of gods in the realms of gods, no one in the Devata realms dared to retaliate against them. Under normal circumstances, a half-blood like Zhong Yan would have been shunned by the Hell Bird clan.
However, due to his talent and the recognition from the Chaos Divine Flame that had been in the clan for generations, he became the holy son of the Hell Bird clan and was only ranked below the clan leader and a few supreme elders. Needless to say, the clan viewed him as their hope. The strongest powerhouse to have come from the clan was only an emperor of gods. With Zhong Yan, they might produce a supreme god or even a supreme powerhouse. When the time came, the Hell Bird clan would be able to rise to the ranks of mighty forces like the Qilin clan in the 10,000 Beast Heaven. Alas, their holy son, Zhong Yan, also known as Shouhua, had perished.
The clan leader of the Hell Bird clan roared, "We must find out who killed Zhong Yan. Whether it's Duan Ling Tian or one of those 4 people, will kill them and those related to them." Following that, the Hell Bird clan sent many titled celestial emperors into the Nine Serenities battlefield to investigate the whereabouts of Duan Ling Tian and the other 4 Nine Stars gods of war.
However, it was futile since Duan Ling Tian had already left the Nine Serenities battlefield while the other 4 Nine Stars gods of war had already died. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian brought his family and friends to an unknown mundane realm and found a beautiful and remote island that looked like paradise itself. There were no humans around since the sea was brimming with beasts. The fragrance of flowers permeated the air on the island, and the sounds of birds chirping rang melodiously in the air. When Duan Ling Tian brought his family and friends out of his little world, the previously deserted island grew livelier. However, the beasts in the sea began to surface when they sensed human auras. They swam toward the island, starving for human flesh. Alas, they were all killed by Duan Yen Tian, Duan Ling Tian's son. The blood of the beasts stained the island and the sea red, warning away other beasts. After they had settled down, Duan Ling Tian spoke to his father and mother, Duan Ru Feng and Li Ro, before he left. "Father, mother, please stay here for a while. Remember not to return to the Devata realms no matter what. Wait for 300 years. I promise to return with Kuer at that time. Tianer, look after yourself," Duan Ru Feng said solemnly. A hint of pride could be seen in his eyes when he looked at his outstanding son. "Tianer, when you're in the realm of gods, remember not to be stubborn. You have to know when to retreat to advance. You must take care of yourself," Li Ro said worriedly. Duan Ling Tian nodded. He did not tell his parents that he would be entering the realm of gods through the realm battlefield to prevent them from worrying too much. He had lied and told them he would be able to enter the realm of gods through the Nine Serenities battlefield.
Apart from that, Duanling Tian had also lied to his wife, Li Fei, his son, and his daughter so they would not worry about him. Similar to the Duan Ru Feng and Li Ro, he told them he would be going to the realm of gods through the Nine Serenities battlefield. If they knew he was going to the realm of gods through the realm battlefield, they would try and stop him. However, he was determined to go to the realm of gods and no one would be able to change his mind. In the coming 300 years, stay and cultivate here. I'll cast a formation here and leave some of the heaven and earth spirit energy in my little world here. If nothing goes wrong, the heaven and earth spirit energy would be able to last for more than 500 years. Duanling Tian was worried his family and friends, particularly his son and his daughter, would be unwilling to stay in the mundane realm where the heaven and earth spirit energy was inferior. Hence, before he left, with the help of the world-cleansing divine water, he cast a formation and left some of the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world in the formation. When he was done, rich heaven and earth spirit energy permeated the air. "Little Feier, wait for me," Duanling Tian said to Li Fei when they were alone. He could not bear to see the sorrow on his family's faces, so he told Li Fei to inform them about his departure after he had left. After returning to the Devata realm, "Sister Water, is there anything I should watch out for in the realm battlefield?" Duanling Tian asked as he made his way to the transportation formation that would bring him to the Nine Serenities battlefield again. "You should watch out for everything," the world-cleansing divine water said solemnly. "After arriving at the realm battlefield, you must leave as soon as possible. If you're lucky, you might arrive near a formation that will bring you out of the realm battlefield. Otherwise, you'd have to look for a transportation formation. That's not ideal since you risk running into gods there. With your current strength, you'll die if anyone makes a move on you. Fortunately, the realm battlefield won't reward them with points for killing you since you're not from the realms of gods. Hence, not everyone you run into will make an attempt on your life. However, you should know there are many who kill without rhyme or reason. There are many who are normally oppressed, so when they meet someone weaker than them, they would kill them just to vent the frustrations and anger in their hearts. You'll need to act according to the circumstances when you're there. If there's a chance for you to ally yourself with someone, you should definitely seize that opportunity to leave the realm battlefield as soon as you can. You'll have to lower your pride and curry favor with them if necessary. You must remember that the most important thing is to stay alive. You have to do whatever is necessary to survive," the world-cleansing divine water said earnestly. It was worried that Duanling Tian might find it difficult to swallow his pride after achieving so much in the Devata realms. Most importantly, you have to make sure the 5 divine elements and the 7 orifices exquisite sword's existence remains a secret. Otherwise, you'll definitely die, the world-cleansing divine water said grimly. "All right," Duanling Tian nodded solemnly. Needless to say, he knew this as well. During their journey, he had learned more about the realm battlefield from the world-cleansing divine water. He knew those who entered would kill opponents to gain points from them. This naturally did not apply to Duanling Tian. When they had accumulated enough points, they would be granted access to a secret realm that was left behind by a supreme powerhouse and use the points they accumulated to trade for treasures. The realm battlefield was undoubtedly a place filled with many fortuitous encounters. Hence, every time it opened, those from the realms of gods would swarm to the realm battlefield. Apart from that, many of them also entered the realm battlefield to train themselves. Needless to say, the realm battlefield was far more dangerous than the... To put it simply, the realm battlefield was filled with various fortuitous encounters left behind by the supreme powerhouse. Therefore, every time the realm battlefield opened, countless people from the realms of the gods would enter to raise their levels through the merits. Some of them even entered just to gain experience. Once Duanling Tian returned to the Nine Serenities battlefield, he found a remote place before he brought the 5 divine elements out of his little world, so they could use the remnant energies of the other divine elements to break the barrier of the Nine Serenities battlefield that would bring him to the realm battlefield. Needless to say, the barriers of the Nine Serenities battlefield and the realm battlefield were incredibly difficult to break. Only emperors of gods or those who were stronger had the strength to break them. However, gods, including supreme gods, would not do such a thing since they could lose their lives if they were transported to the Nine Serenities battlefield. They had cultivated to such a high level, so they cherished their lives even more. Since the Nine Serenities battlefield was formed from the power of a supreme powerhouse, the restrictions, one which prohibited gods from entering, were naturally enforced by the energy that the supreme powerhouse left behind. Hence, even if they were emperors of gods or supreme gods, they would not be able to bypass the restrictions. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. After taking half a day to set up the formation necessary, the 5 divine elements mobilized their powers to burn the remaining energies from the other divine elements to activate the formation. Soon after, a mysterious and terrifying energy appeared and churned in the air at an increasing speed. We can only make a small opening in the barrier, and it won't hold for long. It'll stay open for 2 breaths at most. Stay alert and get ready to leave. There won't be a second chance if we fail, the world-cleansing divine water said to Duan Ling Tian before it returned to his little world with the rest of the divine elements. At this moment, apart from the divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements, there was no one left in Duan Ling Tian's little world. After the Devata Realms battle of the geniuses ended, he had set the pair of Ning dragons free. Duan Ling Tian stared at the churning energy intently after he sealed his little world. His heart raced as he felt the energy getting stronger and stronger. He did not expect that burning the energies of the divine elements would be able to bring about such a terrifying energy. One could only imagine the force of the energy they would generate if they were burned in their complete forms. At this time, a spatial tear finally appeared in the air. It slowly grew until it was a meter long. At the same time, the churning energy was growing weaker and weaker. At this moment, now, Duan Ling Tian's eyes glinted as he turned into a streak of purple light and shot into the spatial tear. After a breath, the tear mended itself, and everything returned to normal as though nothing had happened. After entering the spatial tear, Duan Ling Tian traveled through a passage, guided by 5 energies with different colors. The energies protected him from the space turbulence as well. It did not take long before Duan Ling Tian saw another spatial tear up ahead. Swoosh! In just a blink of an eye, Duan Ling Tian was transported out of the passage as the 5 energies dissipated. As soon as he exited from the spatial tear, the tear mended immediately. So this is the realm battlefield that was formed from the collision between realms of gods? Duan Ling Tian surveyed his surroundings. It was desolate, and the sky was dark. He saw many hills where bones were piled high up in the air. When he looked down, he saw the soil beneath his feet was stained with some dark liquid that was likely blood. The entire place was eerily silent as well. Duan Ling Tian's expression was extremely solemn at this moment. He did not let his achievements in the Devata realms blind him and kept his guard up. Based on the world-cleansing divine water, usually only those who were kings of gods or stronger would enter the treacherous realm battlefield. In fact, there were not many kings of gods who would dare to enter this place. Most of them were lords of gods. I must find a transportation site as soon as possible so I can leave this place. Sister Water has said that there are many base camps here. The base camps are safe zones since no one is able to use their divine energy or soul energy there. Apart from that, the base camps in the realm battlefield had transportation formations that led to the realms of gods. There are large and small base camps. The large base camps belong to the various realms of gods that are only accessible to their respective inhabitants. On the other hand, anyone can enter the small base camps. The transportation formations in the small base camps lead to the realms of gods that collided. Duan Ling Tian repeated the world cleans divine water's words to him. The world-cleansing divine water had also told Duan Ling Tian that he could only rely on himself in the realm battlefield. Under no circumstances should he open his little world as well, since it would expose the 5 divine elements and the divine tree of life. Apart from that, she also reminded him that the 5 divine elements would be entering a state of slumber to digest the energies of their counterparts. Apart from the Chao divine flame that will be evolving into its 9th form, the other divine elements would be evolving to their 8th form. As long as they were not interrupted, the chances of success were very high. It was crucial that they were not disturbed during this time, since any disturbance could result in failure. Duan Ling Tian made up his mind not to interrupt the 5 divine elements unless it was absolutely necessary. Even if he was faced with a life or death situation, if he judged that the 5 divine elements could not help him,
then he would not disturb them.
After all, even if he died, his 5 divine elements would survive and continue with their transformation.
Although his relationship with the 5 divine elements were mutually beneficial, he treated them with respect. They had helped him many times in the past, and he was grateful to them. Therefore, he really did not want to trouble them without good reason. Swoosh! Duanling Tian used his teleportation profundity to travel in the realm battlefield. He crossed the desolate desert, hiding in the hills, mountains, and forests. Although this way of traveling was not efficient, it was the only way. After all, flying was too conspicuous. As long as the gods did not deliberately probe their surroundings, they would not be able to sense Duanling Tian. However, Duanling Tian would not be able to escape notice if they did.
Duanling Tian was tense and guarded as he traveled the realm's battlefield. After all, someone weak like him could be killed in just an instant. I hope there'll be a base camp after I cross this desert. I'll be safe as long as I enter the base camp due to the formation that had been set up by supreme powerhouses.
Duanling Tian traveled without running into any trouble for the first and second day. On the third day, he saw someone fly past him at a terrifyingly fast speed. It was so fast that he had a hard time catching the movement. He must be a lord of God or an extraordinarily strong king of God, Duanling Tian thought to himself. He recalled Wu Hongqing, the temple master of the Title Temple, who was a rudimentary king of God whose speed was significantly slower than the person he had encountered.
After a month had passed, Duanling Tian had yet to come across a base camp. During this time, he had seen about 10 people. He barely caught the movements of the weakest among the 10. As for the strongest ones, he only saw the afterimages they left in their wake.
He had never felt more insignificant than he did during the past month. In fact, he suspected that some of those he encountered had sensed him but could not be bothered with him due to how weak he was. In their eyes, he was likely no different from an ant. At this time, Duanling Tian had grown mentally exhausted. If he could find a safe place to rest, he felt as though he could just sit quietly and think of nothing for the next 2 years. I hope I'll see a base camp soon. Duanling Tian continued to wander the realm battlefield cautiously. In just a blink of an eye, another half a month passed. At this moment, Duanling Tian's expression changed. He could feel the wind stirring as though someone was heading toward him.
In just a blink of an eye, a kind and gentle old man dressed in a green long robe appeared in front of Duanling Tian. A hint of surprise flashed in his cloudy eyes. Duanling Tian did not catch the old man's movement at all. It was as though the old man had appeared out of thin air in front of him. This alone proved how powerful the old man was. He did not waste time and hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, senior."
The old man sized Duanling Tian up before he said, "How bold of a demigod to enter the realm battlefield." Duanling Tian smiled bitterly. "Senior, it wasn't my intention to come to the realm battlefield. I was unlucky and ran into 2 experts in the midst of the battle. After that, I was swept into the collision and was caught in a spatial turbulence before ending up in this place."
In fact, the world-cleansing divine water that had come up with this excuse for him.
Spatial turbulence? The old man narrowed his eyes upon hearing Duanling Tian's words. You ran into 2 supreme gods who were fighting." "I think so." Duanling Tian nodded. "I heard only supreme gods can tear the fabric of space." The old man shook his head and said, "No wonder I didn't sense your merit token. Usually, those who entered the realm battlefield would be given a token with an aura that corresponded with the realms of gods that they came from. Hence, the old man was slightly surprised that Duanling Tian did not have a token at all. Duanling Tian bowed again and said respectfully, "Senior, I've been searching for a base camp for a month.
Is it possible for you to lead me to a base camp?" Without waiting for the old man to reply, he continued to say solemnly, "If you're willing to help me, I promise never to forget your kindness today."
"I promise I'll repay it in the future." Duanling Tian? The old man smiled. "That's a nice name. However, how's a demigod going to return the favor of an intermediate lord of gods?" The old man shook his head and said, "Fate has led me to you, so I approached you out of curiosity. Come with me. With my speed, it won't take us long to arrive at a base camp." "Thank you, senior." Duanling Tian was delighted. He felt as though he had come alive again. During the journey, Duanling Tian asked respectfully. Senior, may I know your name and which force and realm of gods you came from?
Young man, do you really intend to repay my kindness? The old man asked with a kind smile upon hearing Duanling Tian's question. Senior, please answer me, Duanling Tian said sincerely.
My name is Yi Bei Yuan. I'm an elder of the Glorious Heaven sect in the Profound Energy Land. The old man said as he shook his head. Then he asked, What about you? Are you from the Profound Energy Land as well? Yes, Duanling Tian replied. However, I came from a remote place, so I've never heard of the Glorious Heaven sect. I'm but a frog living at the bottom of a well. The Glorious Heaven sect isn't a huge sect. It's only natural that you've not heard of it, Yi Bei Yuan said with a smile. What a coincidence that you're also from the Profound Energy Land. It looks like our meeting is fated. Indeed, Duanling Tian nodded as he committed the old man's information to his memory. He was determined to repay the old man's kindness if possible. 2 days later,
We've arrived.
Duanling Tian saw various figures moving around in an area shrouded by an almost translucent golden barrier. Many ancient buildings could be seen there as well. Ling Tian, farewell, the old man said after sending Duanling Tian to the base camp. Thank you, senior. Duanling Tian bowed respectfully to Yi Bei Yuan. He would not have been able to arrive at the base safely without the old man. He would never forget Yi Bei Yuan's kindness for the rest of his life. I hope we'll meet again in the future, Yi Bei Yuan said with a smile. Then he turned and left. He could tell Duanling Tian was genuinely grateful to him, and he had a good impression of Duanling Tian. Nevertheless, he did not take Duanling Tian's promise to repay him seriously.
Although he and the sect he belonged to were not very influential in the Profound Energy Land, in comparison, Duanling Tian, who was just a demigod, was much weaker than him. Hence, he did not think Duanling Tian would be able to repay him.
Duanling Tian watched the old man until the old man vanished from sight. Following that, he surveyed his surroundings and listened to the conversation in his surroundings. His appearance had caught the attention of many since it was rare for a demigod to appear in the realm battlefield. Many of them assumed he was only here to watch the show and was under the protection of Yi Bei Yuan who had led him here.
Rumor has it that an intermediate emperor of gods in the Zen boundary land died just recently. Apparently, he was killed by an advanced emperor of gods from the Ouyang clan in the Profound Energy Land. At this moment, a conversation caught Duanling Tian and many others' attention. Duanling Tian looked up curiously at the middle-aged man who had just spoken.
An intermediate emperor of gods died? Duanling Tian's heart skipped a beat. Once again, relief and gratefulness flooded his heart when he thought about Yi Bei Yuan, who had sent him safely to the base camp.
At this time, another person said an intermediate emperor of gods died? There must be enmity between them. The advanced emperor of gods didn't seem to care if the intermediate emperor of gods he killed was from a prominent force after all.
The intermediate emperor of gods was a member of the rotating will sect in the Zen boundary land, the middle-aged man said. The rotating will sect? Realization dawned on the people in the surroundings.
No wonder.
I heard that 400 years ago, a rudimentary emperor of gods from the rotating will sect killed someone from the Ouyang clan in the Profound Energy Land. It seems like this is an act of revenge by the Ouyang clan.
It seems like the grudge between the rotating wheel sect and the Ouyang clan isn't going away anytime soon.
It seems like we'll have an interesting show to watch soon.
After listening to the conversation, one of Duanling Tian's questions was finally answered. He learned that the realm battlefield was created by the collision between the Profound Energy Land and the Zen Boundary Land.
It seems like I'll have to cultivate in the Profound Energy Land or the Zen Boundary Land over the next 300 years before I can go to the Divine Offering Land. Duanling Tian thought to himself as his eyes gleamed with determination. Wait for me, Kur. I'll definitely save you after 300 years. As Duanling Tian walked through the base camp, many people thought about killing him to display their strength. Alas, they were in a base camp where they were prohibited from mobilizing their energies or casting the profundities of the laws they comprehended.
Needless to say, Duanling Tian also discovered he could not mobilize his celestial origin energy that carried traces of the divine energy in the base camp as well. It felt as though a mysterious force was retraining his celestial origin energy and the laws he had comprehended.
He discovered he was unable to cast his mastery Dao as well. A supreme powerhouse is really terrifyingly powerful. Duan Ling Tian thought to himself after he discovered the restraints in the base camp. After asking around, he finally arrived at the transportation site. He could choose to be transported to the profound energy land or the Zen boundary land through the transportation formation. In the end, he decided to go to the profound energy land where Yi Bei Yuan was from. This was because he was determined to repay Yi Bei Yuan for Yi Bei Yuan's help.
Since the transportation formations in the base camps were created supreme powerhouses, there was no need for Duan Ling Tian to use crystals to activate them.
Swoosh! As soon as he stepped into the formation, he was instantly shrouded by a mysterious force and was transported out of the realm battlefield. Only the transportation formations in the two main base camps would transport one to a known destination in the realms of gods of their choosing. On the contrary, the transportation formations in the smaller base camps would transport one to a random destination in the realm of gods of one's choosing. Hence, there was a risk that one would be transported to a place close to a dangerous formation or to the territories of some forces.
In the realms of gods, there were many instances where people were immediately killed for trespassing into the territories of those forces.
Swoosh!
After the darkness receded, Duan Ling Tian discovered he was now in a forest. He flew into the air and surveyed his surroundings. He discovered he was above a vast mountain range and there were no human activities in his surroundings.
Following that, he tried to sense the heaven and earth spirit energy in the surroundings. As expected, the heaven and earth spirit energy in the profound energy land was similar to the one in his little world.
Naturally, the heaven and earth spirit energy here was richer than the one in his little world since his came from the remnant of a realm of gods. In places with divine crystal veins, divine crystals, or divine rocks, the heaven and earth spirit energy was even richer. Previously, when Duan Ling Tian searched the remnant of the realm of God he had encountered a divine crystal vein. Unfortunately, the crystal vein had been destroyed when the realm of gods was destroyed. However, even if the divine crystal vein were still working, he would not be able to mine divine crystals or divine rocks from it. One must be a god at least to mine divine rocks, and one had to be a rudimentary king of gods to mine divine crystals.
In the past, Huaner had given Duan Ling Tian a divine crystal. Due to the environment, divine crystals were rarely found in Devata realms. It took a long time for just one divine crystal to form in a Devata realm. Needless to say, divine crystals were superior to divine rocks. One divine crystal was equivalent to 100 divine rocks. In realms of gods, the divine rock veins were rather common. Even then, most of the superior veins were occupied by powerful forces. As for divine crystal veins, the smaller ones were occupied by powerful forces while the larger ones were occupied by incredibly prominent and influential forces. Duan Ling Tian had learned all this from the world-cleansing divine water before he came to the realm of gods. The divine rock and the divine crystals will help my cultivation. It's unfortunate that I didn't find any divine rocks and divine crystals when I searched the remnant of a realm of gods. It must have been destroyed along with most things when the realm of gods was destroyed.
Duan Ling Tian did not possess any divine rocks or divine crystals. Even the divine crystal Huano had given him was no longer functioning since its energy had been depleted. I need to look for a place to settle down in the profound energy land before I start searching for divine rocks or divine crystals to help my cultivation. Sister Water has also said there are many divine fruits and divine pills in the realms of gods that'll boost my cultivation and strength. There are even divine pills that would help a demigod become a god immediately, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as his eyes shone with anticipation. Following that, Duan Ling Tian randomly traveled in a direction and left the mountain range. After half a month, Duan Ling Tian finally ran into two people. His eyes lit up as he followed the two people in hopes that they would lead him to a city or town. With that, he would be able to learn more about his surroundings and begin his cultivation journey in the profound energy land. Realms of gods were not as vast as Devata realms. However, there were fewer uninhabited and deserted lands in the realms of gods compared to Devata realms. Currently, Duan Ling Tian was at one of the uninhabited lands in the east of the profound energy land that was known as the Eastern Ridge.
Lush green trees grew all over the mountain range in the eastern ridge.
Duan Tian followed the two people before he finally arrived at a village near the eastern ridge that was located in the mountain. Although the scenery was beautiful, the path leading to the village was fraught with danger.
Meanwhile, the two people were completely unaware that Duan Tian was following that. After probing the two people with his divine consciousness, he discovered the reason for that. One of them, a middle-aged man, was just a 3-talent celestial emperor, while the other person, a young man, was just a 1-basic celestial emperor. Since their cultivation bases were much lower than Duan Tian's, how could they have detected his presence? The Duan clan village?
Duan Tian was slightly surprised when he saw a 6-meter-tall stone with the words Duan Clan Village engraved on it. He felt that he was fated to come to this place.
After all, the first human settlement he encountered after coming to the profound energy land was a village called the Duan clan sect. Based on the name of the village, the villagers here must bear the surname Duan as well. When the two men Duan Tian was following were about to enter the village, a figure suddenly flew out of the village. The figure's eyes were trained on Duan Tian as soon as he flew out. In fact, before the figure showed up, Duan Tian had already sensed the divine consciousness of a 10 Directions celestial emperor probing him. The figure belonged to a skinny old man who was dressed in a light gray long robe. Wrinkles that spoke of the years he had lived were etched on his face. At this moment, the old man was looking at Duan Tian fearfully. When the middle-aged man and the young man saw the old man, they were surprised. "Grandpa Qing? Why are you here?"
The old man was Duan Qing, the head of the Duan clan village. He was one of the 4 strongest powerhouses in the village and a guardian of the village.
Duan Qing replied, "I'm here to welcome a guest."
The middle-aged man and the young man followed the direction of Duan Qing's gaze, and their eyes widened when they saw a handsome purple-clad young man with an extraordinary bearing following them. They did not have the slightest idea they were being followed until now. This meant that the purple-clad young man was much stronger than them.
When did you start following us?" The young man looked at Duan Tian fearfully. On the other hand, the middle-aged man did not say a word, but he was clearly hostile toward Duan Tian. Duan Tian shook his head and said, "I didn't come with ill intentions. I came here by accident. Is this the Zen boundary land?" "The Zen boundary land?" Duan Qing raised his eyebrows. "This is the profound energy land. Are you from the Zen boundary land?" Although Duan Qing was from a small village in the profound energy land, he naturally knew about the Zen boundary land. He was also aware that the realm battlefield that opened this time was formed from the collision of the profound energy land and the Zen boundary land.
A bitter smile appeared on Duan Tian's face as he said, Although Duan Qing came from a bottom background in the profound energy land, he had heard of the Zen boundary land and knew the realm battlefield was created by the collision between the two realms. Profound energy land? Duan Tian smiled bitterly. I never expected the spatial tear created by the battle between the two powerhouses would send me to the profound energy land. With my cultivation level, I wonder when I will be able to return to the Zen boundary land.
Duan Tian tweaked the lie he had told Yi Bei Yuan earlier and repeated it to Duan Qing. He naturally could not disclose the fact that he was from a Devata realm to avoid trouble. No one would suspect him if he told them he was sent here as the result of a violent battle between two powerhouses. Spatial tear? Duan Qing inhaled sharply. Based on the ancient books I've read, only supreme gods would be able to create spatial tears. Supreme gods? The middle-aged man and the young man were shocked by Duan Qing's words. After all, supreme gods were standing at the peak in the realms of gods. They were only second to supreme powerhouses. I lost consciousness when I was pulled into the spatial tear. When I woke up, I was in a mountain range. I wandered for days, but I didn't see a single soul. When I finally saw both of them, I decided to follow them, Duan Tian explained. Upon hearing Duan Tian's words, Duan Qing's expression eased considerably. So that's what happened. What are your plans then? It seems like it'll be difficult for you to return to the Zen boundary land for now. Duan Tian nodded. Indeed, it's difficult. When the realm battlefield was formed, not only did the passages from the realms of gods to the Devata realms close, but even the passages between realms of gods are closed.
There's only one way for me to return to the Zen boundary land now. I can return through the realm battlefield. However, my cultivation base is too low for me to risk entering the realm battlefield. It's highly likely that I'll die if I enter the realm battlefield before I even return to the Zen boundary land.
Duanqing lowered his guard after he listened to Duanling Tian's explanation. Moreover, he knew Duanling Tian was just a 10 Directions celestial emperor, so Duanling Tian did not pose a threat to their village at all. Apart from that, there was an advanced god from the village who had cast a formation to protect the village in the past. The formation could injure a rudimentary god and kill those who had yet to attain godhood. Duanling Tian continued to say with a smile on his face, "It's a coincidence that we share the same surname. My name's Duanling Tian." Duanqing's eyes lit up upon hearing these words. "What a coincidence! Since you have no place to go, why don't you stay with us for now while you plan your next step?" "That'd be great. I'd love that. Thank you," Duanling Tian said as his eyes lit up. He thanked Duanqing earnestly. After all, he truly needed a place to settle down while he learned more about this new place and come up with a plan. "I have to raise my cultivation base quickly and come up with a plan," Duanling Tian thought to himself. He was desperate to get as strong as possible. He would not have a problem comprehending the law of space since he had the supreme powerhouse divinity, but he would have to rely on himself to further comprehend the Mastery Dao and the Sword Dao. "Brother Duan, you're being too courteous." Duanqing shook his head with a smile on his face. As Duanqing led Duanling Tian into the village, he introduced the middle-aged man and young man as Duan Qiwan and Duan Lang respectively. The Duan clan village is divided into 4 smaller villages: the Eastern Village, the Western Village, the Southern Village, and the Northern Village. Apart from being the 3rd village head of the Duan clan sect, I'm also the head of the Northern Village, Duan Qi said to Duanling Tian. Duanqing also told him that the main entrance of the Duan clan village was also the entrance to the Southern Village in the Duan clan village. The Duan clan village had another 3 entrances that lead to the Northern Village, Eastern Village, and the Western Village respectively. After entering the Northern Village, Duanling Tian saw a vast land. Before he entered, he only saw a few buildings. They were clearly just illusions. He saw many people gathered as soon as he entered the Northern Village. Some were sparring and some were chatting. There were kids playing among themselves as well. As soon as Duanling Tian and Duanqing appeared, the villagers greeted Duanqing enthusiastically. "Grandpa Qing, Uncle Qing, Senior Uncle Qing." Based on this, one could see Duanqing was highly respected in the Duan clan village. At this time, a middle-aged man looked at Duan Lang, who was standing behind Duanling Tian, and said teasingly, "Duan Lang, you're finally home. Your father would have broken your leg if you didn't return. You didn't forget about your marriage with the daughter of the 2nd village head of the Tai clan sect, right?" Duan Lang scratched his head, embarrassed, as he said, "I wanted to return after I broke through and become a celestial emperor. With that, I'll be able to leave a better impression on the Tai clan village." Although the Duan clan village was just a small village, they had many celestial emperors. In fact, celestial lords and celestial kings were common in the village. Even the children's constitutions were that of a celestial. Duanling Tian indirectly asked around and learned that children in the realms of gods were born celestials. In fact, pregnant mothers had to suppress their babies' powers while the babies were still in gestation to avoid injuring both the mothers and the babies. He had to ask in a roundabout manner since it would be strange for him to not know such things when he had told them he came from the Zen boundary land. The members of the Duan clan have been living in the mountains for generations. We earn divine rocks to help with our cultivation through farming celestial herbs and fruits. After attaining godhood, the villagers will venture down the mountain to cultivate and gain experience. However, they're prohibited from sharing their cultivation method with outsiders. They have to take the heart demon blood oath before they are taught their cultivation methods. Since this oath was created by a supreme powerhouse, even supreme gods wouldn't be able to break the oath without repercussions. In fact, this practice isn't just limited to the village. Many forces make their members take the heart demon blood oath as well. The supreme powerhouse can sense when the oath is broken and will send his men to deal with the oath breakers. Everyone in the realms of gods will have to take the heart demon blood oath, leaving a mark on them. The The mark is indelible until they become a supreme powerhouse. During his stay in the Duan clan village, he did not only learn about the Duan clan village but realms of gods in general as well. The Heart Demon Blood Oath was similar to the Lightning Penalty Oath in the mundane realm. Surprisingly, the Heart Demon Blood Oath could be considered inferior to the latter since the latter would attract the lightning as punishment if they broke their oath. On the other hand, if one broke the Heart Demon Blood Oath, the Supreme Powerhouse would have to personally send his men to deal with the Oathbreakers. If the Oathbreaker was a supreme god, the Supreme Powerhouse would even personally make a move. Hence, everyone, unless they were supreme powerhouses, was afraid of breaking the Heart Demon Blood Oath. The realms of gods were created by supreme powerhouses. In fact, to supreme powerhouses, realms of gods are almost the same as little worlds. In fact, there's a possibility that the realms of gods had evolved from supreme powerhouses' little worlds. This was told to Duan Ling Tian by the world-cleansing divine water. However, the world-cleansing divine water had said this was its own conjecture. How unexpected! Even a small village in a realm of gods has so many celestial emperors and even produced a god. Duan Ling Tian was still shocked that even a small village in a realm of gods was so powerful. Something like this was unimaginable in the Devata realms. He had to constantly remind himself that he was now in a realm of God, which was completely different from Devata realms. Master taught me a cultivation method previously. I'll be able to become a supreme god if my innate talent is high and my comprehension of the law is profound. After arriving in the profound energy land, he realized the importance of cultivation methods in the realms of gods. Low-grade cultivation methods that could help one attain godhood were incredibly precious in Devata realms, and yet they were readily available even in such a small village like the Duan clan village. To obtain higher grades cultivation methods, they would need to spend divine rocks to obtain them. So many of them could not afford to obtain them. Most forces in the realms of gods possessed mostly mid-grade cultivation methods, while only powerful forces would possess high-grade cultivation methods. There were two ways for most people to become supreme gods. They either had connections to supreme powerhouses and inherited the supreme powerhouses' cultivation methods, or they had to rely on their own innate talent and comprehension skills. It was not necessary to cultivate supreme cultivation methods to become supreme gods, but it would make the process easier. A primitive divine artifact without a soul is considered a luxury to the villagers in the Duan clan village. It had cost them a fortune to obtain one. Despite being around for such a long time, the village only had one divine artifact that's kept by the first leader of the Duan clan village. The first leader of the Duan clan village was also the head of the eastern village. He was a mysterious figure in the village since it had been a long time since anyone had seen him. The matters regarding the eastern village were delegated to his subordinates, and nobody knew if he was still in the village. Most of the villagers suspected he had already attained godhood. There are many villages like the Duan clan sect here. The nearest village is the Tai clan village. Apart from the Duan clan village and the Tai clan village, there were at least a dozen similar villages in the mountain range. Duan Ling Tian did not spend all his time cultivating since he was curious about this new place. He wanted to see how he could utilize his time here. After all, he only had 300 years left to cultivate. After 300 years, regardless of his cultivation base, he was determined to head to the divine offering land to save his wife, Kur. In just a blink of an eye, a month had passed since Duan Ling Tian arrived at the Duan clan village. He had gained a lot of information during his stay here. At this time, he planned to leave the Duan clan village for the nearest city. Those from the village who wanted to cultivate cultivation methods to attain godhood could only obtain them from that city. The strongest force in that city had many rudimentary gods. Duan Ling Tian planned to leave after Duan Lang's wedding ceremony. Duan Lang was one of the two men he had followed to the Duan clan village a month ago. The head of the southern village, Duan Qing, had asked Duan Lang to help Duan Ling Tian settle down in the village back then. For that reason, the duo grew closer and got along very well. It was only natural that Duan Lang invited Duan Ling Tian to attend his wedding. Duan Ling Tian gladly accepted the invitation and delayed his plan to leave the village. Duan Ling Tian also decided to give Duan Lang a Celestial Emperor-grade weapon as his wedding gift. Emperor-grade celestial weapons were rare in small villages like the Duan clan village.
There were less than 10 Emperor-grade celestial weapons in the Duan clan village. There was only Emperor-grade celestial weapon with a spirit, and it was in Duan Qing's possession. Duan Ling Tian planned to give Duan Lang an Emperor-grade celestial weapon without a spirit, even though he possessed several ones with weapon spirits from the 9 Stars Gods of War he killed during his time in the 9 Serenities battlefield. However, he knew if he had given Duan Lang such a weapon, it would only bring disaster to Duan Lang. The village was bustling with activities early in the morning the day before Duan Lang's wedding. When Duan Ling Tian left his house, he saw the village had been fully decorated. Children were chasing each other. The sound of their laughter permeated the air. On the other hand, the adults were busy helping Duan Lang prepare for his wedding, so the children were able to play without restraint. The wedding ceremony would be held in the Duan clan village, since the Tai clan would send the bride over to their village. Duan Ling Tian walked toward Duan Lang, who was at the southern entrance of the village, and handed him a spatial that contained the wedding gift to Duan Lang. He said with a smile, "Congratulations, Duan Lang. This is your wedding gift." Duan Lang shook his head and said, "Brother Ling Tian, I can't accept this gift. I'm happy enough that you're attending my wedding ceremony." Duan Lang knew Duan Ling Tian would be leaving soon since Duan Ling Tian had mentioned this matter to him. Upon hearing these words, Duan Qing, the head of the southern village, asked, "Ling Tian, you're leaving?" Duan Qing was present as well. After all, the bride was the daughter of the second leader of the Tai clan village. He naturally had to be present to receive the bride as a show of respect. Duan Ling Tian smiled and nodded. "I plan to leave after Duan Lang's wedding ceremony. Thank you for looking after me all this time. I'll never forget your kindness and will return the favor in the future." "Brother Ling Tian, you're being too courteous." Duan Qing shook his head. "It's not a big deal at all. Moreover, you've been helping us hunt beasts during the past month. Without you, our clan would have suffered a great loss during the previous hunt. 10 days ago, the villagers in the Duan clan village encountered a beast with the strength of a celestial emperor. If Duan Ling Tian was not around, the villagers would have suffered a huge loss and they would have needed to call for reinforcement to deal with the beast. Moreover, it was likely many of them would have been killed while they waited for reinforcement to arrive. Fortunately, Duan Ling Tian was around and had defeated the beast with just a punch. The beast Duan Ling Tian and the villagers of the Duan clan village encountered was a demon beast. Ordinarily, beasts that were not celestial beasts and divine beasts were known as demon beasts. Most celestial beasts and the divine beasts in realms of gods were all intelligent and possessed human forms. Those without intelligence and did not possess human forms were considered demon beasts. Despite their lack of intelligence and human forms, they were rather strong. Duan Ling Tian learned about this from the world-cleansing divine water. The world-cleansing divine water had also voiced her suspicion that it was the supreme powerhouses who had set the demon beasts loose in the realms of gods to maintain the ecological balance. There were rumors the strongest demon beasts were as strong as emperors of gods and supreme gods. However, for the demon beasts to be so strong, they were likely to possess a certain level of intelligence. Once these demon beasts grew strong enough, they would eventually obtain human forms. When Duan Ling Tian recalled the possibility of realms of gods evolving from supreme powerhouses' little worlds and how they set demon beasts free in the realms of gods to maintain the ecological balance, it finally dawned on him how terrifying strong supreme powerhouses were. The realms of gods' strongest inhabitants were supreme gods, and even their weakest inhabitants were celestials, and yet these powerhouses were merely inhabitants of the supreme powerhouses' little worlds. When Duan Ling Tian thought about his little world that contained the heaven and earth spirit energy and divine tree of life from the remnant of a realm of gods, he could not help but think about the vast difference between his little world and the supreme powerhouse's little worlds. At this moment, Duan Ling Tian looked at Duan Qing, who was clearly reluctant to part with him, and said, "All good things must come to an end. Moreover, I might have to return to the village if things don't work out for me." Duan Qing said sincerely, "Ling Tian, the village will always welcome you with open arms. Alas, I'm certain you won't be returning to the village once you leave." Although Duan Qing had never fought with Duan Ling Tian, nor did he witness Duan Ling Tian fighting, based on the other villagers' descriptions about how Duan Ling Tian killed the demon beast, he knew Duan Ling Tian was rather strong. It would be easy for him to join a force in the city. He knew it would be a waste of Duan Ling Tian's talent to stay in the village. At this moment, a loud voice rang from outside the village.
The people from the Tai clan village are here.
Everyone looked at the entrance of the village in unison.
Duanling Tian glanced at the entrance before he placed the spatial ring in Duanlang's hands and said, Duanlang, if you consider me your friend, you'll accept this gift.
Brother Ling Tian, Duanlang smiled wryly and accepted the wedding ring. After the wedding ceremony, let's have a drink before you leave.
I'm afraid you'll be distracted after the wedding ceremony, Duanling Tian said with a meaningful smile.
Brother Ling Tian, I'm not someone who would forsake friends for women, Duanlang said.
Duanling Tian only shook his head and smiled before he said, The bride is here. The bride's entourage were all dressed in red robes, and they carried a sedan chair. Duanling Tian was reminded of the marriage custom during ancient times on Earth where he used to live. At this moment, Duanling Tian suddenly realized something was amiss. The people of the Duan clan village, including Duan Qing and Duan Lang, were all frowning. What's going on?
Isn't he Tai Hong, the fourth leader of the Tai clan village?
Why is Tai Hong here? Did he come on behalf of the second leader? That doesn't make sense. Even if the second leader of the Tai clan village can't make it, he should have sent someone from his family branch as a representative. Why would the fourth leader come in his place? Upon hearing the hushed conversation in his surroundings, Duanling Tian learned of the reason behind the villagers' frowns.
Despite bearing the same surname and sharing the same blood, there were different branches of the family in the Tai clan village. The degree of their relations varied. This was similar to the Duan clan village. For example, Duan Qing, one of the leaders of the Duan clan village, was from a different branch of the family from the other leader of the Duan clan village. Apart from that, in the villages, most branches of the family rarely interfered with each other's affairs and would only unite when faced with outside threats. With how things work around here, the second leader of the Tai clan village or members from his branch of the family should be here. There's no reason for the fourth leader of the Tai clan village to be here. At this moment, Duan Qing asked with a frown, Tai Hong, why are you here?
Tai Hong was a middle-aged man with a full beard. He was tall and muscular and was dressed in a fine robe. All in all, he had the appearance of a wealthy man. He toyed with 2 jade balls in his hand as he said, Leader Duan Qing, from today onward, the fourth branch of the Tai clan and the southern village of the Duan clan village will be a family. My daughter will be marrying the prodigy of your southern village, Duan Lang. Please look after my daughter in the future. Duan Lang was the strongest among the younger generation in the Duan clan village. He had become a one basic celestial emperor before reaching 3,000 years old. In the realms of gods, those below the age of 1,000 were like children, while those between the ages of 1,000 and 3,000 were considered youths. Daughter, come forward and greet leader Duan Qing, Tai Hong said.
Duan Qing's frown deepened upon hearing Tai Hong's words. Anger burned in his heart at this moment when he recalled what he had heard about Tai Hong's only daughter.
Clearly, the Tai clan village thought the Duan clan village was a pushover for boldly switching the brides without asking for the Duan clan village's opinion. Yes, father.
After a hoarse voice rang in the air, under everyone's watchful eyes, the sedan shook as a gigantic and muscular woman disembarked from the sedan. It felt as though the ground trembled with every step she took as she walked to Tai Hong's side.
She bowed at Duan Qing and said with a smile, Tai Lan Yu greets leader Duan Qing. When Tian Lan Yu smiled, her features looked as though they were squeezed together. At this time, the flustered Duan Lang finally regained his senses. He cried out, No, I'm not marrying you. I won't marry anyone except for Tai Yu. What did you say, brat? Tai Hong growled. Although Duan Lang was intimidated by Tai Hong, he firmly said, Leader Tai Hong, I'll say it again. I won't marry anyone but Tai Yu today. Tai Lan Yu narrowed her eyes and scoffed. She raised her head arrogantly and said in a disdainful tone, Hey, do you think I'm eager to marry you? Do you think you're better than me? Whatever the reason is, there's nothing you can do. At this time, Tai Hong moved to Duan Qing's side and said something in a low voice.
Duan Qing's expression changed drastically and his face turned pale when he heard Tai Hong's words. His body trembled slightly as he called out Duan Lang.
Then, Duan Qing continued to say solemnly, Restrain yourself. I'll look for your father now and ask for his opinion.
Before Duan Lang could respond, Duan Qing had already left to look for Duan Lang's father. Duan Lang was stunned. He did not think it was necessary to ask for his father's opinion. After all, in his opinion, no one would be able to force him into this marriage. It seems like something's wrong, Duan Ling Tian thought to himself. He had noticed how Duan Qing's expression had changed when Tai Hong had spoken to Duan Qing. He was curious about what Tai Hong had said to cause Duan Qing's expression to change so drastically. Duan Lang's father, Duan Yidao, was the strongest person after Duan Qing in the southern village of the Duan clan village. He was also the most suitable candidate to be the next head of the southern village. For that reason, Duan Qing had also acknowledged Duan Yidao as his successor. During his time in the Duan clan village, Duan Ling Tian had also met Duan Yidao once due to his good relationship with Duan Lang. Duan Ling Tian found Duan Yidao to be a frank and direct man, which contributed to his popularity in the village. Since today was Duan Lang's wedding day, according to traditions, Duan Yidao did not need to come out to receive the bridal party. All he needed to do was wait at home for the couple to pay respect to him. This day was supposed to be a joyful day for Duan Yidao, whose only son was getting married. Perhaps fathers would only stop seeing their sons or daughters as children when their children get married. Yidao's here. His expression doesn't look too good. Duan Ling Tian looked up when he heard the conversation in his surroundings. He saw a dour-faced Duan Yidao walking over with Duan Qing. The current Duan Yidao was a very different man from the Duan Yidao whom Duan Ling Tian met previously. When he first met Duan Yidao was very friendly and always had an amiable smile on his face. Duan Yidao seemed like an optimistic person, and it felt as though nothing would be able to wipe the smile off his face. Duan Yidao was not only like that when Duan Ling Tian met him. In fact, he was like that all the time. Hence, it made people feel rather uneasy now that the always smiling Duan Yidao was frowning. Based on this, something serious must have happened. It was clear that Duan Qing had told him something. "Father," Duan Lang called out. His eyes lit up as soon as he saw Duan Yidao. It was as though he had just seen his savior. He hurriedly stepped forward and said, "The Tai clan village has crossed a line this time. It has been agreed upon that I'll be marrying Taiyu, the daughter of Tai Xiang, the second leader of the Tai clan village. However, Tai Heng came with his daughter today without asking for our opinion and insisted that I marry his daughter. This is a blatant disrespect toward the Duan clan village." Duan Lang's expression turned even more unsightly as he spoke. On the other hand, Duan Yidao's expression eased slightly when he saw his son. However, he could not conceal the hints of helplessness and despair that shone in his eyes as he said, "Langer, don't be silly. The person you're marrying today is Tai Lan Yu, the daughter of Tai Heng, not Tai Yu. Since I was the one who agreed to the marriage, how can there be any mistake? Now don't talk nonsense. Apologize to the fourth leader of the Tai clan village before we continue with the wedding ceremony." When Duan Yidao finished speaking, not only was Duan Lang stunned, but everyone from the Duan clan village was stunned as well. Their eyes widened in shock and disbelief. What's going on? Hasn't it been said that Duan Lang's supposed to marry Taiyu? How did it become Tai Lan Yu? Impossible. However, Brother Yidao has already spoken, so there should be no mistake. Perhaps we'd heard wrongly before this. What the hell is going on? It's clear that Brother Yidao is only saying these words after Leader Duan spoke to him. Didn't you see Brother Yidao's expression earlier? He's clearly upset. I'm afraid things are going to get complicated. Everyone began to discuss among themselves in hushed voices after they heard Duan Yidao's words. Almost everyone agreed that there was more to this incident. At this time, Duan Ling Tian turned to look at Tai Heng and his daughter, Tai Lan Yu. The father and daughter were both sneering as they looked at Duan Lang with barely concealed contempt shining in their eyes. "Father, what are you talking about? How can I forget who I'm supposed to marry?" Duan Lang shook his head vehemently when he regained his senses. His face flushed red as he said, "I only agreed to the marriage because of Tai Yu. I won't marry Tai Lan Yu. The person I want to marry isn't Tai Lan Yu." Duan Lang's voice grew increasingly loud. Before Duan Yidao could respond to Duan Lang, a burst of laughter rang in the air. Tai Lan Yu placed her hands on her hips and said arrogantly, "Duan Lang, even if you're unwilling, you have to marry me today. You have no choice.
Indeed, the person who was previously betrothed to you was Tai Yu. However, you're going to marry now. The grin on Tai Lan Yu's face grew wider and wider as she spoke. Naturally, you can refuse.
However, if you refuse, not only will you die, but you'll cause the deaths of the people in the Duan clan village as well.
I won't marry you no matter what, Duan Lang said through gritted teeth.
Duan Yi Dao spoke up at this moment. He said in a tone that brooked no argument, Langer, you must marry her. Have you forgotten things I taught you as a child?
Have you forgotten that the well-being of the village takes precedence over personal interests? Duan Lang asked grimly. Why, father? This was the first time Duan Lang had spoken to his father with such a tone. If he had to sacrifice his happiness, he was determined to find out why. He could tell his father was hiding something from him based on his father's expression.
After listening to his father's words, he grew even more certain of his suspicion. He wanted to know the truth. After all, he knew what kind of person his father was. His father was not the kind to give up without the fight, even if the 4 leaders of the Tai clan village were present.
Duan Yi Dao knew he had no choice but to explain the matter to his son. Otherwise, his son would not give up. Hence, he moved to stand next to his son before he whispered into his son's ears. Upon hearing Duan Yi Dao's face, the grim expression on Duan Lang's face vanished. Instead, his body began to tremble as he laughed. His laughter contained a hint of sorrow. So this is the reason. I finally know the truth.
Duan Ling Tian frowned. Clearly, Duan Yi Dao had repeated Tai Heng's words to Duan Qing. After Duan Lang stopped laughing, he turned around before he walked toward Tai Heng and Tai Lan Yu under everyone's watchful eyes. What's wrong with Duan Lang?
He's acting strange.
What did Brother Yi Dao tell Duan Lang?
When Duan Lang came to a stop before Tai Heng and Tai Lan Yu, he calmly asked, Do you really think that I'll compromise and do as you wish? Before Tai Heng could reply, Tai Lan Yu snorted and said in a voice that grew increasingly disdainful, Your father has already told you about it, right?
What?
You refuse to compromise?
Do you really dare to do so?
That person isn't someone you or the Duan clan village can afford to offend. Even if the entire Duan clan village joins forces, they still won't be a match for that person. The others were confused. Duan Ling Tian frowned again upon hearing Tai Lan Yu's words. Based on her words, it was clear to him that someone was pulling the strings from behind the scenes. Moreover, that person was so strong that the southern village and the entire Duan clan village could not afford to offend that person.
I'd rather die with honor than live in disgrace.
I won't let anyone control me or dictate my actions, Duan Lang said determinedly.
As everyone watched, Duan Lang suddenly raised his hand. As soon as his voice fell, a formidable purple energy that was flashing with lightning bolts swiftly began to swiftly cover him.
Damn it! Duan Ling Tian's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly cast the Law of Space's teleportation foundation. At the same time, Duan Yi Dao cried out, No, Langer! At the same time, Duan Yi Dao seemed to have turned into a ball of flames as he shot toward his son. Alas, when Duan Ling Tian and Duan Yi Dao appeared next to Duan Lang, the purple energy had completely shrouded Duan Lang.
Duan Lang's body trembled as the lightning energy continued to shroud him. He spat out a mouthful of blood that stained his father's robe red.
The blood even splashed on Tai Heng and Tai Lan Yu who were standing nearby. Duan Ling Tian stared at the pool of blood on the ground with a grim expression on his face. For a long time he could not look away. He could believe Duan Lang had taken his own life so decisively.
Needless to say, the villagers from the Duan clan village were shocked and dumbfounded as well.
Duan Qing, the leader of the Duan clan village, looked remorseful as though he was regretting his decisions.
When Duan Ling Tian regained his senses, he looked at Duan Yi Dao and asked in a deep voice, Why?
Even a tigress wouldn't harm its cubs. What did you say to Duan Lang? Although Duan Ling Tian knew deep in his heart that it was not Duan Yi Dao's intention to harm his son, he could not help blaming Duan Yi Dao for Duan Lang's death. After all, Duan Lang had made such a drastic choice after listening to Duan Yi Dao's words.
Duan Yi Dao, who had fallen into despair, did not seem to hear Duan Ling Tian's words at this moment. He looked at the blood on the ground as he screamed, Langer!
Langer! It's all my fault. I shouldn't have said that to you. It's all my fault. I failed you.
I'm useless. Everyone, including Tai Hang and Tai Lanyu, was still in shock. When Tai Hang returned to his senses, he said grimly to Tai Lanyu, who was standing next to him, "Let's return. He's dead now, so there's no way for this wedding to proceed." Everyone from the Duan clan village moved to surround the father and daughter immediately. All of them glared at the father and daughter duo. After all, the duo was the cause of Duan Lang's death. The eyes of the people from the Duan clan village burned with fury as they surrounded those from the Tai clan village. Although they were unaware of the details, they knew the people from the Tai clan village were responsible for Duan Lang's death. The villagers of the Duan clan village had watched Duan Lang grow up. It was only natural they were saddened and furious by his death. It was not only Duan Yi Dao, Duan Lang's father, who had high expectations for Duan Lang, but everyone from the village had high hopes for Duan Lang. After all, in the history of the village, those with Duan Lang's talents had all become gods without fail. With a god in their village, not only would their village grow famous, but it would also pave the way for the southern village of the Duan clan village to branch out on their own from the Duan clan village. With that, they would be able to gain a foothold in the cities. It was the dream of every villager from the southern village to leave the mountains. For this reason, every time they saw Duan Lang, it was as though they were seeing their hope. "What are you doing?" Tai Hung shook his head when he saw the people from the southern village of the Duan clan village surrounding him and the others from Tai clan village. Meanwhile, Tai Lanyu said angrily, "Do you really think we're responsible for Duan Lang's death? Do you think I really wanted to marry someone like him? Ridiculous." As soon as Tai Lanyu finished speaking, one of the villagers from the southern village asked in a deep voice, "Why did Duan Lang commit suicide? You know the reason, right?" The people from the southern village knew that Tai Hung and the others held the answer to their question. "If you want to know the answer, you should ask the head of your village?" Tai Hung calmly replied, "This matter has nothing to do with me or the Tai clan village. In fact, we're also victims of this incident." Before the villagers from the southern village could speak up, Tai Hung turned to Duan Qing, the head of the southern village, and called out, "Leader Duan Qing." Duan Qing, who had recovered from the shock, frowned when he heard Tai Heng's voice and saw the villagers surrounding Tai Hung. He immediately rebuked them. "Stop this immediately. Let Leader Tai Hung and his people leave." Upon hearing Duan Qing's words, the villagers looked at him with eyes brimming with reluctance. Most of them retreated, but a small number of them did not move. One of them said resentfully, "Leader, they killed Duan Lang." Duan Qing sighed before he said, "Duan Lang's death has nothing to do with them." "Did you hear that? Duan Lang's death has nothing to do with us?" Tai Lanyu said with a sneer on her face. Following that, Tai Hung and the others left without looking back. Due to Duan Qing's words, no one stopped them from leaving. Leader, why are you sure Duan Lang's death has nothing to do with them?" They drove Duan Lang into a corner and left him with no choice but to commit suicide. "Leader, you must give us an explanation regarding this matter." The villagers looked at Duan Qing resentfully as they demanded an explanation from him. "All right, I'll give everyone an explanation," Duan Qing said as he nodded. Then, he inhaled deeply before he said in a deep voice, "Earlier, Tai Hung told me that Qian Fei, the second young master from the Qian family in Descent Mountain City, fell in love with Tai Yu when she went to the city recently. Following that, he brought a powerful god with him to the second branch of the Tai clan village to propose marriage. The Tai family's second branch was naturally eager to ally themselves with the Qian family. They didn't even care if Tai Yu would only be a concubine. Hence, they didn't hesitate to agree to the proposal immediately. However, when second young Master Qian heard about Tai Yu's previous engagement with Duan Lang, he had sneered and insisted that the Tai clan village send the most wicked woman in their village to marry Duan Lang. At that time, someone from the second branch mentioned the fourth branch's Tai Lanyu. Subsequently, second young Master Qian led the powerful god with him to the fourth branch and ordered Tai Hung to marry his daughter off to Duan Lang. Second young Master Qian even threatened to destroy the Tai clan village and the Duan clan village if they disobeyed him. Duan Qing's expression was incredibly dark after he finished speaking. Upon hearing Duan Qing's words, the villagers were infuriated.
Second young Master Qian is too much. Duan Qing sighed and said, Duan Lang committed suicide because he didn't want his life to be under another person's control. Apart from that, he didn't want to implicate the Duan clan village as well. Based on Qian Fei's words to the Tai clan village, it was obvious he would not be satisfied unless Duan Lang died or married Tai Lan Yu. If Duan Lang ran away, Qian Fei would definitely vent his anger on the Duan clan village. The villagers of the southern village were filled with grief, helplessness, and indignation.
Second young Master Qian has a high status and has the protection of powerful gods. Why does he have to make things difficult for us mountain villagers? This is too much.
He's too unreasonable. How unfair.
This is too unfair. Meanwhile, similar to the other villagers, Duan Ling Tian finally realized why Duan Lang had committed suicide after listening to Duan Yidao's words. Although he had not known Duan Lang for a long time, he knew Duan Lang's character very well. Hence, he knew Duan Lang only committed suicide because Duan Lang felt like he was left with no other choice, and he was unwilling to let another person dictate his fate. Descent Mountain City was the city closest to the Endless Mountain, where the Duan clan village was located. Hence, Duan Ling Tian had heard of the Chen family. He also knew the Chen family was one of the few powerful families in the Descent Mountain City and had many businesses in the city. Most importantly, they had no less than 5 gods protecting them. There were even rumors that one of the gods was an intermediate god. Not only did he steal someone's fiancée, but he even toyed with people's lives, Duan Ling Tian muttered to himself as he narrowed his eyes that flashed with killing intent. For the first time since he came to this realm of gods, emotions surged in his heart.
He had gone through a lot in his past life and present life, so his heart had been tempered. However, when he recalled Duan Lang's sincerity, helpfulness, cheerfulness, and optimism, he felt anger burn in his heart. Rest in peace, my friend. I'll definitely avenge you, Duan Ling Tian muttered under his breath. Killing intent surged in his heart as he looked at Duan Yidao, who was still sitting limply on the blood-splattered ground. Langer! At this moment, a shrill cry rang in the air. Duan Lang's mother rushed over at this moment. She kneeled on the ground and began to cry. Duan Yidao regained his senses and quickly hugged his wife to comfort her. Upon seeing this scene, the villagers' eyes reddened. How could they not feel sad? Put aside the fact that Duan Lang was the most outstanding among the younger generation in the village. Duan Lang had sacrificed his life to protect the southern village of the Duan clan village.
Over the next few days, the entire Duan clan village was busy with Duan Lang's funeral.
Duan Ling Tian, who had planned to leave the Duan clan village, naturally stayed back for Duan Lang's funeral. Now that Duan Lang had been buried, he was finally going to leave the village. However, before Duan Ling Tian left, Duan Yidao called out, Ling Tian, what's the matter, Uncle Yidao? Duan Ling Tian asked. Since he and Duan Lang were about the same age, he naturally treated Duan Lang's father like an elder.
Ling Tian, you previously gave this as a wedding gift to my son. I really appreciate your sincerity, but he's no longer around to wield such a precious weapon, Duan Yidao said as he handed over the spatial ring that Duan Ling Tian had previously given Duan Lang. Based on his words, it was clear he knew an emperor-grade celestial weapon was contained in the spatial ring.
Mr. Yidao. Duan Ling Tian shook his head and said, This is my gift to Duan Lang. I won't take it back regardless of whether he's still here or not. You're his father, so it's only right that you keep it. It's up to you to keep it or give it to someone else. As soon as Duan Ling Tian finished speaking, he teleported away without waiting for Duan Yidao's reply. He reappeared high up in the sky before he teleported again. He cast the teleportation profundity a few times before he finally vanished from sight.
Liang Tian must be extraordinary for him to casually give an emperor-grade celestial weapon away. Duan Yidao shook his head helplessly before he put the spatial ring away and turned around.
After leaving the Duan clan village, Duan Ling Tian followed the route that was previously shown to him and made his way to the Descent Mountain City. Initially, he only planned to stay in the city for a short while to learn more about the situation in the surrounding areas. But now, he had something to do in the city. He wanted to avenge Duan Lang.
At the same time, chaos had descended on the 4th branch of the Tai clan in the Tai clan village.
Tai Hung bowed and said respectfully, Second young Master Qian, I did as you asked and sent my daughter to the Duan clan village to marry her off. However, Duan Lang chose to commit suicide after learning about what had happened. Before he died, he said something about not letting another person control his fate. A thin young man who was dressed in a brocade robe stood in front of Tai Hong with a grim expression on his face. He was none other than Qian Fei, the second young master of the Qian family. A skinny old man stood at Qian Fei's back with his eyes closed and his hands resting on his back. Not letting another person control his fate? Qian Fei sneered upon hearing Tai Heng's words. Did that Duan Lang think this matter would be over after he died? He didn't marry your daughter, which means he went against my word. You, bring a few powerful cultivators and come with me to destroy the Duan clan village. Qian Fei ordered as he glanced at Tai Hong. Destroy the Duan clan village? Tai Hong stiffened upon hearing Qian Fei's words. He did not expect this. As soon as Tai Hong looked at the old man standing behind Qian Fei, the old man opened his eyes. He looked at Qian Fei affectionately as he said, Second young master, it's enough to destroy the southern village of the Duan clan village. After all, there's a rumor that the head of the eastern village has become a god. Destroying the entire Duan clan village will definitely anger that god. Although the Qian family isn't afraid of the Duan clan village, it'd be troublesome if he causes trouble. However, if you only destroy the southern village, it's likely the village head of the eastern village will let the matter go even if he's angry. Destroying the entire Duan clan village will only drive him to desperate actions. Hence, we should leave the remaining 3 villages alone. Qian Fei knew the old man was right. He frowned slightly. When his expression eased, he said, All right, I'll listen to you, Grandpa Qiu. Grandpa Qiu's name was Qian Qiu. He was a rudimentary god. Qian Fei's status was not high enough, so most of the gods in the Qian family naturally did not bother to intervene in his matters. However, Qian Qiu had a close relationship with Qian Fei since Qian Fei was a child, so he usually followed Qian Fei out to protect Qian Fei. Even Qian Fei's brother, the young master of the Qian family, did not have this privilege. Qian Fei's brother only had an imminent god protecting him. For this reason, Qian Fei did not dare to go against Qian Qiu's words. Hence, upon hearing Qian Qiu's words, he nodded and said, Elder Qiu is right. Tai Hong sighed in relief inwardly upon hearing Qian Qiu's words. He was really worried about having to attack the Duan clan village. Although he knew the Qian family was stronger than the Duan clan village, there was no telling what the Duan clan village would do when driven into a corner. If the rumor were true that the Duan clan village had a god, he or she would definitely seek revenge from the Qian clan. With all these, the 4th branch of the Tai clan in the Tai clan village would definitely be dragged into the matter. The Qian family would definitely be too busy taking care of itself at that time that they would not have time to help the Tai clan village out if the village was in danger. Descent Mountain City was the first city Duan Ling Tian had been to since he came to the profound energy land, a realm of gods. In his eyes, Descent Mountain City was neither too big nor too small. When he was in the Devata realm, he had seen cities that were 10 times bigger than Descent Mountain Land. Naturally, the big cities he had seen in the Devata realms could not compare to the big cities in the realm of gods. Descent Mountain City. Duan Ling Tian hovered in the sky outside of Descent Mountain City, looking at the city from a distance. There were a total of 8 entrances in the 4 directions. Each of the 4 directions had 2 entrances. Bricks and stones were used to build the city walls, and there were visible marks on them. Sword marks, knife marks, palm prints, and even fist marks could be seen on the wall. There were both deep and shallow marks. The marks made the walls look as though they had been erected a long time ago and had witnessed the passing of time. Whoosh! Duan Ling Tian moved at lightning speed as he flew into Descent Mountain City. He saw many people milling around the buildings, and he also noticed there was a small number of people who seemed to be deliberately avoiding the buildings. Upon seeing this, he was certain those buildings belonged to the powerful families in Descent Mountain City. After all, only powerful families were capable of stopping people from entering their establishments. After passing through the entrance, Duan Ling Tian also noticed there were red flags hanging at the side of buildings with the names of inns and restaurants on them. These flags were like a guide to him. He naturally knew the inns and restaurants also belonged to the powerful families in Descent Mountain City. Tassel Restaurant. Duan Ling Tian found out that the Tassel Sky restaurant was the largest and busiest restaurant in Descent Mountain City. The building had 3 stories and occupied a vast land.
The second biggest restaurant in the city had 3 stories as well, but the land they occupied was only half of the land Tassel restaurant occupied. Most importantly, the Tassel restaurant was located in the heart of the city.
During Duan Ling Tian's time in the mundane realms and the Devata realms, he had a habit of familiarizing himself with a place by hanging out at a restaurant. After all sorts of people were gathered in the restaurant to exchange information. He could learn a lot from these people.
When Duan Ling Tian arrived at the entrance of the Tassel restaurant, he saw a few servers standing at the entrance. One of them stepped forward and greeted him warmly. "Sir, are you here alone?
Do you want to eat in one of the private rooms or in the hall?"
The server did not directly lead Duan Ling Tian to the hall even if Duan Ling Tian was alone. After all, he knew there were some customers who enjoyed peace and quiet. Moreover, customers had to spend a minimum amount to eat in a private room.
With that, the server would receive a commission accordingly. "The hall. I'd like a table in the center of the hall," Duan Ling Tian said. With his superior hearing, he knew he would be able to hear all the conversations in his surroundings. Although the server was disappointed by Duan Ling Tian's reply, the smile on his face did not falter. He led Duan Ling Tian to a small table in the center of the hall before he brought a menu out from a spatial ring and handed it to Duan Ling Tian. Then he said, "Sir, this is our restaurant's menu. In our restaurant, you're required to spend at least 1 prominent celestial crystal if you want to dine in the hall. The lowest grade and most common crystals in the realms of gods were celestial crystals. Since they were common, they became the mainstream currency for those in the lower class. On the other hand, divine rocks were considered high-level currency in the surrounding areas."
Duan Ling Tian did not object and walked to his table.
After some time passed, Duan Ling Tian had learned about many things. Alas, they were of no interest to him. He did not hear anything that might be useful to him. "I'll come again tomorrow."
A few days later, after finding an inn to stay in, Duan Ling Tian would go to Tassel restaurant and sit in the center of the hall.
"I'll go to the restaurant for another 2 more days. After that, I should look for a way to get some divine rocks." Divine rocks were able to increase the speed of cultivation. For someone like Duan Ling Tian who was rushing to attain godhood, he naturally could not wait to obtain divine rocks. Over the past few days, he had been thinking of ways to obtain divine rocks. The easiest and most direct way was to sell some of the items he had in his possession. Naturally, he would not sell the things that would bring him trouble.
Otherwise, he might be murdered for his possessions before he could even obtain the divine rocks.
Today, Duan Ling Tian came to the Tassel restaurant as usual.
"Sir, what would you like to eat today?"
It was the same server again. When he saw Duan Ling Tian again, the smile on his face became even brighter because Duan Ling Tian had been dining at the Tassel restaurant for many days in a row, and each time he had served Duan Ling Tian. With this, he would be paid each time Duan Ling Tian spent at the restaurant. Most importantly, every time Duan Ling Tian came, Duan Ling Tian would order the most famous and expensive dishes in the restaurant that was beneficial to his cultivation.
Unfortunately, these dishes would slowly lose their efficacy after eating them a few times.
Duan Ling Tian nodded at the server and said, "Are there any signature dishes I've yet to try? Please order them for me." Following that, he brought out a prominent celestial crystal and handed it to the server. Since the server had been very cooperative during his visits, he would tip the server whenever he came.
This was also one of the reasons the server was enthusiastic about serving him. To the server, Duan Ling Tian was a wealthy customer that he would only meet once in a lifetime.
"Thank you, sir." After accepting the tip, the server went to work immediately. Meanwhile, Duan Ling Tian listened to the conversations around him carefully. "Did you hear?
The concubine of the second young master of the Qian family found himself a beautiful concubine in the Endless Mountains 2 days ago. Moreover, he destroyed the southern village of the Duan clan village for her."
"Yes, I heard no one from the southern village of the Duan clan village survived. I heard the concubine is the daughter of the second leader of the Tai clan village and the head of the Tai clan's second branch."
"That's right. I heard when second young Master Qian went to destroy the Duan clan village's southern village, there were men from the second branch and the fourth branch of the Tai clan who followed him there. Upon hearing these words, Duan Lingtian was shocked. When he regained his senses, he found he had broken the teacup in his hand. The hair tie that held his hair broke and his hair fluttered in the air even though there was no wind in the restaurant. Bang! Duan Lingtian tossed 2 celestial crystals on the table before he rose to his feet and vanished into thin air. Those who saw this were stunned. It's the teleportation profundity. Although most of the customers were not gods, it was not difficult for them to see that Duan Lingtian had cast the teleportation profundity from the law of space. Meanwhile, when the server returned to Duan Lingtian's table, he discovered Duan Lingtian was no longer around. He sighed in relief when he saw the 2 celestial crystals lying quietly on the table. If Duan Lingtian did not pay for the meal, he would have to pay for it out of his own pocket after all. Well, he must have something urgent to attend to, the server muttered to himself. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian made his way to the Endless Mountain after he left the Tassel Restaurant and Descent Mountain City. He wanted to verify the conversation he had just heard. After returning to the Endless Mountain, Duan Lingtian navigated the route to the Duan clan village with ease since he was already familiar with it. It did not take long for him to arrive at the entrance of the southern village of the Duan clan village. When he arrived, he saw the southern village in ruins. Not one building was left untouched, and blood stained the entire village. At this time, people were carrying corpses out of the village one after another. As he drew closer, he heard a few people talking. The southern village was really unlucky to have provoked second young Master Qian. Although we're from different branches of the family, they're still an important branch in the Duan clan village. You shouldn't mock them and gloat at their misfortune. That's right. With Duan Qing and Yidao's deaths, our Duan clan village has lost 2 good fighters. Everything happened too suddenly. Otherwise, the eastern village would have stepped forward to help them. Even if we couldn't save both of them, we could have at least saved one of them. With this, Duan Lingtian knew these people were from the other branches of the Duan clan. Apart from the southern village, there were the eastern village, western village, and northern village in the Duan clan village. Qian Fei and the Qian family. Duan Lingtian muttered under his breath as his eyes burned with flames of fury. He did not step forward since the others from the Duan clan village were handling the corpses of the villagers from the southern village respectfully. Although Duan Lingtian did not stay in the southern village of the Duan clan village for long, the villagers were very friendly and kind to him. He had already been furious when Duan Lang died previously, but his anger surged now that he discovered the entire southern village had been destroyed. Figure after figure appeared in his mind. He remembered the lively children and teenagers who would interrupt him and Duan Lang when they were conversing. He remembered Duan Lang's mother who had cooked him all sorts of delicious food. He recalled the warmth of the villagers who had welcomed him into their village. Anger tightened its grip around his heart when he thought about how these good people were all gone. Duan Lingtian sneered as he thought to himself. Not only did he snatch Duan Lang's fiancée away and drive Duan Lang to death, but he even destroyed Duan Lang's home. That Qian Fei is truly despicable. After a moment, Duan Lingtian quietly left. No one from the Duan clan village noticed his arrival and departure. Duan Lingtian returned to Descent Mountain City and the inn that he had been staying in over the past few days. He had booked the best room in the inn for 3 months after paying for it with 1,000 prominent celestial crystals. To him, 1,000 prominent celestial crystals were nothing. Back when he was at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Elder Hua had given him a lot of celestial crystals before he met his master, Feng Qingyang. After he met his master, he had gained even more prominent and supreme celestial crystals. Most of the celestial crystals in his possession were of the prominent grade and the supreme grade. He did not have any primitive or mediocre celestial crystals at all. His master, Feng Qingyang, was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, after all. Hence, the crystal ores in the solitary destructive heaven belonged to him. This meant his master had access to many celestial crystals. For this reason, Duan Lingtian never lacked celestial crystals. He was lucky that he came to this place in the profound energy land that traded using celestial crystals. I'll make that Qian Fei pay for the matter with the southern village after I become a god.
Duan Tian thought to himself determinately as his eyes flashed with killing intent. Duan Tian had long grown used to humans' ruthlessness and viciousness. However, he was still angered by Qian Fei's actions. Duan Tian had always been trying to raise his cultivation as swiftly as possible. However, the sense of urgency grew stronger with the destruction of the southern village of the Duan clan village. He knew he could only seek revenge from Qian Fei after he became a god. After all, Qian Fei was under the protection of a god. If he wanted to kill Qian Fei, he would have to be as strong as a god at least.
Nevertheless, Duan Tian knew he could deal with the people in and around Descent Mountain City who had yet to attain godhood and even those weaker gods even if he did not use his 7 orifices exquisite sword. This was because the city was in a remote area and most of its inhabitants did not have a high comprehension of the laws even if they were imminent gods. With that, it was even difficult for them to form and master the 4 Taos of heaven and earth. Any 9 stars gods of war in the Devata realms can easily kill the imminent gods in the Descent Mountain City. Based on what Duan Tian knew, even Duan Qing, the strongest imminent god in the southern village of the Duan clan village, had only comprehended double-fused profundities and had yet to comprehend triple-fused profundities. Meanwhile, the Duan Dao, the second strongest person in the southern village, had only learned to fuse his profundities from the law of fire. In fact, there were many imminent gods around and in Descent Mountain City who had yet to comprehend fused profundities. The inhabitants of realms of gods were born with a good foundation. Coupled with the superior cultivation environment, they could quickly become celestial emperors and imminent gods. However, in regards to comprehending the laws, they did not have an advantage over the inhabitants of Devata realms. With Duan Tian's current comprehension of the law, even if he did not use his Taos of heaven and earth, he would still be able to defeat most people in the Descent Mountain City. In fact, if he used the Taos of heaven and earth he had comprehended, he was confident he would be able to defeat an advanced god. I need to cultivate to attain godhood as soon as possible. Currently, Duan Tian's cultivation method was the 1,000-change illusory divine technique, which had been taught to him by his master. The unique point of the cultivation method was that it could be used along with lower-grade cultivation methods, raising the grade of the lower-grade cultivation methods to that of the 1,000-change illusory divine technique. The 1,000-change illusory divine technique was also considered a top cultivation method in the realms of gods. It was created by a supreme powerhouse, after all. However, if one were to cultivate the 1,000-change illusory divine technique, one could only raise the grade of a lower-grade cultivation method once. Duan Tian chose to raise the grade of the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique that he had cultivated the longest. It was the cultivation method he had obtained in the mundane realm from the memories of the rebirth martial emperor. He had this cultivation method for so long that he had forgotten about it. If it were not for the 1,000-change illusory divine technique, he would not have remembered it. After the 9 Dragons War Sovereign technique was integrated with the 1,000-change illusory divine technique, it had undergone a huge transformation. Currently, it could also boost the profundities and the laws that he comprehended by fusing with the cultivation method with his celestial origin energy that carried traces of the divine energy. In fact, in the realms of gods, many people determined how good a cultivation method was based on its ability to fuse with their celestial origin energies. With Duan Tian's current cultivation method, his celestial origin energy that carried traces of the divine energy surged smoothly through his meridians. It flashed with a gray light, which was the energy from the law of space that he had comprehended. Duan Tian continued to cultivate diligently. He knew raising his cultivation base needed patience since it was impossible to break through in just one night. I'm almost there. Perhaps, Duan Tian was spurred by his anger toward Qian Fei. His cultivation speed had increased. He was now just a step away from attaining godhood. However, he found that he seemed to have met with a bottleneck. No matter how hard he tried, he failed to break through the final barrier. With his past experiences serving as lessons, he knew it would be futile to continue cultivating. Hence, he decided to stop for a while. I've cultivated for half a month this time, Duan Tian muttered to himself as he glanced at the 4 hourglasses in front of him that were provided by the inn. When all of the sand in the first hourglass fell to the bottom, it meant that 10 years had passed.
When all of the sand in the second hourglass dropped to the bottom, it meant that a year had passed.
When all of the sand in the third hourglass fell to the bottom, it meant that a month had passed.
Finally, when all the sand in the fourth glass fell to the bottom, it meant that a day had passed.
Before Duan Ling Tian went into closed-door cultivation, he had turned the hourglasses upside down to measure the time. Since the third hourglass was half empty, he knew that he had been cultivating for half a month. There should be some pills in the realms of gods that can help me break through from an imminent god to a god. I'll likely need divine rocks to exchange for those pills. I'll have to exchange my celestial crystals for divine rocks after this.
100 supreme celestial crystals could be exchanged for a tael of divine rocks, since a supreme celestial crystal weighed about 1 tael.
Although Duan Ling Tian did not have any divine rocks, he had an abundance of supreme celestial crystals. There was mountain after mountain of supreme celestial crystals in his spatial ring.
Although he did not count exactly how many celestial crystals he had in his possession, he had a general idea of their number. He had about 10 million supreme celestial crystals.
This means that he could exchange for 1,000 taels of celestial crystals.
In the Descent Mountain City, even the strongest and most influential forces, including the Chen family, only had tens of thousands of divine rocks at most. Currently, Duan Ling Tian's wealth had surpassed the strongest forces in Descent Mountain City. After leaving the inn, Duan Ling Tian made his way to a shop owned by the Chen family to buy pills and exchange for divine rocks. I'll exchange for 1,000 taels of divine rocks first.